This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We have made it to a Friday here on Sean and RJ. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Bobby is still in Florida. He will be back on Monday. Are you missing him yet?
Yeah, I mean, I like Bob. I like seeing Bobby come in here with his quirks. I miss the quirks. I don't miss him. I miss the stupid things he does.
Okay.
That kind of brings me some happiness and joy.
Pepe, no way that you're missing him because he makes it a habit and really an addiction to mess with you throughout the entire day.
My live reads have never been more smooth because I'm not having someone talk, moan in my ear the whole time. You know, almost every other break he's in here touching me while I'm doing stuff, getting stuff ready for the next segment. Yeah. It's been so peaceful. It's just me, Ryan, and y'all. I love it. Good. I love it. Stay in Florida, Bobby. Stay in Florida.
Stay there. Plus, Pepe gets more airtime. Fast or slow week as we're here at the weekend.
You know what? I think this has actually been pretty quick. I thought this week was going to drag by. I was down early with Detroit. That Detroit game, very, very down. Tennessee lost this week in basketball. What a year of carnage in college basketball for top 10 teams. Got like 60 top 10 teams this year have lost to unranked opponents, which is the most ever by February. Last night, no different. Wisconsin losing.
Should be a fun tournament.
Or not. Or not if you don't like San Diego State and FAU in the Final Four.
That's right.
It's gonna be carnage, man. And and then so that I thought it was gonna be a slow week. It has flown by.
Well, the big news yesterday happened after the show. The Washington Commanders end up settling with Dan Quinn. Dan Quinn finally leaves the Cowboys with the last job left.
I think you said it. Settling. I think that's it, right? That's the word. I think they settled. They get Dan Quinn. If there is a more uninspiring hire, I can't imagine one. Just from a Washington standpoint, you thought you were going to get Ben Johnson. You thought you had Bobby Slowick. You thought you might have had Bill Belichick.
Yeah.
And you end up with Dan Quinn, who's a good coach. But it's a second opportunity, and I don't know that the way his season ended that people are going to be, oh my God, we got Dan Quinn. So
not with the way the season ended. But look, what are you getting in Dan Quinn? And you all can give the DC fans a recap on the chartright.com text line. And a lot of times now in sports, it's starting to feel like the better personality is the choice over the better coach, right? Mm-hmm. There are reports from Adam Schefter, Diana Rossini. They talked to Belichick. We thought Belichick just talked to Atlanta. They talked to Belichick, and they got, according to Schefter, they got more positive calls and texts around the league on Dan Quinn than they did Bill. Now, why would that make sense? Because Dan Quinn is an awesome dude. He is a magnetic, glowing, positive, optimistic personality. Yeah. So from a personality standpoint, you got a better personality, no doubt about it. Now, is he going to run your program? Is he going to hold guys accountable? Is he going to hold a 28-3 lead? All those things are questions. But in terms of spirit, positivity, I can see. I know it sounds crazy because he's the greatest of all time. I can see why with a brand new program, especially one rebuilding, if it's a finishing program like us, I think it's different. But in a rebuild, I can see why you would want Dan Quinn's spirit and energy over Bill's.
Yeah, I totally understand that. Bill's got no energy.
Like, everybody loves Dan Quinn.
Yes. Bill has no energy, and the only energy he seems to have is bad energy. So, yeah, from an energy standpoint, I think you absolutely nailed it from Dan to Bill. And I wonder how much of the stench of Dan Snyder still sits in the organization from a perception standpoint. Like, do other teams or other coaches around the league that wanted this job that were like a Ben Johnson or whatever, were they like, I want to see somebody else do it there first. I want to see how it really goes before.
Yeah.
I uproot my family and all that stuff. So I don't know. I mean, Dan obviously wanted to coach again. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been in this position. He wanted to coach. He wants a second shot. I don't know. Is he going to win in Washington? I mean, it depends on how good Drake May is going to be. A lot of it. But this is I can't imagine they're thrilled in Washington. Like, I don't think this is like a super inspiring hire.
Dan Quinn, 53 years old. The Cowboys ranked a combined 5th in points, 7th in yards under his watch. The Cowboys led the NFL with 93 forced turnovers. They ranked 5th in yards and scoring this past season. These are all fantastic numbers. These are all excellent numbers. The Cowboys have been in the top 10 in scoring defense in each of Dan Quinn's 3 years here. Here he did a what job? Fill in the blank. Truckwreck.com text line.
I think Dan did a pretty good job here.
Pretty good, excellent, very good, fantastic. What's the word that you would use? Or words?
I think he did a pretty good job here. He had his defenses were bullies. They won big when they were up, and they couldn't stop the run. That was it. They did things that Cowboy teams never do. Forced turnovers.
Yep.
At a very sustained rate. Is there a bird in here?
I don't know if that was I think that's a fly. I didn't know whether it was a piece of a fuzz floating around, but I think that gnat, that tells me about your body odor. That gnat is always around you. You know?
Man, that's out of nowhere. I think it is. Do you use those little balls in those little scent balls in laundry, like the Downy little pinks? There's you throw 1 million of them in there, and they get like this weird smell, like a good smell, but it's like floral.
Weird is good.
It's like floral. It's like pink, lavender, all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I wonder if that attracts flies.
Okay.
It's like honey.
Okay. Peyton,
Or the light.
What word would you use for Dan Quinn's Dallas tenure?
I would say excellent. I mean, over the course of 3 years, I thought, it was really good, and the one thing I worry about and why I was leaning more towards keeping Dan Quinn than seeing him go is I really hope we don't go back to that Mike Nolan defense. I really hope that it just doesn't just get absolutely atrocious here. Because, there were times where you were going to have to score 38 points to win the game by 1. And if it gets to that point, then it's awful. But, the early Tolos are texting in. 210 says above average. 903 says mediocre job.
What?
And then 214 says great job.
You can't say anything less than good. You can't.
Yeah, it was very good.
You cannot say anything less than good. Now, I don't compare it to Mike Nolan. That was, a travesty and embarrassing. And KMC was talking about this yesterday. Now, forget about just getting someone who's going to sign up for Mike McCarthy's lame duck year. What about Mike McCarthy picking the next coordinator? How much power and say is he going to have in that? Or are Jerry and Steven going to look longer time horizon and be like, no, we like this guy. You chose Mike Nolan. I don't know who exactly chose Mike Nolan, but how much do you ding McCarthy for that and then take away his say?
Yeah, and
you're going to make bad hires.
Not every hire is going to be great. I think it's when you make a bad hire, how you rectify it is much more important than the initial hire itself. The initial hire itself, you're going to make mistakes. Mike Nolan was a longtime defensive coach in this league. He did not do very well. I think it was Atlanta. He didn't do very well. But, if you have to hire somebody and you have a relationship with that person, I totally understand what he did. It just didn't work. It didn't work. And he changed it. What he didn't do was sit there and double down on Mike Nolan to keep going and going and going. No, he got rid of him.
We will talk about some of the potential replacements coming up at 6 o'clock this morning. We will check in with the Senior Bowl and what are they saying at the Ford Center, the Star in Frisco with Nick Eatman at 8 o'clock. We got the junk drawer. Apparently, we got a G-bag of the day that we have to play during the 6 a.m. club. But we have a blockbuster deal. A big-time deal, I'll say. In Major League Baseball, it's not good for the Rangers competing in the American League West. One of the teams that the Rangers took out just got a lot better. And is this one of my all-time show apologies? Does this belong on the Mount Rushmore of Sean Sharif being wrong after the tears in New York last night? That's next on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
morning Friday shout-outs to Jay Ochoa. K-Mess says that he is locked in on the drive to the airport heading to Puerto Rico. Ooh. And then, of course, we got Texas William with the GIF to start off the Friday edition of Sean and RJ. Glad you're waking up with us. A couple Tolos freaked out yesterday when we were talking about getting rid of 5:30 to 6. Y'all, that's never going to happen. That was just a dream. Like we talk about the 4-day work week. They would never allow that. So don't worry. If you're with us that early, 5:30 to 6 o'clock, and you need it like that morning shot of espresso, we're not going anywhere just to calm some of the nerves, because there's no way in hell that they would allow that to take place.
There's not.
Yeah.
There's not a way.
And shout out to Emilio as well. All right, Choppy, we got a big-time deal in Major League Baseball. The Baltimore Orioles go out and get a stud.
Man, did they ever. Baltimore, good job on them. They got a former Cy Young winner, Corbin Burns, from the Brewers in a trade. They hand out a couple of they gave up an infielder, a left-handed pitcher, and I'm stunned, the 34th pick in the draft, because for years Major League Baseball did not allow you to trade draft picks. I guess they can now. This is the first I've known about that is in this trade. So they've been looking to deal him all off season in Corbin Burns, all off season, and he is a very good pitcher, very, very good pitcher. But now we see what Baltimore has. They're a quality team. They won over 100 games last year, and now they're going to be in a position to have that frontline starter.
AJ Pierzynski, the all-time gnat, the irritant, will join us at 9 o'clock this morning. So that should be fun. He said he's a big Dan Quinn fan.
Look at that. There you go. He'll be rooting for the Commanders now. But yeah, AJ's been, I think, pretty good on the broadcast when he's done those broadcasts he's on Fox. He's been pretty solid on those things. I've always enjoyed him.
All right. The Mount Rushmore being wrong for myself. I can only think of a couple over 13 years. But Carson Wentz is on there. And I think, can you think of any other ones that come to mind? Feel free. Throw them out. Text them. But Jalen Brunson is probably on there as well.
Oh, yeah.
A couple years ago, Jalen Brunson goes to the New York Knicks. He tweets out an Eagles jersey or something, and I made a comment that kind of blew up that said, have fun in New York. You're never going to see an all-star team. You'll never make an all-star game. It's not happening.
And they're red hot, though.
Whew. They are red hot. And Julius Randle's hurt 2 weeks with a shoulder separation, but the Knicks are on fire.
I think we're one of the losses. They've won 14-16 or something like that.
Oh, Brunson had a Hurts jersey. He said, just let me know where you want me to send this, please, Luca. Thank you in advance. And I said, you have to mail it because you'll never see him at an all-star game.
Oh, man.
That's what I said. And then last night, and then on top of it, he gets all emotional, and it's this great heartwarming moment, like someone making an all-star team, which no one else really cares about. Jalen Brunson breaks down after dropping 40, as he was named, to the Eastern Conference Reserves. Shout out Tolo D. She's always there for me. She's like my radio mom. She's in my DMs saying, you don't have to apologize. It's only a reserve. He's not a starter. You don't have to. Yeah. You don't have to. But either way, I tweeted Jalen back, and I was like, my bad, man. I raised my hand being wrong on that one. And I never foresaw, neither did the Mavericks, that he was going to go and become this. This guy, he's not, I was going to say all time. That's too strong. That's hyperbole, but he is a perfect New York playground street baller. He really is. He is a one-on-one jukes, freaks, make you look stupid, mid-range pull-up dog. He is. He's an undersized dog. And I just never thought he could go somewhere and be a possible number one.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. I thought he was a little bit undersized. And I loved him in college. I thought he was a really good player. But there's a difference between being a really good player, a guy who can control the game, and a guy who could take over a game and be an all-star. And I thought that he'll control the game. He won't make mistakes. He's a good player. He'll run the offense the right way. He'll get you a big basket. But to be the guy that he was in those 2 games against Utah consistently, I was like, it's probably not going to happen.
Right.
Good player. Really good player.
Fluky. Luke is out.
Yeah, and
had a moment.
Yeah, and paying him $100 million is nothing in the NBA. Right? It's nothing. But, to be a superstar or to make an all-star team, that was probably going to be a little bit kind of ambitious.
So here are his career averages per year. With Dallas, 9, 8, 12, 16. He goes to New York, 24, 27. I mean, it is a meteoric rise for Jalen Brunson, while basically shooting 50% for his career from the field. And, he's not the highest assist guy. He's at like 6 assists a game in New York, but the dude could score. And it was like, how's he going to work with Luka? You got 2 ball control guys. People said, well, he has proven that he can play off the ball with Luka, or he can play with Luka on the floor. I was wrong. It was great to see him all emotional last night. It means something. They were chanting his name there at the Garden. That's where he grew up. And you can see, man, he got his game off the legendary playgrounds out there in the Big Apple. Chop, you got more details on that accident that you opened the show up with yesterday that took over the morning news?
Man, this was sad. The wreck that we saw yesterday that caused me to change the way I got here, because the bridge going from 35 East South to Woodall Rogers was shut down. Irving PD released the dash cam video of that fatal accident. This was scary. These cops are doing like 150 miles an hour, looked like it, on that bridge, on that ramp. And you see the flame hit, I guess, the vehicle as it was making this bank. It was a turn. It's a big turn. Like, that's a big turn you go on every day. Making this turn, it must have rubbed the side barrier, and then the vehicle went over the bridge and landed on 35. And you see the firebomb explosion.
Oh, my gosh.
And I don't know if it landed on top of somebody else's car when it went down there. I don't know if there were 4 people in that car that all died. I have no idea. I didn't see that part of the story. This was about 2 a.m. yesterday morning. And this is the ultimate scary, because, I take this route every day, and it's a couple hours, 2.5, 3 hours before I get on that road or on that ramp. That's just scary. I mean, like, this could have happened to any one of us on that road. Police chase.
877-881-1053 is the truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. We will get into the possible replacements for Dan Quinn coming up at 6 o'clock this morning. Last things to do last weekend here before we take off for Vegas on Monday. What's in the plans?
Got friends coming in town. Our boy Wesley and his wife are coming to town. He's got an alumni baseball game.
I need to give a shout out to Scooter and his team.
Yeah, they went to the Pro Bowl in Orlando. Relentless is their Texas Relentless or something like that. They won the flag football state championship 8U, and they're flying. They flew to Orlando yesterday, so now they're there this weekend. But yeah, they got people coming to town for that, so or to hang out. So we're gonna do that this weekend.
So starting today, and they're staying at your house
for one night tonight. We're staying there tonight. So we've had to clean and clean and clean and clean.
Why? It wasn't already clean?
Oh, no. We were still.
I thought Sarah was a clean freak. Germaphobe.
Germaphobe-ish, yes. But not, we don't like sit there and just tidy up every day. We kind of leave it there, and then we kind of get caught behind. But a lot of this, though, is still stuff that when we moved in, we're just trying to find new spots for when she moved in. So we're taking stuff out or having put stuff away, boxes everywhere. We finally got them all put away. We've had to buy so much storage. So much. These houses have no storage.
Oh, so you've bought storage? How much you pay a month, and for what size, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, no, we didn't buy like a storage unit.
Oh,
I've had them before. I had a good size one, and it was about $140 a month.
Oh,
$150 a month,
but large.
Yeah, it was a 10 by 10. You could get a smaller unit, probably like a 6 by 3. And that fits a lot because it goes all the way to the ceiling.
Pepe, did you have to look into storage with the big move that's culminating today with the girlfriend?
No, I mean, the storage unit is just my parents' house or her parents' house. We just keep stuff there because we're able to make the easy move from just the house to our new house. We're not having to keep anything outside of there. Mackenzie, had one before, but she said it was too expensive, so she just started to pile up stuff in her parents' garage.
So y'all raging tonight? Like, what's the big plan?
Yeah, we're gonna rage. We're gonna rage tonight. Might as well.
Dinner? What?
Dinner, we're going to do a little Mexican. I think we're going to go to Medea. Good place. And then big bowling day. We're going to go bowling.
Bowling?
Yeah, we're going to go bowling.
One of those upscale places?
Like a main event. Probably just a main event or something like that. Oh, you got to go bowling.
Bowling's always fun.
It's fun. It's a
every
fun
time
night.
you go bowling, you're like, why don't I do this more? Like, why don't I do this more often?
And then the next day you wake up and your forearm hurts. You're like, oh, that's why.
Yeah.
That's why I don't. You anything?
My Ollie's sick for the third time. This is he went to the doctor. He's been home the last 2 days. He's like 102, 103 with the temp.
Gosh.
The doctor said he had 7 flu cases yesterday. It's the craziest flu season that he's ever seen. Amanda is acting already like she's 8 months pregnant instead of 5 months pregnant. That's worrying me. God, I got a Hispanic woman, and I thought that'd be the easiest part, dealing with being pregnant, but it's not.
Really?
And then, I was like, this is in your DNA. This is in your blood.
Yeah.
What are you doing? And why are you complaining? So probably chilling today, and then tomorrow I'm going to go out with Chicaline.
Oh!
Yeah.
Will you?
We haven't been out to dinner since the Wet Willie incident.
Will you actually make it to the table to order this time?
Who's going to replace Dan Quinn next on 105.3 The Fan?
We have you covered, Stars fans, with exclusive content from 2-time Stanley. From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex, and shout out to the 6 a.m. Club, our best audience of the entire show. Thank you for starting off your mornings with us so early, and special shout outs this week to our YouTube and Twitch audience that Ryan gives me the weekly reports on, glowing weekly reports on all the time. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam. Dan Quinn is the new head coach of the Washington Commanders, and that means he has to be replaced here for the Dallas Cowboys. Todd Archer writes that Ron Rivera is a possibility. As sources told ESPN, the Cowboys will meet with Ron Rivera. Longtime Mike McCarthy assistant Joe Witt, who has been the Cowboys' passing game coordinator, would be the top in-house candidate. Witt likely will be up for the job in Washington as well. So hang on. Joe Witt, passing game coordinator.
On the defensive side.
On the defensive side. All right, I didn't know. Making sure we're doing some Matt Patricia stuff here.
No.
Okay.
Good call back.
All right. But Joe Witt in-house. Al Harris is a really popular name because we know who he is as a player. Bobby has talked about Aiden Riding Dirty, defensive line coach, who he says is well-liked throughout the league. And then a report that Mike Zimmer is interested in the opening, according to Calvin Watkins. So Mike Zimmer, Ron Rivera, Joe Witt are some of the names to look at.
Yeah, I would be out on Ron Rivera. I think Ron Rivera is a good football coach, but this is not. I don't think it's the right fit. He hasn't coached defense as his main job in 15 years. That doesn't mean he can't do it. The game has changed quite a bit in those 15 years. Last time he was a defensive coordinator, running backs were still taken in the first 5 picks. Now here they might be still, but that it's just a different game, right? I would want somebody younger, more up and coming. Like, if you look around the league, go look at the teams that are in the Final Four, right? I mean, San Francisco was loaded with young coaches, and Detroit was loaded with young coaches, and Baltimore had young coaches on their defenses, and Mike McDonald just got a job. Kansas City the Andy Reid runs the show, but that's Patrick Mahomes. And they're constantly cycling through offensive coordinators over the years. Matt Nagy and Bieniemy. Let's go young, man. Like, give me a young, fresh mind on that from these assistant coaches.
DallasCowboys.com with a list of names to watch from Nick Harris, who joined us the other day. Mike Vrabel. Guys, Mike Vrabel, I cannot believe I had to tweet this yesterday. It was actually embarrassing for the Cowboy fan base when other people nationally saw that I tweeted this. I said, guys, Bill Belichick is not going to become the defensive coordinator. Sometimes people put things together like you're playing Madden.
Yeah.
Now, Mike Vrabel is just under that as a possibility. Bill Belichick is not coming here to be the defensive coordinator, and if Mike Vrabel did, I'd be 10 out of 10 shocked as well. I'd love it. I would absolutely love it. That's not happening. But yet even DallasCowboys.com for some reason put Mike Vrabel at the top of the list. It's not happening. It's crazy. It's a little bit like, you ever tell a friend or a family member, I'll tell my dad sometimes, I'm like, Dad, don't ever repeat that in public. Don't ever tell anyone you said that. That's what I said to Cowboy fans yesterday. Don't tell your friends today at happy hour at 4 or 5, 6 p.m. that Bill Belichick should be the defensive coordinator or Mike Vrabel, because it's going to knock your sports knowledge big time. And then Mike McCarthy's already going to have enough heat. Bill Belichick, Mike Vrabel down there on the sideline.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
There's no doubt there's going to have pressure on him.
It'd be the coaching version of the star backup quarterback. The same thing. They'd be chanting Vrabel instead of the backup QB in the stands.
That's it. You want to bring him on there? Okay. Go right ahead. It's again, good coaches. You want good coaches on your staff. You also want guys who are head coaches love guys who aren't threats. And they also want, fresh ideas, I think you should want. And that's what you would want to bring in at this point.
So they put Vrabel on DallasCowboys.com. They put Zimmer. They put Rivera. they put Al Harris, they put Joe Witt Jr., they put Dirty, they put Brandon Staley, and they put Wink Martindale. And I think Brandon Staley is talking to the Rams again under his former boss, Sean McVay.
And he was with the Rams as their DC for a year before he went and became the head coach of the Chargers. The situation with Brandon Staley is like when he was the head coach, their defense was the problem. Now, was that because he was too focused on everything else but the defense to make sure that he was over his head or whatever? Who knows? But I don't know if he would be excited about Brandon Staley coming in here. I like Brandon Staley's ideals in terms of like the way he approaches the game, but I don't know how good of a coach he is.
I'd be fine with Mike Zimmer. I'd be fine with Wink Martindale. Look, I don't know anything about Joe Witt Jr.
Nothing.
Right? Like, I don't know how Al Harris would be as a defensive coordinator. I don't know how Adam Dirty would be as a defensive coordinator. I have no idea. So let us know who you want on the chartwright.com text line, 877-881-1053. Pepe, you have a name or the Tolo reactions?
I mean, Mike Zimmer jumped out just because of his experience already here in Dallas. Al Harris, I always like the in-house stuff. They're familiar with the players, so I think Al Harris.
Of course you do. Look how you're moving up in this company.
Yeah, exactly. I just one job, and I stay there throughout my whole life. But, I mean, Al Harris is probably the favorite for me right now, just from him being familiar with the staff, the players, and everything. And it seems like he's a fan favorite on the text line as well.
Al Harris?
Yeah. Al Harris, you got some Rivera as well in there, too.
For Ron Rivera?
Ron Rivera, yeah, a couple, 205.
Okay. Now, Micah Parsons talking about Dan Quinn says, look, that's my OG. He means a lot to me. It's not just about football. Does a great job of finding ways for you to love the game. He doesn't just treat me like a player. He almost treats me like a friend. He's always there for me when I need him. We're not afraid to have those hard conversations, whether it's father to son or player to coach. Dan is my guy. And you had other players who were under him in Atlanta praising him. Chris Chester, former Falcons guard. He is by far one of my favorite head coaches. His energy was consistent. That was a change in my career. Up until that point, it was more traditional coaching. And when it was the bad, the building felt heavy. Under Quinn, we really took bad games, flushed them, and moved on. It's not like the building was in a gray cloud or a fog. And then Logan Paulson, former Washington tight end, he's now an analyst with the team, said the place I enjoyed the most working was probably in Atlanta with Dan Quinn. And he played for 5 teams over 10 seasons. Said Dan is great at motivating and with his communication and being in sync with his vision. That was one of his favorite, if not the favorite place to be. Of course, he's got the Seattle Seahawks tenure as well. And now he goes on over to Washington. The last Washington coach to have a winning record in his first season with the team. Would you like to guess?
The last Washington coach to have a winning record in his first season with the team.
This is pretty crazy. Guess the decade.
I will guess it was the 80s. 70s. Just Joe Gibbs?
No. George Allen, 1971. You had Ron Rivera, 7-9. I'm just going through all these names. It is comical. Jay Gruden, 4-12. Mike Shanahan, 6-10. Jim Zorn, I was there for that, 8-8. Steve Spurrier, 7-9. Schottenheimer, 8-8. Norv Turner went 3-13. Richie Pettibone went 4-12. Gibbs, 8-8. Jack Pardee, 8-8. And George Allen went 9-4-1 back in 1971.
Jack Pardee. Ugh. Wow. 1971.
Yeah.
That's an amazing stat. It's like the Saints haven't drafted a first-round quarterback since Archie Manning.
Is that the case?
Yeah, that's the last first-round quarterback they drafted. It was Archie Manning.
Cowboys not too far away on
Cowboys,
that list,
they're the second longest.
Are they?
With Aikman.
All right, so it sounds like Belichick was a possibility here. Diana Rossini. During the hiring process, Belichick was considered for the job. The commander spoke with him, and he had support from some decision makers. In the end, Dan Quinn was their choice. And then you have Mike Florio, who joined us yesterday talking about this. So at the end of the day, if I told you a month ago, 2 months ago, a year ago, 2 years ago, that Dan Quinn would get hired and be the preference over Bill freaking Belichick, what would you have said?
I thought you were lying.
This is insanity.
Yeah, it is insanity. I mean, Dan Quinn's a good football coach, but he had his chance. He had, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but in the RJ Choppy world, and I don't totally disagree with this, Dan Quinn, he really has a Super Bowl.
He does. Yes, I totally agree.
He really has.
Yep. I didn't need the final score of that game to know who the better team was that day. That was Atlanta. Atlanta was absolutely the better team than New England that day. They just blew it. Detroit was the better team on Sunday. They blew it, right? I don't need the final score sometimes to know who the better team was.
And a lot of people blame Kyle Shanahan for that, even though Dan Quinn was his boss.
Yep. But, in the subsequent years, I mean, he had the best receiver in the game. He had one of the best quarterbacks of the game and the OC of the generation, and the defense was the problem. They couldn't win. I'll give coaches like Robert Saleh, he didn't have a quarterback. I'll give him a pass. Dan Quinn had a quarterback, and he had Matt Ryan. Matt Ryan's a good enough player to be able to win, and he did. I mean, I'll give him to Gray. He almost won a Super Bowl. Yeah. He should have won a Super Bowl. So, yes, we'll give him a little bit too much grief, but yeah, I just don't think it's very inspiring if you're watching.
Ralph Vacchiano of Fox Sports reported Washington team sources said that the new owner, Josh Harris, and the new GM had concerns about everything from Belichick's age to his willingness to work under a GM who will have control over personnel to whether he would even want to take on what could be a years-long rebuild. And then Adam Schefter said those running the Commanders love Dan Quinn's high energy compared to somebody with Belichick's famous demeanor. They hired Dan Quinn because they believe in him as a leader. They believe in him as a man. They believe that other people are spot on in what they say about DQ. So they feel like they got an energetic, upbeat, positive guy stepping into the Commanders. So it sounded like control, demeanor, energy separated Bill Belichick from Dan Quinn.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I get it. I totally get it. You can no doubt see a difference. One is bad energy and one is high energy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the way it is, man. Like you can be charmed by Dan Quinn far more than Bill Belichick.
Jim Harbaugh said the goal in LA is multiple championships, multiple rings. Is there a chance that Jim Harbaugh is going to get punished by the National Football League? The Terrell Pryor rule is going to hit.
Yeah.
Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers.
There is a chance on that one because the NFL, there is a cause for them to punish. He may not avoid punishment.
I hate this rule.
I do too. They did it. They basically did it with Zeke. At least we thought that was like our excuse. But you mentioned Terrell Pryor. But that whole sign stealing situation, he might not escape going to the NFL. They might not grant him impunity. History shows he could still get hit with some kind of suspension. Tom Pelissero, Ian Rappaport said the NFL is unlikely to make itself a safe harbor for him to escape what could be substantial NCAA discipline.
So I get in trouble here at work. I get fired today. I go to a brand new job, maybe a different field. And I start off with a 2-week suspension because of what happened here. Make it make sense, please.
I can't. Pete Carroll didn't have to sit out when he got dinged by the NCAA. When he went to the NFL, he didn't have to sit out anything. I don't understand this at all. This is like, when you do something, it's like getting caught speeding a 60 and a 40. But when you get to the 55 zone, you're still going 60. And then the cop tells you that since you broke the law, I didn't see you do it. I mean, I saw it, but I didn't radar you. I wouldn't do it. Not even my jurisdiction. It was out of my jurisdiction. But I know that 2 towns over, I got radioed in.
Yeah.
And they saw you speeding 2 towns over. So I'm going to get you here. I don't think that works. That doesn't jive with me.
TroutWreck.com text line is wide open for the Friday edition of Sean and RJ at 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. It sounds like Aaron Rodgers was an absolute nightmare, and we know how big the Super Bowl is in terms of betting. People who've never laid down a bet all year long are going to throw down some cash. Maybe you will be if you're joining us in Vegas. We'll tell you the early Super Bowl prop bets that you can have fun with as we get ready for Vegas next on The Fan.
We're giving you your morning sports fix while sharing some laughs.
segment here brought to you by State of the Art Weight Loss, that's soda, and by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club, especially if you're watching this morning on YouTube and Twitch. Sean Sharif and RJ Choppy with you. We are live on the fan cam with Peyton and Ryan controlling things as we get ready to fly out for Vegas on Monday. Bobby will be back after the weekend. Has he posted any Florida trips, any vacation?
I haven't seen anything. I scroll on Instagram a lot more than anything else, and I haven't seen him put anything on Instagram. Definitely not in the story.
Nothing yet. I saw him jump on Twitter as soon as the Dan Quinn news broke, though.
He hasn't been texting us at all.
No. Look at this. Look at his growth.
What do you make of that? Growth?
I think it's growth.
I take offense to it, actually.
Really?
Yeah. He should be sending us prep work stuff, because he's done it in the past. Once you do it once,
yeah,
you can't
you're
take
right.
it away.
Yes, he should be sending you stuff. Like he should have done did he do the neighborhood watch for you yesterday? He should have.
No, I did it myself.
We know how much the Super Bowl is going to be bet on. Would you like the early game props or the fun props?
Oh, let's do the fun props. I already got a game prop in. Oh, baby.
What is it?
Patrick Mahomes over 4.5 rush attempts.
Okay. So does that mean anytime he runs breaking the line of scrimmage, is that what qualifies as a rush attempt?
I mean, he could do a read option and take it and still lose yards. But think of it this way. Do you think Kansas City's going to win the game? If the answer is yes, that's 3 kneel downs right there. That's 3 rush attempts. All you need is 2.
That's a rush attempt?
That's a rush attempt. They count as a rush yard or a negative rush yard.
You looked all this up to check?
It counts as a negative rush yard.
Wow.
So if you think the team's going to, that's kind of a cheat code with
I'm
this.
surprised they would have
I'm surprised too.
overlooked that.
But they allow it because it technically in the stat sheet is a rush attempt.
Wow. Okay. But if they have San Fran favored, then maybe they don't think that Kansas City, but you still got to cover for yourself. Well, where's the line been moving with this?
Started at 2.5, went down to 1, back up to 2. So I think that it's kind of stable right now. We'll see what the sharp money does as the week goes on, but right now it's at 2.
Length of national anthem. The over-under for Reba is 86.5 seconds.
That's one of the shortest ever. Usually they're a little bit more than that. Usually these days are closer to 2 minutes. And that thing's not even at 90 seconds. So that's pretty short.
Yeah, Peyton, our one inside track to making a ton of money was one year, I can't remember what city we were in, but someone told us they were at the national anthem auditions, like while they were setting up, and they clocked it. And they told us what the time was. And I'm like scrambling for us to try to find an online place to put in the bet because we had the inside track. We had insider info on the national anthem and the over-under, but we never got it in.
Never got it in. They found out. They found out there was a leak. I don't know how they found out. They
probably posted it online because people have done that before. They'll stand outside the stadium and have their stopwatch going, and it ruins it for everyone.
Yep.
Which team, or will the team call coin toss correctly? Can I read the freaking sentence? Will the team call the coin toss correctly? Will team that wins the coin toss win the game? Coin toss outcome. Color of liquid poured on the winning coach. Do you know what the favorite is for the color?
I saw this. It's purple, right?
It is purple.
Yeah. I think purple's the best one. Purple's my favorite Gatorade anyway. On the Gatorade Zero, that's my favorite one. Blue's a close second.
Blue was second, then yellow, green, lime, orange, red, pink, clear/water.
No red. Both teams have red in their colors. I was thinking maybe it would match. That'd be my guess was red, but
red's 5th on the list.
Yeah.
And we have the team uniforms as well. There's a stat out there. History shows that San Fran has an edge because of the jersey color.
Red,
if you believe in betting on that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's red. Teams with red, their jerseys win that are wearing the home jersey, win an exorbitant amount of the Super Bowls.
But last year the Chiefs were wearing white when they beat the Eagles. That was the 37th time that a team rocking that color walked away with a Super Bowl win. That was 65% of the time. But teams that wore a colored jersey have gone 3-16 since 2004.
Wow.
The Chiefs were responsible for one of those wins, wearing red while beating the 49ers. So if you want to bet on that type of crazy stuff, San Francisco has the edge over Kansas City.
You want some Taylor Swift ones?
Sure.
Will Travis Kelce propose to Taylor Swift?
Oh, my gosh. Amanda brought this up to me, and I was like, you talk about, like, breaking the internet.
Breaking
internet.
it. That is very...
If Janet Jackson was performing in this and had the boob slip,
yeah,
and Kelsey proposed to Taylor after, which one would blow up more? Boob slip?
Ooh, man.
T-Swift proposal. Because I think the other day was like the anniversary of it or something.
I think anytime a nipple makes an appearance, that's big news.
But still, Taylor Swift
Yeah.
proposal?
Proposals don't happen every day.
Is Travis... She would never... I don't know. I don't think there's a 0% chance. I don't think it's zero. I think Travis is crazy enough to do it, and I think she's so teeny bopper in love, she comes across that way, that she wouldn't tell him, now make sure you never ever do this. Make sure. Like, she would just, you know, she would bask in the moment.
Well, I'll tell you what, if you're confident.
I'm not confident.
If you think that's possible.
I think it's possible.
Okay, well.
Give me a crazy odd.
If you bet $100, you will pay out, you will win over $1,000.
That's it?
It's 10-1.
That's nothing. It should be 500 to 1.
It's 1 to 30, not
10 to 1.
You have to bet $3,000 to win 100 on the no, and on the yes, you bet $100, you win over 1,000. It's unbelievable.
So you can bet the no.
You can bet the no. It's minus 3,000. You can bet the no
to win $100.
To win.
It's a free $100.
Obviously the coin toss is even. The halftime show props. How many songs? Over under is 8.5. So you can bet on the over under.
Well, the problem with that is, like, a lot of times they don't do the full songs.
Right, they do like a couple of.
They go to a next one.
Right, they weave their way through, so that counts. Songs to be performed minus 100,000. The absolute favorite is that one. Let's see. You got Confessions. Obviously, that's got to get played. I'm trying to think of one that would absolutely be played. Like You Got It Bad is plus 350. Nice and Slow is plus 250. You Don't Have to Call is plus 1,400. It's 14 to 1. Most of these are in the negative, though. You're gonna have to lay some odds to get a bet in on a lot of these. The 8.5 songs. Oh, other performers' odds. The favorite to join him on stage is Alicia Keys.
Okay.
Luna is next. Lil Jon at minus 105. Everybody else from will.i.am, Nicki Minaj, Pitbull, Bieber, Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift plus 550. You want to get in on that? Lil Wayne plus 550. David Guetta. Dude, David Guetta, GOAT status. Plus 575. 21 plus 650. Madonna plus 1,300.
As for the game odds, the favorite to win Super Bowl MVP right now is Mahomes, then Brock Purdy, McCaffrey. First touchdown scored by McCaffrey's the favorite, then Pacheco, then Kelsey, Kittle, Rashee Rice. This is kind of fun. Super Bowl records. I don't even care about betting on it. I just like to know what the Super Bowl records are. Any player to score 4 or more touchdowns, 15 to 1. Any player to have 205 or more rushing yards, 30 to 1. That was a Super Bowl record. Any player to have, I should have just quizzed you guys on the Super Bowl records. What do you think the receiving yardage record is?
The receiving, is it Deion Branch with 48 catches that one year?
No, yards though.
Oh, yards.
And I don't know the player, but just the amount.
204.
216.
Was that T.O.?
I don't have the player for the third time. Any player to throw 7 or more touchdown passes. Any player to have 500 or 6 more passing yards. So these are some of the game props if you're thinking about getting something in.
215 receiving yards in a 20-16 win in 1989 by number 80, Jerry Rice.
And who threw for 6 touchdowns?
Steve Young.
Good job. So 7 would be the record if someone went out and did that between Purdy or Mahomes. All right. Speaking of throwing, Aaron Rodgers, New York Jets leaks. And you know that we love drama. There's a report that Aaron Rodgers, Mr. Awesome Mentor, Mr. Hard Knocks, put on
with a bowl.
Put on for the cameras and be Mr. Likeable, and the guy guiding Zach Wilson. There's a report Aaron Rodgers just stopped talking to Zach Wilson. So Bill Belichick stopped talking to Mac Jones as the head coach. Aaron Rodgers apparently abandoned Zach Wilson, and Zach thought he could go to Aaron throughout the entire year. And then there's a report that Robert Saleh threatened all of his assistant coaches, I'm going to take your cell phones and I'm going to look at them to see who leaked the report about Zach Wilson not wanting to go back to starting. This is from The Athletic. It was probably you, Robert Saleh.
Yeah.
Didn't you run your mouth to Joe Big Leone?
Yep.
Whoever that is.
That's right.
That we used to do crosstalk with at WFAN.
Yeah, Beningo. Text him Beningo.
Yeah, so Robert Saleh over leaked paranoia, and then Aaron Rodgers not talking to Zach Wilson anymore.
Man, he abandoned him. He abandoned Zach Wilson. Could you imagine that? This is right here. This is why guys like Kyrie are happy here. This is it. This is it, right? They're happy here. And this is why I think what Eli Manning accomplished is so much more impactful. The reports that they abandoned Zach Wilson. The hell? How do you think you abandon him? You're hurt. You're not even there half the time.
So you're saying this is overblown New York headline story.
I think this is a little bit overblown. I think if this was with Carolina, I don't think this is a story. I think a lot of guys who get hurt are ghosts. We've always heard that, right? Man, when you get hurt, you are a ghost in that building. Nobody hears from you. Nobody sees you. You're off doing your own thing. And I wonder who the leak is. It's got to be Robert Saleh or something to that effect. Like, he asked Rodgers to speak with Wilson to convince him to change his mind, but he was, Zach Wilson had already made his mind up maybe, but yeah, what we're supposed to be surprised that Aaron Rodgers is not the best teammate?
There's no other player in sports that I look at and treat as like a little brother more than Zach Wilson. Like,
Yeah.
I don't even look at him like as a man. I don't even look at him as a pro athlete. I'm like, I want to put my arm around him, even though he's right.
Blonde theory, blonde man theory.
What's that?
Can't take a blonde man seriously. Sorry, Peyton. You're not blonde.
Peyton's not blonde.
I'm sure one of your 4 brothers has to be, though.
Yeah. Two twins.
I want you to send us a picture of your brothers. We need to analyze this on the fan cam. Just yesterday, we found out that Peyton had all these siblings. You and Bobby could field a freaking football team. But I want to see a Russell family portrait so that we can break down all the bros for the Friday edition and Ryan get it up on
That's a good one.
The fan cam. I got to see them. I gotta see how much they look like each other. I gotta see the facial hair.
The facial hair. I was thinking that. Yeah, he has two blonde brothers as well. The height, the builds, all the things.
Why did Eric Chiafalo win G-Bag of the day? And the Toxicology report is in for the Kansas City Chiefs chemist. The story we've been obsessed with. We may finally have some answers next.
Let's get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is, of course, Stephen Gilchrist-owned store.
105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
In order to truly have an all-time great crime story, you need like a cool name associated with either the story or like one of the killers, right? Like Jack the Ripper, the Unabomber.
Yeah.
Trying to think. Another one.
Night Stalker. You got yourself your serial killer names, right? Yeah, the Night Stalker. Great documentary, by the way, on Netflix. The Night Stalker. Fantastic.
And now we have a name for the Kansas City Chiefs fan story, The Chemist.
The Chemist. Sounds like a name on the blacklist of the TV show. It sounds like a villain. But this is a bombshell of sorts. This is one of the cousin of one of the victims.
And in case you don't know the story, guy had over, we think, 3 friends that were Chiefs fans. It was really cold outside, and somehow, some way, the 3 outside ended up dead.
Right.
The guy who hosted the party went back upstairs to sleep for 2 days. Family and friends became concerned. Police finally went over. The guy opens the door holding an empty glass of wine in his underwear.
Yeah. So that guy's name is Jordan Willis. He's the one that lives at the home. His job is a scientist. He's an HIV scientist. So he was asleep. Whatever happened, they all fell asleep. He passed out for 2 days, which is insane. The other 3 went outside for whatever reason. They were outside, and they froze to death outside. The police had to wait for their bodies to thaw before they could identify them. That's how frozen they were.
Wow.
So his cousin,
Grown men, though, that couldn't get out of a backyard.
right?
Were just sitting there freezing to death. Very weird.
2 were laying on the ground. 1 was in a chair. The cousin of one of the victims spoke about this, and he said in this clip that he's his best friend. So, and I believe this for one reason is that, like, you may not tell your mom or dad things or a sibling, but everybody's got that cousin that they've gotten into a situation with. Like everybody's got that cousin that, like, they will maybe let their guard down a little bit. I buy this. Here's the cousin, Caleb McGeeney.
A lot of times I'm hearing that David, Clayton, and Ricky were like brothers. Jordan was kind of off on the side. Mm-hmm. True?
Jordan's a chemist, bro.
Jordan's what?
Jordan's a chemist. They all knew him as that. It was easy for them to go have fun, but he made a mistake. Jordan was the chemist. He's a scientist, right? He does what he needs to do. And now, to use my cousin, my best friend, as a guinea pig? No.
What about Alex Lee? What do you know about him?
I know him.
Yeah? Any idea that he might have brought drugs?
Hell
No?
no. Jordan had him. Jordan was the one.
So you don't think any more attention should be paid on Alex Lee?
Alex Lee is a good man. He's a good man. Alex Lee is a solid. He was one of their best friends forever. Jordan is somebody that is known from high school as like creating drugs for people to make them feel better in certain situations. Okay, well, you want to do this? Okay, I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you. I'm gonna make this for you, and handing them out.
Wow.
Yeah, that was a lot to hear.
Yeah.
And now the police are still not investigating this as a homicide, and I don't know. I have no idea what the rules are on this. Like if they were asking him to make a concoction for them.
Did he drug them or were they partaking?
Yeah, and was it an honest mistake? Right, which you can't. It was, and does that play into it? I have no idea. I have no idea if it plays into it or not. I have no idea.
I think you got to figure out whether he drugged them or they were all using it recreationally. Yeah.
And you know what?
Maybe it's a second degree, third degree, something.
Could be manslaughter. It could be anything. Is it murder? I don't know that it's murder.
Unless he drugged them.
Unless he drugged them on purpose. Unless he killed. Unless there was intent. Absolutely.
Which I don't know how you're going to prove that.
Good. I know that's the thing. I don't know how you're going to prove it. That's up for the law, and I don't know the law very well.
And he's going to rehab?
He has checked himself into rehab.
See, this is the smartest thing for him to do. Be like, I need to go to rehab. We all took it. I had a different reaction. And he's just going to have to explain that, he took it as well. That's why he knocked out for 2 days.
Yeah, and I did the same thing. We wanted to take something that was really going to mess us up. I put too much of whatever in the concoction, and I passed out for 2 days. And
I wouldn't admit to making anything. I wouldn't admit to saying I came up with this concoction.
I wouldn't either.
Then you're getting homicide. Then you're getting possible murder. Because why are you alive? Why are you alive? And
because he was inside.
Yeah, but he was inside. But they could get out of a backyard.
They could.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He didn't lock him in a cage. So that leads me to believe you gave them something so strong to kill him.
Could be.
You know?
Could be.
I don't know.
Could have
because what you took has you alive, and you just went to sleep. And what they took, maybe they went to sleep on the back porch and froze.
Maybe they went outside to smoke a cigarette and fell asleep. And because of what they took, ingested, they were out for 2 days. And when you're out for 2 days,
should this guy be held right now? During investigation? There's no investigation of homicide.
None. They have not done any investigation of homicide yet.
To me, shouldn't he be detained? Y'all, Frankel, someone text me. Lawyers on the chartwright.com text line. I mean, shouldn't he be held?
Yeah, so they say they could tell by hair samples if they were recreational drug users or not. There was no difference in the reaction. The only difference is that he passed out in the house and they passed out smoking cigs outside. And that's the difference. They passed out there. And once you're outside, you're passed out for 2 days and 30-degree temperatures. You're not going to survive that. Your body temperatures. You can get hypothermia in a 60-degree house.
Yeah. That's what I would say. I'd be like, we all took the same thing. I just went inside. I was tired. That's the only reason I'm alive is because I laid down in my bed and these guys passed out outside.
That's it. That's what he would say. We all took the same drug. If I were him, I mean, you'd be.
How'd you get the drug? Where'd you get it from?
That's where it gets tricky. And that may be. I mean, he may just want to just be brutally honest about it. I mean, it might help him.
No,
it might help.
No, not to help. To be like, I made it. I concocted the thing that killed them.
And now listen, he could reasonably say, look, that did not.
What are
kill
you growing a conscience suddenly?
No. Oh no,
we're trying to figure out how to get out of it.
I'm trying to help him. That didn't kill him. Cold air did.
Yeah. All right, I was going to hire Choppy as my defense attorney. No more. Definitely don't hire Eric Chiafalo to try to get involved in a history discussion because Wednesday, during the G-Bag Nation, Brian Baldinger was on for his weekly segment. And Baldy was mentioning, was it Steve Diassi?
Yes, Steve Diassi.
Steve Diassi played for the Cowboys, won a Super Bowl with the Giants, and Baldinger was mentioning Steve Diassi as a partier. So, the old guys were reminiscing. This is Baldinger, this was Broadus, and then apparently Eric Chiafalo, you know that person at the party or in a discussion who awkwardly tries to fit in? Hey, I know something about that too. I can fit in. Apparently, this one Eric, G-Bag of the day.
From your playing days, who do you have the most beer drinking respect for from a teammate?
Gosh, that's good. Steve Diassi back in the day was pretty good. Oh. He got so good at it, he had to stop it.
Yeah. Too good.
Yeah. Ron Springs was pretty good.
He's got a bust.
Ron Springs can throw some tall boys down.
There we go. I feel like Yahtzee might have a bust in the Beer Drinking Hall of Fame somewhere.
Yeah.
Yahtzee?
Yahtzee?
Did he follow it with Yahtzee?
Yahtzee?
And they're like, yeah.
Is that?
Yeah.
Is that
not Diassi?
Is that what he thought his last name was? Yahtzee?
Yes. Not Diassi or Ted DiBiase.
Diassi.
Yahtzee.
Yahtzee.
I don't know if that was G-Bag of the day worthy.
Yeah, we've lost much better. We've lost much better things than that.
Must have been a weak show.
Weekday.
I heard G-Bag of the day. I was like, all right, we got to go ahead and play this. Little awkward, but must have been a week of comedy. Let's get some comedy up on the fan cam. This is for YouTube and Twitch, some of our top viewing Tolos. the Peyton Russell family picture. We just
Beautiful
found out.
family.
We just found out yesterday. We'll be the judge of that. We just found out yesterday that Peyton had 3 brothers.
Yeah. Yes. Different fathers, though, right?
Okay. All right. Let's go left to right. Okay. Let's go upper left, upper right, lower left, lower right. Man, does Peyton have gray hair at the top of that photo?
I can't. I think it's. It might be. Oh, there's a light. Is it a pendant light?
It's got to be the light.
Pendant light right there.
Got to be the light right there. So that's Peyton, upper left, and then. Do you think that they all look similar? What do you see?
I mean, the twins look similar.
Okay.
Peyton it does not.
I didn't even know he had twin
either.
brothers.
I've said this before. I gotta go back and find the audio. We've gone through my whole family, history before.
I don't remember it. I don't remember it at all. But yeah. Okay. So who's next to you standing up?
So that is Chance.
He's adopted,
30.
right?
No, he's 30. He's the oldest.
He is not. Somebody in your family screwed up. That's not.
Well, you gotta see. I should have put maybe my dad in there to kind of compare it. But
Is that your mom?
no, that's his wife. That's cut off. I just put the 4 brothers in there.
Okay.
Come on.
I wasn't trying to be
yeah.
offensive.
Man,
I just saw
I really hope they're not listening to this.
There's
segment.
half of her face. How am I supposed to be able to tell? I wasn't making any type of joke. Okay, so you're saying that the older brother standing next to Peyton, he doesn't look like he's a part of the family? Choppy?
No. Absolutely not.
He's got the beard though.
Yeah, but his entire the complexion of his skin is much darker than everybody else. Different hair, thicker hair.
Yeah.
That's you guys are not related. That is not your dad's kid.
And then the name of the twins and how old are they?
That's Jarrett and Grant. They're 24.
Okay.
They'll be 25 in April.
They'll be 25 in April. So,
yeah.
Which two get along the most? Are the twins like? Is it that whole twin thing? Like they can finish each other's sentences?
Oh yeah, best
They're
friends.
yin and yang.
Their friends are each other's friends.
Really?
Jarrett's friends are Grant's friends, and vice versa. So they all have their own group together, and they kind of do their own thing.
Are they basically like the same person, like personality wise? You get along with them both the same?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're very similar. I mean, both sports, fanatics, just like myself. But yeah. I mean, and again, we all get together whenever we're together. It's just like whenever we're separate, it's like I'm not going to annoy them and like say, hey, we're not like going out of our way to hang out with each other. It's like we'll hang out with each other, but we're not forcing ourselves to.
What about the adopted one? What's he like?
He looks like he could be.
adopted.
He looks like he could have a temper. He looks like he could get a little hype.
I'm the one with the temper.
You're the one with the
Really?
temper.
Oh yeah, I'll get mad. I'll throw the remote. I'll throw it in the couch, but I'll throw the remote.
Okay.
Okay.
And of the 4, who battles? Who butts heads the most as y'all were growing up, or even right now?
Oh, I think it's got to be me and Chance. Because he was the alpha, but I want to be the alpha. I'm 3 years younger. I want to be the alpha. I want to step up, be the man of the house. But so he kind of got in my way a little bit.
Have your twin brothers ever pulled the swap?
Yeah.
Oh, like in
I was
school?
just going to ask that.
I think that
We're not talking in school.
like with a girl or
Yeah.
something. No, I think they respect each other too much to do that.
They look very nice. They look very innocent.
nice.
Everyone's nice. Everyone, they can be really nice. Unless you annoy them.
And
They'll be
this
upset.
Russell estate, man, he's got like that big Texas house feel,
Yeah.
That dark leather
got the
couch.
Longhorn in the living room.
I'm a big fan of the backsplash there. Is that travertine, the backsplash? I like
Oh
that.
yeah, I didn't mind.
Very nice stuff.
So there it is, Pepe's family with the twins and all the brothers. Now we'll have to do Bobby's next. Have to be a zoom.
big picture.
Yeah, so zoom out.
Have to
My
be an
gosh.
absolute zoom out. All right, the grades are coming in for the Dan Quinn hire in DC, and it's not good. A failing grade for the Commanders hire, and is everybody ready for World Cup Sunday? That's next on Sean and RJ.
Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The Dallas Cowboys need a DC replacement for DQ. You like that?
DQ.
See how I tied that into Peyton's Dairy Queen
That's what I like about Texas.
commercial right there? Dan Quinn fills the last head coaching vacancy in the National Football League. He goes to take over the Commanders. So the Dallas Cowboys are looking for his replacement. I put up the poll question. Who do the Tolos want? At 1053SS on Twitter/X to vote. At 1053SS. And here are the options. Ron Rivera, who they're going to apparently talk to according to Todd Archer. Wink Martindale, who hates the guts of Brian Daboll. Mike Zimmer, who Calvin Watkins says is interested. And then I combined in one category Al Harris and Joe Witt, who many think would be the promotions from within. Now, the one name that I keep getting tweeted to me that I did not put on the list because it's not realistic and it's not happening, it's a pipe dream, is Mike Vrabel. That's the name. Do you think there's any chance Mike Vrabel would take the DC job?
He's out of work.
Yeah.
He's out of work. He's probably got cash coming to him, right, this year, because it's a guaranteed contract with these coaches. He's got two options: either spend the next year on a beach or come be the DC of the Cowboys. I don't think he would want to be a defensive coordinator. I think he would just take time off.
Yeah, and then coach next year.
And coach next year.
If you were going to be a head coach next year, would you be a defensive coordinator this year? You sign up for a place for 1 year? No.
I think the only thing you could do then is hurt your chances. But listen, why was Mike Vrabel, who everybody thought was going to be unemployed for 5 minutes?
Yep.
Why did he not get a job?
Right.
Like, what happened there?
Even the Belichick coaching tree gets crushed in the offseason.
Yeah, by proxy.
Yeah.
Usually
it's during the year with Josh McDaniels and Charlie Weiss and these other guys, but they get left out in the cold. It's like the NFL's trying to kill them off.
Yeah, it almost is.
Trying to poison the tree like the Auburn fans.
And did...
what was that, Bama fans? The Auburn tree got poisoned or the Bama tree? Oh, the Auburn tree.
Toomer's Corner.
Yeah.
Did the Patriots make a mistake with Gerard Mayo over Mike Vrabel? Did Vrabel think he was getting that job and wound up getting nothing? This a lot of these questions are going to be answered here, but Mike Vrabel is everybody thought, this is how stupid we are in the media. Everybody thought he was going to be snatched up and tops on everybody's list.
Well, the teams may be stupid for not hiring him.
Maybe the teams are, yeah.
Who knows? So who do you think's winning this poll, and how would you vote? Al Harris / Joe Witt, Ron Rivera, Mike Zimmer, Wink Martindale. 565 totals of voting.
I would assume Wink is leading.
No, he's in third.
Joe Witt, Al Harris.
Yes, and I would assume most of that is for Al Harris.
Yeah.
Al Harris is getting, and Joe Witt, 51% of the vote, 30% to Mike Zimmer, 8% to Ron Rivera. How would you vote?
I would vote Wink.
Okay.
I'll vote Wink first.
Now, you're talking about going young, new, fresh ideas, and Wink Martindale has been around for a long time. So
You're right. He has.
He's 60.
He there's no doubt he's been around a while, but I think he's a very, very, very good DC.
And you think he's cool because of his first name.
Right. It's a rip.
Wink gives him an edge.
Right, but they ripped the name off. There was a game show host called Wink Martindale.
Like, we're just not getting. We're blaming Ron Rivera, and I get it. I'm just saying, are we being hypocrites here? We're blaming Ron Rivera for his Washington tenure, but Wink Martindale, not one person cares about how he did with the Giants. No one.
No,
they don't care.
No, he's now Ron Rivera was. He's had like what 3 winning seasons as a head coach his entire career.
Is that it? He went to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, he did. Let's go look. I'm going to look it up real quick.
All right, while you look that up, CBS Sports has graded the coaching hires. They gave Dan Quinn to Washington a D+. A D+. Here's what they said. Washington was right to part ways with Rivera after 4 tough but ultimately middling seasons. But to go from one aging defensively minded retread to another is curious, considering how forward-thinking the organization appeared to be, both with new ownership and front office leadership. Quinn oversaw an opportunistic defense with the Cowboys, no doubt, and he's approached the mountaintop before taking the Falcons to the Super Bowl. He also just went 18-23 with 0 playoff bids after that. Perhaps his experience will help ground a rebuilding team, but this is hardly registering as an inspiring, innovative move.
So here you go. This is Ron Rivera real quick. He had a winning record at 12-4 in 2013. He was 15-1 in 2015, went to the Super Bowl. He was 11-5 in 2017. Other than that, in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 seasons, that's it. 3 winning seasons.
And look, that's fine too. Like we know with Wade Phillips, some guys are coaches, head coaches, and some guys are coordinators.
Absolutely. There's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that at all. If there's a young guy out there that they could bring up, fresh ideas, knock it out. If not, and because we are a little bit late in the game. This is late. Most of these coaches have jobs now. If it isn't available, then go with Wink.
How about Al Harris, Joe Witt?
Sure. Al Harris, young guy. Joe Witt, I don't think he's very young, but you want to go with either one of those two? Go with one of those two. I'm out on Ron Rivera. And Mike Zimmer, I don't know. He's a little cantankerous for me.
That's what I want. I want the hard ass in here. Crack heads, crack skulls. CBS gave Jim Harbaugh in LA an A. D+ for Dan Quinn. Raheem Morris in Atlanta, a B. Dave Canales in Carolina, a B+. Gerard Mayo in New England, a C+. Antonio Pierce back with the Raiders, a B-. Who's the Titans head coach?
Callahan.
Good job. Brian Callahan, a B-. Mike McDonald of Seattle, a B. Look, nobody knows anything at all whatsoever. No clue about a lot of these coaches. We just like to throw out these grades like we do with the draft because it's a fun exercise.
Yep. And is Callahan is Bill's kid, right?
Yes.
And then he just hired Bill, too.
Did they hire Bill?
I think he hired his dad to be the offensive line coach. That makes sense. If you're not, Bill Callahan's a good offensive line coach. You wanted to hire him. Now you got to tell your dad what to do? Well, that's a weird dynamic.
And speaking of coaches and the dynamic between pros, college, Harbaugh leaving, you were paying attention to the Green Bay Packers DC hire.
Yeah, so this is Jeff Hafley. Jeff Hafley was the head coach at Boston College. At Boston College is one of those weird programs. Like, I don't know where they fit anymore. I mean, I know they're in the ACC, but I don't know where they fit in terms of the grand scheme of things in college football. They don't have NIL money. There's not a call for it. They've got no.
I don't ever think of them.
You can't get. There's no such thing as a top 300 recruit out of the state of Massachusetts in college football or high school football. It doesn't exist. It's a tough spot, but it's a Power 5 job. He left on his own volition. He leaves BC and goes to be the defensive coordinator of the Green Bay Packers. All right. Now, I think this, and everyone's freaking out, Kirk Herbstreit saying it's not going to stop. This is not the quality of the job as the Green Bay DC is better than the head coach of Boston College. This is the quality of life as the Green Bay DC is better than the head coach of Boston College. And Kirk Herbstreit talked about this on Twitter yesterday, and he's absolutely right. I've said this for a while. These college coaches they can't handle the transfer portal. They don't want to finish their season and then immediately go and recruit all the players that are already on their roster and convince them to stay. And it's a job that is now a 365-day-a-year job, and they're burnt out. And they don't want anything to do with it. And I think there's no coincidence that in the last 18 months in college athletics, we've lost Boeheim and Jay Wright and Mike Krzyzewski and Roy Williams and Nick Saban. I don't. That's it.
They're all old too.
They're old. Not Jay Wright, but yes, that's 18 championships or 19 championships in 18 months of those 6 guys. We've all lost them ever since the end. They don't want to deal with it, and the NCAA has got to figure out something that's pro player. It has to be pro player, but they've got to figure out something with this portal because these coaches don't want to they can't. it's not sustainable the way it is right now.
Sunday at 2 p.m., I am making an appointment for this. I'm very interested to see the coverage throughout DFW, our TV partner, NBC5, 1080 downstairs with the radio news reporting, because the World Cup announcement is going to be made. You're even behind the scenes on this, maybe working on a Monday guest.
On a Monday guest for the head of the committee. But yeah, this is the FIFA. This is FIFA deciding our official announcement. Now, there's been reports from newspapers and publications in Europe that have already said that North Texas is going to get the final.
Yeah.
But
everyone thinks that
everyone
this
thinks
is
it is.
I'm getting, you get the Tolo investigated, the Tolo moles, the Molos behind the scenes saying, I know a friend across the street signed an NDA, and he told me that they're already restructuring, they're making suites, all that stuff.
Yeah, they are. They put $400 million into this thing, into the stadium, and they're all redoing this. They're redoing every suite.
Could be for the third place match.
It could be for could be.
Could be for the, for the silver.
Right. Now, listen, I know this. I know FIFA ideally wanted SoFi in LA. That was their number one. But LA pulled out of it for a lot of reasons.
LA pulled out of wanting to host the World Cup final?
SoFi didn't want to meet their demands. And MetLife in New York or Jersey, they were going to have to remove 1,700 seats. Because I guess their stands are closer to the field.
Oh, easy. I thought they already did that for the Giants season.
Yeah, right. There you go. So their stands are closer to the field or whatever, and FIFA wanted a little bit more room, so they were going to remove seats. Well, that stadium's also smaller than ours, so now you're taking 1,700 seats away. So we're going to wind up winning this thing. And I don't care if it's by default.
Yeah.
We need another chance. We need another chance to
prove
show.
ourselves.
To prove ourselves. Now, here's what's going to happen. It's going to be 5,000 degrees that week. It's going to be in July.
Oh, my gosh.
All right. It's going to be oppressive heat. The stadium's going to melt. Like, that's the problem. That's what's going to happen. We are going to get record heat and some other way to screw us, because when we had the All-Star game, we had a foot of snow, and we had the Super Bowl, we had a foot of ice, and now what's going to happen? We're just going to have people...
Drought!
Super drought.
Super drought.
High heat, and people passing out.
People passing out.
Yep, left and right. Left and right.
So there it is, the World Cup announcement that we're all thinking is coming our way Sunday at 2 p.m. I can't wait to see the celebrations. I can't wait to see like your plazas and your different areas and your overhead shots. And I'm going to be paying attention to it on Sunday. And who may come on? We decide on Monday who wants to come on, or is that behind the scenes?
It would be the the head of the they have the Super Bowl host committee.
Yeah.
Whoever came up with the bid and spearheaded the bid to get the World Cup final
would possibly come on Monday.
Come on.
Okay.
Maybe Jerry pops on. He's the head of the stadium.
Wait, if he comes on for that and not after the loss,
I'd rather have on the World Cup person right now.
Oh.
I don't want to have a fight right now. All right, that's everything you need to know with Dan Quinn going to the Commanders. We'll talk about the DQ replacements at 8 o'clock with Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com. But we have the Expressway. We are about to be commercial free all the way up until 8 o'clock for the next 40 minutes. Cam Newton, is he the new truth teller? Because he is insulting the quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers. We have more NFL drama to get to as well. And the junk drawer. Can Peyton Russell prove that he deserves even more airtime over Bobby? Find out next.
Let's get your carpet clean. Cleanway, Greenway.
It's Fan Football Friday on 105.3 The Fan. Sponsored by Blue Nail Roofing and the Diamond Factory.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Revolver Brewing. And it is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
How about the delivery that just came in from Whataburger? We got a 72-pack of Whata Wings brought in for breakfast. We got hot wings. Excuse me.
Wow.
Yeah.
There you go.
Almost had the buffalo sauce.
Eating those wings.
Yeah. We got like a honey barbecue. We got all these different flavors. They dropped off some fries as well. So thank you to Whataburger. And starting February 8th, you can now feed your entire crew with the Whata Wings Party Pack. That's 72. They're going boneless. That's the RJ Choppy special. Boneless wings in your favorite sauce. You can mix and match as well. Family size of fries, so it's perfect for the big game watch parties, feeding the large groups only from your hometown Whataburger. And they have signed up recently to be a humongous partner of 105.3 The Fan after they saw the Tolo followings at Flagtober. They wanted to support Peace-a-thon as well, so thank you to Whataburger for the breakfast. Pepe, what did you indulge in?
I went with the buffalo, the classic buffalo. I've had these Whata Wings before. Very delicious. Dip them in some ranch. I'm a ranch over blue cheese guy, so and I like the boneless too. You know, you can just eat it with the fork, chow down on it. Great.
Honey butter, buffalo, sweet and spicy, and honey barbecue. I'm loving the honey barbecue right now. But you got the sweet and spicy and the honey butter as well. So thank you for the 72-pack delivery. See the sales vultures fly in here.
It'll be up here. Well, if they showed up, it's a Friday. You kidding me? Sales vultures.
All right.
Not even here.
Speaking of wings, you associate that with the big day. We had Matt Pittman on from Meat Church to preview your game day spreads, and now another push for Super Bowl Saturday.
Super Bowl Saturday. This is something that needs to happen. Dan Patrick revisited his long-held belief that it should be moved to Saturday. I don't consider that his idea because I think everybody in America has thought of that one for decades. But Roger Goodell and the TV executives at Fox are here to pour cold water over this wonderful idea. Eric Shanks, who is the CEO and executive producer of Fox Sports, told Dan Wetzel of Yahoo Sports, quote, "I think it's crazy. The Super Bowl just should be on Sunday." Great idea there, champ. Yeah, great idea. It should be on Saturday. Why? Because it's always been on Saturday. That's the reason. And I said so because I belong on a beach. I'll tell you that. I belong on a beach. That doesn't mean that I get to do whatever I want to. This guy speaks like somebody who doesn't have a job on Monday, who can wake up whenever he wants.
Right.
Because he's the CEO, and he is in charge. He's the big dog on campus. How about Roger Goodell? How about that? What did Roger Goodell say?
I wonder how much they just love their branding of Super Bowl Sunday, and the NFL is a Sunday sport, even though they try to put on, Black Friday and every other damn day of the week.
We're on every other day now. He says, quote, from an audience standpoint, on Sunday night, they're so much larger. Fans want to have the best opportunity to be able to see the game. We want to give that to them, so Sunday night is a better night. That may have been the case in 1973 when the game was still trying to get its footing.
I don't know. I do feel like the numbers would be a little less on a Super Bowl Saturday.
My question is why?
Because you're going to do
no
more
one's going
things.
out to dinner over the Super Bowl, right? No one's like the Super Bowl has become a national event, and nobody is not going to watch the Super Bowl because they want to go to a dinner. I don't think. Every other sport cancels their sporting events that night. Find me the sporting event that schedules itself opposite the Super Bowl. Everything is canceled. Like the whole world is shut down. I think you could have the Super Bowl on Christmas Eve, and church would be empty. Empty.
Man,
empty.
Shots fired at God.
You have it on Easter Sunday. Empty. You're going to work around it. Nobody misses this game. Put this thing on Saturday, man.
No, don't get me wrong. I want it on Saturday. It sucks, right? You can't get blasted. I don't even want to sit there and, go to a party. I don't want to have a party. I got to listen to the commercials intently to be able to talk about it the next day. By
the way, they've been very disappointing the last few years.
Awful. They get worse every year.
Every year.
Every year they get worse.
Well, there come a point where we stop worrying about the commercials. Like where they get so bad, right? Where they just or are they so expensive that these companies can't put that same amount of money into the production of them or finding a.
I think it's the script writers.
Yeah,
it's got to be the writers. It's got to be the script.
Always blame the writers.
It's the script. Pay, would you sign up? I want to know who would prefer it on Sunday. That's what I want. I want to hear from the opposite. That say, no, I prefer it on Sunday. Keep it there.
Yeah, I'm a big party guy, so Saturday would be ideal. Plus, it's like, if you did get blacked out or whatever, during the game, you could just rewatch it Sunday, and then you can come in Monday and talk about like you watched it, a couple hours ago. So I'm voting for Saturday.
Saturday, man. Now, again, look, maybe some malls are open still at 6 o'clock on a Saturday night.
How about college football? College football puts their championship on a Monday. Their day is Saturday. They change. Now, for the worse, right? Because we got to stay up till 12:30 on a Monday night in order to watch it. But there's a reason they put it on Monday, probably instead of Saturday.
Yep. I mean, I would think
they're going to get more people watching on a Monday versus things to do. Because, right, the thing you say about the Super Bowl is everyone. It doesn't matter if you like football, like sports or not. It's an event. And I think that event would have a few less eyes on a Saturday. That's just my guess. Yeah. It may not be much, but it definitely wouldn't be more.
It may not be more.
It would not be more.
Although you may have people like, let's see, what time it starts at 5:30 here, so 6:30 on the East Coast.
And then they want that Monday probably in the news for everyone to react to it.
Which they still would get.
Everyone to talk about it.
They still would get.
Yeah, I'll be getting it 2 days later.
2 days later, you still would get it.
Older news.
I think the college.
There's a reason people bury things on a Friday at 5 p.m.
I know. I think the thing with college football is, it's not a national event. It's you have to like sports to watch the college football national championship. Everybody tunes in to the Super Bowl, like people who don't even watch football.
Yeah,
a lot of people. It's the first game they watch all year, and they still watch. I don't think it matters what day it's on.
I just think Sunday 6 p.m. Everyone's home. Saturday 6 p.m.
Yeah, but they make their plans. They would make plans. I think they would make plans otherwise. I think they would adjust their plans. Nobody is going to go out to eat on Super Bowl Saturday. I think you would see the same amount of people because they're going to be at parties. They're going to be with their friends.
Yeah. You take a trip like Bobby, then you have to come back a day early. You got to mess up the trip instead of coming back on Sunday from Florida. All right, speaking of the Super Bowl, is Cam Newton the new quarterback whisperer after he insulted Dak Prescott, said he was a game manager? Bam! He looked like a genius after the Packers. He said Brock Purdy was a game manager. I don't think that looks that good. But here's Cam doubling down on the Purdy hate, saying he's the 10th best player on his own team. This is from the 4th and 1 pod.
I've never said that Brock Purdy was trash. What I did say is Brock Purdy is a game manager. That's not hate. That's just what I feel to be facts. But I still reserve the right to say this. to be labeled a game changer, Brock Purdy has to be the best player on the offensive side of the ball. And that's not the case.
And who's the best player?
Christian McCaffrey. Man, look, I ain't recanting shit. And if you really want to just be honest, if you add in the defensive talent and you add in the offensive talent, Brock Purdy is the 10th best player on this team. Okay, cool. Did he have a great game? Yes. Is he been playing out of his mind? Yes. Is he a quarterback that's hot? Yes. But he's still the 10th best player on his team.
Cam's an idiot. He's just an idiot. I mean, I've wrote down 5 different things. Number 1, I wish his co-host would have said name them. I would love to hear him name them. Number 2, and we can do that in a second. Number 2, you don't have to be the best offensive player on your team to be labeled a game changer. That's what he said. You got to be the best. So if CMC's the best, then he's crapping on Debo and Kittle. Then Debo and Kittle can't be given ultimate great respect because they're not the number one player. So Marvin Harrison was not the best player on the Colts offense. So he's not an ultimate game changer. Cam was a little loose with that. And then Brock Purdy is not on a hot streak. Brock Purdy sucked against Green Bay.
He was bad in the first half of that. Did you get it?
I don't know. This gnat is driving me crazy. And, wing sauce probably not going to help.
No, that ain't going to help.
Well, trap him in this ranch.
Look at that.
Trap him in this Whataburger ranch.
That ain't going to help.
But Cam couldn't name 10 players better than Brock Purdy on San Francisco.
So I tried.
Okay.
All right. CMC.
Yep.
Debo.
Yep.
Trent Williams.
Yep.
Ayuk.
Okay. We'll put in a maybe category.
Kittle.
Okay.
Nick Bosa.
No doubt.
Greenlaw.
Maybe. I'm putting him in my Ayuk category.
Right. Warner.
No doubt.
That's 9. That's right. That's 8. That's 8 guys.
Yeah.
2, 4, 6. That's 8. Could you name? That's really it.
Wait, Peyton. You have the list?
This is from the 4th and 1 Show Twitter account. Cam Newton's top 10 49ers.
All right, good,
and he
good.
named a lot of them.
Okay, good. I'll get ready to maybe apologize. Let's see.
Number 1, McCaffrey.
He put them in order?
Yes.
Okay.
1 through 10.
Oh, good. Okay, Cam. Okay, there you go. That's how you podcast.
2, Trent Williams. 3, Fred Warner. Nick Bosa 4.
Okay.
Debo 5. George Kittle 6. Charvarius Ward 7. Greenlaw 8. Number 9, Brandon Ayuk. And then Brock Purdy 10.
Okay.
Look, I mean, some of those, it's subjective. The Ayuk, Greenlaw, Ward, those are subjective.
Look,
I think objectively, you can't say he's better than CMC, Debo, Trent, Bosa.
Look, I'm not arguing his point about Purdy being 10th. I don't have a major problem with that. They're loaded. I have a major problem with this game manager thing is an insult to every quarterback. It's an insult. It is. It's just like if someone labels you in this profession of, you can be a fill-in play-by-play guy. You could never be the play-by-play guy for a team, but if someone gets sick, and this is not an insult towards you, Jared Sandler, I love you. If Nadell gets sick, then Sandler, you can fill in. But you're never going to be the play-by-play voice of a major league or professional team. You're not that good. You're a fill-in. And a game manager is someone who is told by Bill Parcells and other conservative coaches, you're just out here because we don't have someone dynamic. You take the snaps, you hand it off, you throw screens, you dump it off. That is an insult to every quarterback in their ability. That is why Dak Prescott had to feel insulted when Mike McCarthy talked about, and the Cowboys, dialing things down because of his interception numbers at the start of the year. We want to run the football. I take that personally if I'm Dak Prescott. If you have confidence in yourself, a game manager. Brock Purdy makes big-time throws. Brock Purdy, let me think before I say this. I think Brock Purdy's down-the-field accuracy is more big-time than Cam Newton's ever was. Now, I'm not going to crap on Cam as a player. Cam Newton, you could make an argument, changed the game. He was a monster. Okay? This guy carried his organization and team to a Super Bowl appearance. Cam was a beast. He was a beast. I got respect for Cam Newton's game.
Cam's one of the most overrated number 1 picks of all time.
Oh. Okay.
He was an absolute monster of a player and a bust at the same time. His best year, his MVP year, his QBR would have been 10th this past season. His adjusted net yards per attempt for his career would have been 21st this season.
Look,
he wasn't a good. He was a great athlete.
Yes.
He had amazing size and skill.
Yes.
He was not accurate with his passes.
Right. And Brock Purdy's a better thrower.
Much better.
Brock Purdy's a better thrower, but Cam Newton in his prime was a problem. He could be a problem.
Cam wishes he could be Lamar Jackson. Wishes he could be Lamar Jackson.
So my problem is his definition of it. Right? San Fran's loaded. You want to argue Greenlaw? You want to argue Ayuk? You want to argue Ward? Fine. It's just, if you're not the best player offensively, then you got to be a game manager. That's stupid. But I did respect that he named the 10, showing off some football knowledge and putting his money where his mouth is.
I mean, listen, Joe Montana, you could argue, was a game manager. He managed a game because that's not a slight. It's not a slight on him.
But are you capable? Is your coach trusting you, and are you capable of making dynamic, big-time plays to win the game or carry an offense? That's what separates an impact player from a game manager. That's what gets you paid 55 versus nowadays 40. You know what I mean? Are we building this around your arm, or is your arm part of it? That's a game manager definition to me. That's what it is. So I think I still think he's insulting Brock Purdy a little bit, but that is Cam Newton, who people said was right about Dak Prescott. And Dak Prescott is not a game manager either. Dak Prescott is a playmaker. Would you agree with that?
Dak Prescott is a playmaker?
He's not a game manager.
I think he's caught in the middle.
Okay.
I think he's somewhere between playmaker and game manager. I don't think he's a game manager because I think to be a game manager, you have to do...
Because to me, I can say at the start of my year, this offense is going to run through Dak's right arm, and we're going to have 10 to 12 wins.
Yeah.
That to me means you're definitely more than a game manager.
You're definitely more.
And we're riding the right arm for the season offensively.
Right.
Because they changed that, right?
Yeah,
they wanted to start off not doing that, and then they changed, and it worked.
I think a lot of times, like game managers, Dak makes enough mistakes to not be a game. Game managers need to be really mistake-free. They can't afford mistakes. He
doesn't throw picks.
No, I don't mean picks in general. Just like, sometimes bad throws, throwing in the wrong spot, inaccurate throws. Game managers are like, they've got to be like pinpoint accurate, and they may not be able to make all the throws on the route tree, but when they do the throws they can make, they are pinpoint with it.
What do y'all think? 877-881-1053. Oh crap. Jared's wife was listening when I talked about him being the play-by-play guy. Hi, Em. Hope you're doing well. Love ya. Jared can be. He can be a play-by-play guy with other teams. Yeah, other people. I'm not even going to try to cover it up. Hit the different segment button.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer?
Junkin!
That's right, guys. We go around just stuff in the junk drawer. Because Bobby Belt's not here again. So
Peyton,
I had it.
Not a smooth. I said the week of Pepe continues. Hit the intro. You take it out and stumbling, bumbling, fumbling.
It's Bobby Bell. He's talking my ear already from 12 hours away. But yeah, we just go around the drunk drawer here. Just get some.
The drunk drawer?
Did I say drunk drawer?
What are we doing? What do we do? You got Whataburger in your mouth? You got them wings in your mouth?
I'm down in these wings. I'll just talk about my story. Sean, you're going to love this story because you're one of the many college football fans that absolutely hate the University of Texas, the greatest university in America. Yeah. You absolutely hate them. So we know how Barstool does their stuff. They have all these college affiliates. Barstool, Miami, Barstool, Alabama. Barstool TCU is one of them as well. All these colleges have a Barstool affiliate account. And so Barstool TCU is donating 500 horns down shirts to the student section for their basketball game this Saturday against the University of Texas.
Yep. All eyes on you, TCU. All eyes. All eyes, because
amazing.
If the powers that be.
Wait, the school is doing it?
No, Barstool okay. TCU. Barstool's got like an account for every school, right? For most of them. If the powers that be.
That's amazing.
Inside the place, formerly known as Daniel Meyer Coliseum, if they decide that they need to tell the students to take off those shirts, Big problem. The Super Bowl ain't the number one story on Monday morning. That is. That is.
This is amazing. I love it. I love it
too.
Just to trigger and get under the skin of all these Longhorn fans and all their and their coaches and their media.
They'll be in
Fantastic.
Fort Worth, Sean. If you want to buy a ticket, you go out there and participate. Man, that would be something. If I saw you, Sean, with the horns down shirt on ESPN.
What day is it?
Saturday.
Oh, it's on Saturday.
I think it's like a 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock game.
Afternoon game.
Are you wearing a Longhorn shirt right now?
No.
Oh, that's a little burnt orange.
Peach.
Yeah, it's just a little light orange day.
Okay, a little light orange day, but this is fantastic. Well done, Barstool TCU.
It's wonderful. You've got to do this.
It's not us. It's their own school.
Yeah.
It was a BYU.
It was BYU.
But BYU did it on themselves.
Yeah.
BYU did it.
Okay, Texas. You know what? You said that. Now it's time for you to own up to that. That is what you want to put on paper, and that means that when somebody else does this, you've got to just sit there and take it.
Now, does TCU have any chance in this game, or is he going to get their ass kicked? It's not going to mean as much.
TCU's not bad.
Okay.
Yeah, they got a chance. They're not a bad team. They're not great, but they're not a bad team. They've absolutely got a chance.
All right, so well done. Everyone be a Horned Frog fan for Saturday against Bobby and Peyton's team. Junk drawer.
Hey, great news. Syphilis is back. Fantastic.
Oh.
Fantastic. Cases have soared to the highest level in 70 years. 70 years. Thank you to everybody. A staggering 207,000 cases, an 80% increase since 2018, were reported in the year 2022. That's more than 170,000 cases more than about 1951. Congratulations, world. We're back, baby.
I don't even know the specifics of syphilis, to be honest.
I think it killed Columbus.
Okay.
It does something to your frontal lobe. It eats away at your brain. It's a transmitted disease of the relationship nature.
Okay.
Yeah, it's back. So keep an eye out for it.
The Panthers head coach sounded like he had to get tested for it.
Yes, he did.
When he was cheating on his wife.
Yes, he did.
They both had to get the test, just like that. Man, imagine that. You're cheating, and your significant other takes you back, and you gotta go through a test.
Oh yeah, it's the worst.
I mean,
the worst,
the
man.
guilt. The
Yeah.
guilt trip and the waiting.
Mhm.
Imagine if it comes back and you gave the significant other something. Oh, man.
You got guilt, and then you got that on top of it.
And that could be a crime, right? Is that a crime passing along known
know.
STDs?
I don't know how that works. Might be.
I think it is.
Probably should be.
I think it
Probably
is.
should be.
A crime.
Guys, who likes to walk around barefoot? In our homes, right? Just in our homes.
Oh,
Everywhere.
my God.
Well,
My
well,
mother-in-law, Ollie's sick, like I told you. And every time she FaceTimes, she sees Ollie with no socks on, and she blames us. That's how we got him sick. We don't have socks.
You don't think it was germs?
The germs on the feet get you sick?
Cold feet.
Oh.
Right? So we're always like, no. Now, look, I'm not arguing for her, Choppy. You're giving me this look.
That's why I don't listen to grandparents.
Cynthia, you watching on the fan cam, that was Choppy giving that look. Now, I will say this in her defense. When I was in Maryland for Christmas and I was going outside grilling here and there, I would run out real quick barefoot. Now, you can't tell me if I stand outside barefoot for 4 minutes and it's 20 degrees that I have just the same chance of getting sick as if I had socks and shoes on. If I stand outside barefoot in the cold, a.k.a. my home on the floor is cold versus having some covering, doesn't that change your chances of getting sick or not? If I stand outside 20 degrees, barefoot.
I wouldn't think so.
You don't think so?
No, I think it's got to do with germs.
Okay. Good to know, because I go outside all the time.
Every day. Yeah, I never wear socks or shoes. I'm done barefoot like crazy.
So we go out to Cleveland, Ohio. Nothing good happens in Cleveland nowadays, right? And so there's this couple that they're trying to normalize barefoot walking out in public. Now, it's not like what you think where you just don't wear shoes. They cut the soles off the bottom of their shoes. So when you look at them, from a distance, they have shoes on. And this is a TikTok they put out there. It has over 24 million views on TikTok. It's a viral video, and they're just cutting off the soles of their shoes and wearing them out in public. So if you flip your shoe up, you can see the bottom of your foot. But if they're just walking through a store, you can't tell.
These are psychotic people.
Yeah.
This is psychotic
understand.
behavior.
I don't get
They
that.
want to make it look like they're wearing shoes, like so they fit in, so that matches their outfit. It completes the outfit. But they also want to be able to feel the road.
Why would you want to walk? That's the only time I've been in the hospital is I stepped on a nail barefoot outside. Why would I want to walk over jagged rocks and glass.
Public places too, because
Yeah.
they say the big reason is because most businesses won't allow you to walk in stores without shoes on.
Yeah.
You have to have a shoe on. So if they see you have a shoe on, you can technically still walk in there, but they don't know you're missing the sole of your feet.
Yeah, it's a great undercover move by those people though, because if they walk into a store and they have shoes on, and it looks like they do anyway, and they get their foot cut, they could probably sue. Well, you have a glass on the floor.
Yeah. Like I go out to this house project every other day, so I'm still wearing these shoes that RJ gave me years ago. These things are worn down. They're done. I love the shoes.
Yeah, they were great.
They're done, but I go in this mud pit out there, and I want to wear crappy shoes, so I keep these shoes on, but there's holes. They're worn down. It's not an enjoyable walk.
No,
I don't know why you would want to do this yourself.
No, I don't mind walking barefoot outside, but
And I wonder the percentage of people who are barefoot in their own home. Is it over or under 50%? Or are they germaphobes and do they want to have socks on?
my kids
Will
wear
Sarah
socks.
go barefoot?
She has like these furry house shoes.
But she has no problem when you're barefoot.
She bought me house shoes. She likes when I wear the house shoes because I have disgusting feet.
All men do.
I mean, they're pretty on top. On the bottom, I mean there are things growing.
Yeah.
On the calluses. I stepped on it wasn't a nail. It was like the corner of something. You had like a sharp, jagged metal corner yesterday.
And the nail said ow.
Didn't even cut me. Didn't even break skin.
Impervious.
I could step on anything right now.
Magneto.
A rattlesnake could bite me on my heel. It would lose its fang.
You wouldn't feel it.
I would not feel a thing right now. So that's me on that one.
All right, junk drawer continuing right here during the Expressway. We are commercial free on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, Lululemon.
Oh my gosh, I've been waiting for this. Oh my gosh,
their billionaire founder Chip Wilson insists that exclusivity trumps inclusivity.
Oh man,
when it comes to people buying their brand. They want to be an inclusive company in the workforce, but they do not want you buying their clothes. And he talks about
they don't want you buying the clothes.
No, he said, I think the definition of a brand is that you are not everything to everybody. You've got to be clear. You don't want certain customers coming in. What is he saying there, Peyton? Fat people.
Oh,
he does not want overweight people buying Lululemon clothes. Horizontally gifted. He does not want that. He wants skinny people coming in there, yoga people coming in there.
Man,
people were.
Is there
everything is in the right spots coming in there?
Is there an argument to be made that this is better for his business? Like the Lulu clientele, which you used to be. I don't know if you still are. You were obsessed with this.
I still have a lot of stuff of theirs. A lot of stuff.
But you don't go shopping there anymore?
No. I thought the quality has gone down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, quite a bit.
Okay.
It's not as good as it used to be. Gymshark, I think, is better stuff.
I'm like, is there some type of arrogance and aura and connectivity to all the skinny Lulu people where you're like, I don't
It's a cult.
I don't want the morning show in here.
Listen,
they're too fat.
It's a cult. There is no doubt about that. And if you aren't 180 pounds or less, you don't look good in their clothes as a male. I will say this about the women: you could have any shape you have. You doesn't matter. Your butt looks amazing in those leggings for girls. Oh, I don't know what they do. I don't know how they do it. I don't know what they do. Oh, their formula is on there. Maybe they do something. But when you put on those leggings, when a girl puts on those leggings, that booty goes from a 4 to an 8 real fast.
Is it raining already? It looks like it's about, or is someone text me if it's raining?
Oh, I think I see some raindrops on the window out here.
Really? Okay.
Unless it's just dirty.
I feel like I thought it was supposed to come later on. I'm hearing some thunder. Hearing some thunder as well. All right, we continue with the junk drawer. Nick Eatman is going to tell us who should replace Dan Quinn from DallasCowboys.com at 8.
Guys, this is a local story from yesterday. This is from O.D. Wyatt High School in Fort Worth. This is a really neat story. It's a student-ran grocery store, but the kids don't pay for the groceries in there. It's just for like kids with like a lower income family. Really nice thing that they do here, but it's student-ran. That's a huge thing. It's like students trying to get involved, helping other students with less income. And so it's a real neat story there at OD Wyatt High School. And the thing is like they had the students run it so they can get that experience. Students are all big about building the resume early on, because, even in high school, when I was trying to get a job at restaurants, they're like, well, you don't have experience. Well, how do I get experience without having experience? Like I should be getting experience with my first job. Can't get hired. So this is a really cool, neat story here. Students running a grocery store within the high school. And I think this is something that they can really improve or really, take off in other high schools. You have a grocery store, which is some snack foods because you get the basic vending machines, but this is like, they got ramen noodles, canned food, stuff you can take home with you, eat throughout the day. I really like it.
Real life experience is good.
Real life experience is absolutely good. And that is the great conundrum. Like, how do you get experience without getting experience?
What discussions have you had with your kids or oldest about getting a job?
Oh, they're still a couple years away from that.
How old's Luca?
14.
Okay.
Yeah, he will get a job for a while. And with baseball,
does he want to get a job?
I think he has absolutely zero. I shouldn't say that. He wanted to work at like a wing place recently.
Whataburger.
Yeah, there you go.
They do wings now. Wings.
He wants to work. I think his cousin's boyfriend worked at.
He wants to work at a wing place.
You get free wings.
That's a big thing.
Chicken canes, Dad. You get free canes. Texas toast all day.
Anything with the free meal.
Yeah, he wants the free meal. I'm like, you get a job, you can buy yourself a wing.
Yeah.
You don't need to go work there.
But it's sounding like you guys are not going to push him to have to try to have a job.
Well, it depends on how much baseball takes up his time or sports take. Because if he's playing sports in high school, when is there time to get an actual job during the school year? I don't want him to work during the school year. Like after school, I don't want him to do. Any of my kids do that. Like they need to focus on school. You want to get a job in the summertime? I was not allowed to work once school started. I had to work only in the summer or on breaks. It was not allowed to work once school started.
I don't know if I'm supposed to read this, but the great Pat Doney texted me, NBC5. He said, TCU's going to win. Oh, yeah. That would be even better.
They're a good team, man.
Oh, that would be even better with
Pat Doney, another hater.
All the horns down shirts. Jamie Dixon has done a great job quietly building that program. I was at their win versus Tech this week. Very impressive. From Patrick Doney.
As Pat would say, it's only going to get better for them. It's always going to get better.
And Tolo Chris and Will Chambers saying not raining in Frisco at least yet. Okay.
All right. Very nice.
Just wondering.
It looks pretty dark and cloudy. I can't see downtown.
Yeah.
I can't see downtown.
It's supposed to rain all weekend, I think. 90% humidity today.
Oh. Nice.
70% humidity tomorrow. And this looks like the Vegas forecast you said as well.
Yeah, rain. I saw 2 yesterday for Vegas. I saw one that said rain every day, and then I saw one that said rain just the first 2 days.
How much are you going to gamble?
Every chance I get.
Okay.
Yeah. I have purposely paid no bills. Okay. I'm late on my mortgage. I'm late on my credit card payments. The IRS can kiss my butt.
So you're gonna live in the casino?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect any prep work from me that week. I wouldn't expect.
So we got guessed.
So no, this is what a degenerate I am. Okay, because I have not ever been to Vegas in terms of a work environment outside of the fight.
Yeah.
So I've never really had a need for this. So I had to call. I made a bunch of phone calls. Can you bring your laptop into the sports book?
No, you did.
Yes, because every casino has their own house rules, but I know casinos are very, very weird about technology. They don't want any technology anywhere near it. And everybody said that you now can bring laptops into sportsbooks. So if you wonder where I am getting my work done, my prep work will be done in the sportsbook.
Okay, there it is. We'll see what Bobby does with Kristen as he's bringing her on out in vacation in Florida, which is hopefully sunnier than DFW right now. Who is and should replace Dan Quinn? And who's standing out of the Senior Bowl? Let's check in with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, next.
Boomer Esiason is on the fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready. Fan Studios, secured by DFWSecurity.com. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
8 o'clock hour on a messy, cloudy Friday to kick off your weekend. Hopefully, it doesn't get you down because you got Sean and RJ here on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. If you are new to the show and the station, thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Dan Quinn is the new head coach of the Washington Commanders. Who are the Cowboys going to replace him with? That's why we bring back our old friend Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com, on the D&M Leasing Hotline. I did not think you were going to be available and up an hour and a half before normal. Thank you. Good morning.
Well, I'm always up an hour and a half before normal. I've just never been on this early.
That's right, because a lot of times you will reference something during the expressway and bring it back.
I take my kids to school and I turn it on, and see what you're talking about, and you guys are like talking about syphilis or something like that. I might turn it. I'm trying to think of the one thing that stood out this morning when I took my kid, and that was it. That's
we need to be better.
So I figure because my kids go to school, my elementary kids goes to school like 7:20. My middle schooler, that's closer to 8. What they know now, they know what we knew at 20. So it's like I figured.
It's unbelievable. Yeah.
Nick, your reaction to Dan Quinn getting the Commander's job, did you think it would actually happen?
It was kind of yes and no. Like before it happened, I was kind of thinking no. I was thinking, like when it all started and it was like, okay, Dan Quinn's, interviewing for these 24 jobs. I was like, he's going to get one because if you just talk to him for a few minutes, you're like, I like this guy, So I was like, yeah, he's going to get this job, especially if Seattle's one of them. That's what I thought. But then as they kept, filling up and he didn't get one, and the fact that he was available, obviously, way earlier than other coaches, you thought, well, if they're going to do it, they would have hired him. Maybe they're waiting on someone else, and maybe they were. Some of these other the coach for the Lions, Johnson, I guess. Maybe they were. But so when it got to that point, I was a little surprised that it happened, but not surprised overall that Dan Quinn gets a coaching job. I think his body of work speaks for itself. Yes, the last game wasn't great for anybody. And he's got the Super Bowl hanging over his head a little bit. But I think for the most part, he's going to do a good job there, and it's an attractive job. I think more than it ever has been in Washington. Just when you look at new ownership and number 2 pick and cap space and just maybe them moving in a direction.
Who's he most likely to take with him from the staff?
I would think. That's a tough one. I would think Joe Witt would probably be somebody that could be headed that way. I know Al Harris has been mentioned and Adden Dirty maybe, but he can't take more than one unless the Cowboys decide that unless the Cowboys are okay with it. But if they're all under contract, so if one of them, he makes one of them the defensive coordinator, then yes, I think they have to go. But he can't take more than one unless the Cowboys decide that that's what they want to do.
Is that because they can't leave for a lateral job? I guess what if he makes him the assistant head coach or whatever?
Right, and then the NFL's kind of caught on to all those titles and running game coordinators and all that stuff. I think what yes, if they interviewed all of them, like he could interview, say I want to interview Al Harris or interview Dirty and of course Joe Witt for the defensive coordinator position, and then decide to hire them for other roles. Cowboys would have to, they'd have to get permission for that, and then the Cowboys would have to agree that, because you got to remember too, whoever the Cowboys bring in, their coach might have some guys too from position coaches, so things might kind of open up, and it might work that way.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. After Dan Quinn took the Commander's job yesterday, fill in the blank, Nick. Dan Quinn did a blank job with the Cowboys defense overall.
Really good.
Okay.
I would say a really good job. I don't know if I got more than one word, but I think he's done a really good job with the Cowboys defense. We're going to find out, though, I think, how good it really was. We'll see. Can can any coach Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs and have some really good corners and a great pass rush? Or did Dan Quinn kind of do that, kind of get the best out of these guys? We'll see. I mean, Dorrance Armstrong's best years were with Dan Quinn and Fowler and these guys. So I think that, not to say the jury's still out, but I think we're still going to find out just how good it was. I think a lot of defensive coaches can probably say, hey, I'll give me number 11 and let's, I can roll with him as well. So we'll see. But I think from what it was with Mike Nolan that first year, and that was just kind of a train wreck.
Yeah.
The whole season pretty much was, or really life in general in 2020 was. But then so he turned that around. But I think we'll see with the next coach that comes in just really how good it was.
Nick, in terms of run defense being a weakness through his years here, or not a strength, is that more on the personnel staff picking lighter, faster players, or you think that was more of a Dan Quinn philosophy? Who do we blame the most for the run D or lack of toughness?
Well, I think it goes to the coordinator. It trickles down. But I do think there's a scheme element there of these, like you said, these linebackers that are undersized and borderline safeties, and it's just like with any mismatch. I mean, sometimes it's going to go your way. If you got quicker guys that can fly around the ball, and then sometimes when they get hat on a hat, you're going to lose. And so, and we saw that as well. I think there's a need for a bigger linebacker. I think that kind of from a philosophical standpoint, I think that they like guys that run faster, that can stop the tight end and running backs on third and long. But I think the problem is that when you have undersized guys like that, it's not always third and long. And so you don't always get them in that situation. I think that, to me, that they need to have a little bit more desire to get a bigger linebacker, even though he may not be running in the 4-5 range, but he knows how to fill the gap, step up in the hole, make the play, and more of a traditional linebacker. That's what I think this team kind of lacked last year.
Let's talk a little bit more about the potential replacements. DallasCowboys.com and Nick Harris went through some names. You just pick and choose however you see fit. Mike Vrabel, Mike Zimmer, who Calvin Watkins reports has an interest. Ron Rivera, who Todd Archer said the Cowboys are going to speak with. Al Harris, fan favorite. Joe Witt Jr., in-house candidate. Aden Dirty, Brandon Staley, and Wink Martindale, who hates Brian Daboll's guts.
Yeah, I mean that's a list I know that Nick was working on for a little bit, and I've seen around other lists as well, that are exactly the same. So I think when you ask anybody to kind of say, hey, what are the names? These are the ones that keep standing out. And so and for obvious reasons, some of them just because they've been a DC and they're available. So you're just kind of throwing stuff at the wall. I mean, the Zimmer one's interesting, just because the thing there is he's got a lot of versatility in what he plays. He's played 3-4, he's played 4-3, and I'm not saying that the Cowboys need to move to a 3-4 defense. I don't know if they have the pieces for that right now. But I think that you can have elements of a 3-man front, and I think Zimmer can do that. Obviously, Zimmer coached against McCarthy for years, with the Packers and Vikings. I think they have a connection there, and that doesn't always mean it's a good connection, but I think it is. I think they have a good relationship. So that of course, Zimmer does with their family as well with the Cowboys. So that would be one that would be interesting. And then, then the whole Dan Quinn thing with how that trickles down from in-house candidates. I would say if there was going to be an in-house candidate that moves up there, I would say Dirty might be the one that would probably be maybe get the best shot of those three. Dirty or Al Harris, but probably not Joe Witt. I think Joe Witt's probably going with Dan Quinn.
Tell us what you know about those in-house guys working there and being around them every day.
Yeah, I mean, I for Dirty, I mean, and again, I mean, this always mean you're a great coach, but the players absolutely love him, and I think that does mean something. I mean, I think that they love Dan Quinn.
Yeah,
you know?
That's why Dan Quinn got the job in D.C.
Right. I mean, they're going to play hard for him, and so with Dirty, there's a lot of respect there. Same with Al Harris. I know that there's some players tweeting that out. That, you know, they wanted him to get the job as well. So I think both of those guys you would call the players coach. You know, with Al Harris, you know, here's a guy, and I'm not saying every position coach has to play the position. But you're bringing a different perspective when you could just YouTube this guy. He's played at a high level, and just look at the production, just at the cornerback position. I mean, you know, you look at two of the top seasons in the Cowboys' history in interceptions. They had a 9 and an 11 with Bland and Diggs. You know, we're not talking about first-round picks. We're talking about guys that needed a little bit of development, and then they just shot up in their second year. And Al Harris coached both of them. Coincidence? Maybe, but maybe not. And so, I think that's one that, you know, if they think Al's ready, I mean, I think he would bring a different type of tenacity than Dan Quinn, I would think, and maybe that's a good thing. So, you know, those two guys, I think, if they went in-house, but you know, this whole thing's tricky just because of, you know, where McCarthy sits with one more year on the contract, and we all kind of know this has to be a really big year, and so. You kind of just wonder what the other outside candidates are thinking about this position. You can go two ways with it. You know, is it one where I'll be here for a year, or if it doesn't go well early, am I the head coach? You know, so I mean, there's a lot of, you know, different ways to kind of to view this.
So, because like, you know, when I look at this, you know, with this team, I know ideally I know for head coach they'd like to have guys who are not first-time head coaches if they can help it. Just you know, but I guess is that the same for coordinators too? You know, especially with Mike being on a last year of a deal. Like, I want fresh ideas. I want young, fresh ideas. I don't know that I want to recycle Ron Rivera.
I'm with you there. And I've said this before, and I'm sorry if I repeat myself, but one of the very first questions that has to be in for me for any defensive coordinator is not, how's it going? How's the weather? How was your flight? How's the kids? It's Micah Parsons. What are you doing with Micah? What's your plan there? What kind of success have you done with elite pass rushers before? Where do you see his best fit? How can you make him? And I'm not saying Dan Quinn didn't. I mean, he's had a good 3 years, a really good 3 years, you know. But what I'm saying is that how do you get, you know, just where do you want to play him? Where would you do with him? And so I think that's one of the first questions for any defensive coordinator, and I'm with you. I mean, I think it's and I say that about new ideas and all that, and I also said I think Mike Zimmer would be a good coach, and I believe that. But I guess I'm just with you there about Rivera. That one doesn't excite a lot of people, but because they have to go back. Okay, as a head coach, sometimes you have to divorce the whole how they were as a head coach and how they are as a coordinator. You know, I think Wade Phillips is a pretty good example of that, of guys that, you know, just as a coordinator. And I honestly, I don't know exactly. I can't tell you on Ron Rivera on what he was just as a coordinator.
Nick, what do you make of all these Micah stories and storylines lately?
Oh, man. I think, you know, I think he's misunderstood. And here's the thing. Like, I've kind of gone full circle on this. I see some of the same stuff. I see it. You know, you have a perception on it. What I think about Micah Parsons is he's one of the most unique players we've ever covered. He's different than others. And if you know, he does want to win. He certainly wants to win, and he wants to win, and he wants to play well. He wants to be the guy that is considered the best in the league. He's still young. He still wants the bag. He knows it's going to be there. And he's trying to be that guy. And I think he believes he's never not been that guy. So I think sometimes that's why I say misunderstanding. And I've been there too. You know, your team won. Why are you not upset? I mean, why are you seem down? You know, because you didn't get a sack. Is that the goal? But I think he puts himself at a higher standard, and a standard we've never really seen for a lot of players. And so, you know, this whole thing, I don't know if you're referring to some of the comments about him and where his brother and his mom got involved. You know, I read some of that, and I kind of have a different perspective now a little bit on Micah. I personally maybe given him a little bit more of the benefit of the doubt that he is different than other players. He wants to win as bad as anybody we've ever seen. And you know what? I said this the other day. If it's 3rd and 7 and he's on the edge, there's nobody else I'd rather have doing that. He's a really, really, really great player. And I think, you know, does he need to mature in some? Sure. Who doesn't? Who doesn't at that age? And I think he's still kind of understanding how to do it in the right way. But, you know, I still think he's going to be a Dallas Cowboy for a long, long time. And I think, you know, the Cowboys are lucky to have him, honestly.
This was fantastic. Thank you so much. Enjoy the weekend, and sorry about the syphilis.
Wow. I hope no one just caught that.
Thank you. Caught it. Thank you, Nick.
See ya.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline, DallasCowboys.com. March Madness has come early, and how much should you be tipping this weekend? Next.
Well, let's get you some help at BetterHelp. BetterHelp.com/Sean and RJ. 10% off.
for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frenkels for free at 214-817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
AJ Pierzynski going to talk about the World Series champs on your home of the Rangers at 9 o'clock this morning here on Sean and RJ. Bobby in Florida until Monday. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, and we are live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And you and Peyton celebrating an early March Madness in the commercial break, yelling and screaming in here.
Punxsutawney Phil did not see his shadow.
Did not see it.
Whatever that means. That furry little rat.
He's big, too. He's thick. He's a unit.
Big. Very, very thick. He is thick with 2 C's. He is a unit. He did not see his shadow. And that means, Sean, an early spring. Oh, baby. I knew this weather we've had last week was too good to be true. Not too good. It is good enough to be true. Okay? Low 70s yesterday. Oh, so good. So good. Should have played golf. Didn't. Should have. But now we're going to get an early spring. I like that.
All right. So there's your early spring report.
You know why? Because I lost my palm trees from last year. We bought these little palms.
Gosh. How much of a killing do these landscapers make?
Yeah.
In terms of stuff dying out here when you wouldn't think of it in Texas.
I know.
But it does. I've lost a yard and a half, I think.
I got my desert, my cactus and my agaves, and all but one of them have died over the last 4 years since that big freeze we had in 21. We bought these 2 little palm trees for the backyard. Dude, Costco had it for like $30. Great deal. Gone, dead. They're like red. They're not even green. They're not even brown. They're red. That's how dead they are. They're just dead, and we got nothing.
I wish I loved landscaping. I need to secure a landscaper. It's like a humongous project for me, moving at the end of March, and I gotta get a landscaping crew.
You gotta get it. I mean, I'm constantly out there picking weeds. I told Sarah to get out there and pick them today. She's not gonna do it. But I mean, they're just dead. The geraniums gone, petunias gone.
But you enjoy it. You love mowing the grass. You love that type of stuff. Like I love going outside and grilling. You love going outside doing the yard work and the lawn. And I wish I loved that. I was saving an ass load of money.
Oh yeah. I don't like picking the weeds though. That's annoying.
What are y'all gonna do with your backyard? Your spacious backyard.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go to my parents' house and take the lawnmower and drag it over there.
That's right.
I'm not spending money on a lawnmower.
But you're gonna cut it. You're gonna maintain.
I'll cut it.
You're gonna go there every month and or every week get the lawnmower?
I live 15 minutes away.
Every week you're going to drive, say, Dad, I need to borrow the lawnmower for the day?
Hey,
every week?
A good trip.
Hey,
that's going to get real
It's an
old.
excuse to see my parents, though. They want to see me.
It.
That's
it.
Umbilical cord.
I got to see the dogs, too.
Raid
I miss the dogs.
Which one of you, so you're not taking any dog with you?
No, she has a dog there. She's taking one of her dogs.
Which one of you and the 3 brothers is like closest to the parents? The umbilical cord still connected, if you had to pick one.
I would say me, because I've lived there longer. I lived, I went to college, but then as soon as I got done with college, I moved right back in with the parents. For almost 5 years now, I've been back home with my parents.
Certainly not the adopted one.
No one's adopted, Chop. I swear, no one was signed up on the papers and brought into the family.
877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line. All right. How much should you be tipping tonight and this weekend?
It's a good question. Drink expert. By the way, there's a job out there called a drink expert. How do I get this job?
Like a radio consultant.
Right. I mean, you want a picture of my liver? I mean, that pretty much shows that I'm a drink expert. Okay.
Now, is this a bartender? Or is it someone actually separate title, drink expert?
Okay, so this is a girl named Kat Kinsman. She's features editor at Food and Wine. Now, she says for tipping bartenders, not servers, just bartenders. And when you go to the bar, you sit at the bar. What do you tip on a drink?
Gosh, what's the drink?
It's a beer. It's a Coors Light.
Coors Light. I'm tipping $2 max. Used to be back in the day, $1 a drink.
$1 a drink.
And now you feel cheap putting $1. And then what if you have change? Oh, you ever leave change on the counter? And bartenders tell us, is this really offensive to you? I'll never just leave change. I'll leave, if I have $2 and change, I'll put the change with the dollars. I won't just
Yes.
leave the coins.
No, yeah. If it's a
But if I discard my change and coins upon you, do you take offense to that as a bartender, or do you look at it like money's money, the way that everyone should look at it?
That adds up.
Man, coins have been shamed in society.
They've been shamed. They have. But let's say, and I have no idea. I don't know. Let's say you go into a beer. You order a bottle of beer. I'll just go old school. It used to cost like $3.50, right? You go to a bar, it used to be $3.50. You hand them a $5.
Yeah.
All right, and then you just if it's $4, you hand them $1. You hand them a $5, keep the change.
Yeah.
If it's $3.50, you hand them a $5, keep the change.
Yeah.
It's now you've just
Is that a problem? Is that the accepted way?
That's accepted. At least it used to be.
Now, what if it's your gin and tonic?
I still do it. I used to do $1 a drink when I paid cash. Now though,
They're making the drink.
They're making the drink. I know, but it evens out.
What do you
Doing
mean?
less work when you're just popping the bottle, more work when you're making the drink. If it's the same, you're getting.
I'm saying you should be. Are you supposed to be tipping more for a mixed drink?
Yeah, but like if you tip, let's just say you tip the same. If you tip $1 a drink, you're getting too much for just popping a bottle,
Right.
And then you're getting not enough, so it'll even out, right? But they do say now, $2.
If I'm drinking beer and liquor,
Yeah, right. $2 per drink. That is the new standard. $2 per drink. I don't think that's outrageous. But I never tip like that. I just usually do. I just usually get bogged down and do 20% too on that. I'm so conditioned just to do 20%.
so but this is my problem with tipping. If I order a Johnny Walker Blue and I ask for my tab and I'm going to pay credit card, what do I have to? What am I tipping on that? Can I leave a $3 tip? Because what's my total on that coming back?
You're just ordering a Johnny Blue. It's probably.
Well, you know what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is a beer versus a badass liquor.
A scotch.
A scotch. So that's my problem with like restaurant tipping. Like the items that you order, you pay the price for depending not on the service, but the price
of the meal
of the product.
Yeah, it's wild. It's like it's no different for the bartender to make you an on the rocks Johnny Blue as it is an on the rocks Bullet. There's absolutely zero difference to it. There's zero difference.
Or vodka cran.
No difference.
Vodka cran Johnny Blue.
Yeah, now the vodka cran you can say has an extra step involved.
Okay,
right.
fine.
But whatever.
Vodka Bobby.
Yeah.
Vodka on the rocks.
Absolutely. Bullet on the rocks.
Rail vodka.
Johnny Blue on the rocks.
Rail vodka on the rocks. Johnny Blue.
Yeah.
And I got to pay more for the Johnny Blue.
From a tip standpoint.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if you're going to go with the 20%,
Right.
absolutely. If you're just going to tip on the drink,
right?
Then
The
it doesn't
server.
matter.
If I order a sirloin versus I order a fillet, I gotta give you more because I ordered the fillet.
Yeah, 2/3 of Americans hate tip culture. They think tipping. They have a
thank God.
negative view of tipping.
Good.
1 in 3 think tipping culture is out of control.
Yes.
It is. It is wildly out of control. The restaurants, instead of, now listen, if they pay their employees more, they're going to just jack the cost up on us in terms of the food. But we're already subsidizing them anyway with tipping anyway. So what's the difference? But yeah, I will say this: if I kind of have a rule, like if the bartender has to get on a ladder,
okay,
if they've got to get on a ladder, or they've got to hop on the bar to get something because it's top shelf, I think you should probably throw another, tip a little bit more on that than normal. But yeah, I agree. There's no difference between them doing a pour of Johnny Blue as there is a pour of Jim Beam.
That's what drives me crazy.
No difference.
Yeah.
Unless they've got to get on a ladder. That's it.
Grocery deliveries. I can order 9 things that are $2 a piece, but if I order a pound of shrimp, I got to pay you more. I got to tip you more based upon the final price.
Is that how? Is it, so? I've never done grocery delivery. Is it like that same way? You tip on the total?
Yeah, tip on the total. Not the. We need to get a Fitbit for delivery people. We need to get a Fitbit and see. It should be tipped off the activity, the energy, the Mike McCarthy GPS.
Right.
That's what it should be.
It should be.
Not based upon what you pick up off the counter. Now,
the amount you had to walk, how much work you had to put in. The guy yesterday when I went to the liquor store who was like, I'm here for DoorDash. Dude, are you DoorDashing liquor?
Yeah. So now I got it. Yes, I have DoorDash liquor.
Oh.
Are you kidding me? What is wrong? I thought you said that you guys lived in the new school generation where you don't go to Walgreens or CVS. You order the sponge replacement to your house. I thought you said that's Sarah. And you're not going to DoorDash liquor? Are you kidding me? Or Uber, Insta, whatever it is? Yeah.
I've never done that. I've never done that.
You're not living.
You're
not living lazy enough. See, that's why you're too active.
I want the person at the liquor store to know that I'm an alcoholic. Okay, I don't want them to know. I don't want them to think that the DoorDash guy is. I want them to know that I am.
That's the only.
I'm the guy.
That's the only way I can get HEB. There's no HEB around me, but for some reason I can Instacart it, and that's where I get your turkeys.
It's a long drive.
I pay like a $7 extra charge, but I'm getting the Tolo Chad told me HEB where it's at. That's what I do.
Tolo's weighing in, guys, 214. I don't expect more of tipping from a simple drink, but a complicated cocktail, absolutely. I want more.
Yes.
817, I refuse to tip $2 per drink. That's way too much. 214, back on the if you tip with change or not. They say tipping change is very offensive.
Yeah.
But what if you tip change and the bill?
Like
it's a
248.
Yeah, it's a $3.50 drink. You just want me to give you the $1 and keep the 50 cents, or would you rather have the $1.50?
Because if I get two people tipping me 50 cents, I'm making an extra $1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? AJ Pierzynski at 9 o'clock on your home of the World Series champs. Let's see if we can continue to do better radio than Below the Belt. Last year was an insane quarterback offseason. Is this one going to be just as fun? Choppy has the answer on the home of the boys next. But I have the answer for you and your security system. I know that.
Why do so many Texans love classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
The great John Shreve.
You ruined the morning show.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
People been missing Roberto.
Yeah, a little bit. A little bit of, people say, hey, where's Bobby? We want Bobby back.
Not me.
No, we're good.
Below the belt with Bobby on vacation in Florida until Monday here on Sean and RJ. And today, Choppy tries to prove that we don't need Bobby's segment.
Who is going where, Sean? This is the quarterback carousel season. Now, we are about a week and a half away from silly season in the NFL. Silly season is the week after Super Bowl week until the start of free agency, the new league year. So it's about a month, right? New league year is like March 13th. And you get about to Thursday after the Super Bowl, and this is when you have silly season. All these writers and media members, they've got to fill content on ESPN. They've got, Todd Archer's got to write an article a day or whatever, 3 art, whatever.
Oh, shots fired.
No, that's not a shots fired. I'm just saying, like, you've got to fill content. And this is where you get your rumors, right? This is where you get your crazy scenarios that happen in that week. So we're not there yet, but it is quarterback carousel time.
Yeah.
Who goes where? Who gets traded? Of the quarterbacks that might get moved or extended this offseason. First one up, it's going to be the most popular one. Not most popular, but most talked about. So that's Justin Fields. What happens with Justin Fields this year? He's got one more year left of his Bears rookie deal. It pays him $3.5 million, and it costs $6 million against the cap. That's why I hate the salary cap. Why does a $3.5 million contract cost $6 million against the cap? Makes no sense. They've got to decide by May 2nd to give him his fifth-year option or not. The scenario here, they trade him to the Raiders for a 2nd and a 7th.
Raiders, 2nd and a 7th. I'm trying to find a different quarterback if I'm the Raiders. That's just me. Look, I'm stuck here with Fields. Like I'm worried about Caleb Williams upstairs. I know Sandler's listening right now, and he says that's stupid. We're going to have to talk to him before the draft. And I generally trust Jared on many, many things. And he's a USC diehard. I'm worried about Caleb's maturity. He says there's not anything that Pat Mahomes can do that I can't do. He said that. I saw the statement. But I just don't believe that Justin Fields will throw the football adequately enough to make him your guy. So I'm drafting Caleb if I'm the Bears. I'm not trading for Justin if I'm the Raiders.
I'm going to draft Caleb as well.
Thought you were a hater. Oh,
I don't love Caleb Williams. I don't understand the generational talent thing.
I mean, watch him. He's a freak.
He is a freak.
Makes crazy throws.
I am concerned about a guy with that talent level on his roster that doesn't win. That, like, Patrick Mahomes didn't win in college. Patrick Mahomes had a terrible team. Texas Tech is they're just sorry, Peyton. They're just a wasteland. It's a wasteland. So that concerned me a little bit. That he didn't win enough. And I don't know what his decision making's like.
With Lincoln.
With Lincoln. It's tough to tell about his decision making. It's tough to watch that. But again, the upside though, you have to take it.
Yes.
Justin Fields, we have seen enough history that guys that just.
Now you like Fields more than I do.
I do, but I think we've reached the point where it's like, all right, he's kind of had enough. He's kind of approaching. You've had enough time to at least show that you're figuring it out. At least if he showed that he was at least figuring it out or a little bit better, then you can hang on to him. I don't know. I think you have a chance to. Because even if you miss, you still got the 8th pick or the 9th pick. You're still going to have another player in this draft. You're basically getting a free pick this year with the quarterback. So I would go ahead and take Caleb.
Okay, agreed.
Extensions. Kirk Cousins. His deal doesn't void until after the deadline for the franchise tags. This would be an extension. He wants to end his career in Minnesota. But what are they going to do with him? Let's say in this case they do a 2-year, $85 million fully guaranteed extension. That gives him 2 years until he's 38 to draft and develop his successor.
Why would he take 2 years, 85, and Dak is going to get 10 more a year?
So, yeah, that would be 42 and a half. I guess the situation is Kirk's 36.
Yeah. Right. Man, I didn't realize that. There's a 5-year difference between Cousins and Dak?
Yeah.
Wow. Man, remember he got drafted with RG3. How freaking old are we?
Yeah.
And now
we are getting old.
36.
Listen, I think Kirk's a good player.
Oh, if I'm Minnesota, I'll give him the deal. Maybe I draft someone as well.
Yeah, you got to.
I do the Green Bay approach.
I
know Bobby doesn't believe, any other team who is, made that QB risk and it's worked. Bobby just disregards. Kansas City, who cares? Green Bay does it all the time. Who cares? Cowboys should never do any of those things. He just doesn't open up his mind to it because that, God forbid, he'd have to be wrong about number 4 possibly.
Yeah.
But if I'm Minnesota, draft someone, re-sign Cousins if you can, or just draft someone new.
Yeah, no, the one issue with that plan, because it does make sense from a playing standpoint, is that you do lose when you do draft someone and then you sit them. You do lose 2 very cheap years,
right?
And that's a risk, right? Yeah. You're paying a good quarterback $40 million, not an elite one. He's good, and it's almost better. Like, would you rather pay a bad quarterback nothing, or a mid quarterback a lot of money? That's the question you run into, because the Cowboys did not really get to take advantage of Dak's cheap years. They still had Romo on the books the first year, and then the second year they had him on the books as well. So they didn't really get a chance to take advantage of it, and that was a bit of a mistake. Baker Mayfield's the next one.
Ooh, this is good.
Yeah.
I saw him at the Pro Bowl, or whatever the hell they're doing. I'm not paying attention to. Said that it will depend on their new OC. Re-signing with the Bucs will depend on their new OC.
Yeah, and if you're him, like, where would you go elsewhere? He made some money this year.
Yeah, and Dave Canales got hired because of Baker. Carolina couldn't fix Baker. So they looked at this Dave Canales and said, how'd you do it?
Yeah.
All right, you're hired.
So they're going to use Geno Smith's deal as a template, and they're going to give him 3 years, $80 million, escalators that can bolster it to over $100 million. So that's about, 3 years, $100 million is $33 a year. But the 3 for $80 is not quite at that number. It's 26 and change. I don't know. Does Baker sign up for that? That seems pretty low. It's a good deal if you get Baker Mayfield for 26 a year.
Yeah. I'd love to get him for a 2-year deal. I don't think I'm signing up long term unless you absolutely believe that it's going to work now, that you fixed it, and that Dave Canales is not taking some of the Baker magic with him within the division.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't.
I'm happy for Baker.
I am too. I like his attitude. He's a punk.
Yeah.
He's a punk. But I could deal with that sometimes. Sometimes you get a little nasty. Russell Wilson is obviously going to be cut.
Oh.
Wait for this. They are going to take on an $85 million dead money hit.
Wow.
Over the next 2 years.
Wow.
Does Sean Payton survive that?
Right. There
You're
has to be.
Gutting your roster.
There has to be something else they're doing with it. That's just from Russ?
That's just from Russ.
That's a great question. Number 2, is Russell Wilson...
Mr. Unlimited.
Let's go around the room. Is Russell Wilson a starter next year?
Yeah, Pittsburgh, something like that.
Pittsburgh. Okay. You give up on
Atlanta.
Pickett for that? Okay.
Right, Atlanta, Pittsburgh.
All right.
What happens with Baker?
You think he'll be a starter?
I would say no right now. Unless there's some injury in training camp where he gets, a last-second job. I would say no as a starter.
Would you take him over Carr in New Orleans?
No.
No.
And I don't like Derek Carr for multiple reasons. No, I'd prefer Derek Carr.
I think I would too. I think there's a spot for him. Maybe Pittsburgh.
Well, I'm trying to also find. Do you let Kenny Pickett start another year or bring in Russell Wilson? I would let Pickett players start over. Are these teams going to totally start over?
Right.
If you are, I don't know. I was going to say Seattle, but that would be awkward. But Atlanta, that's a good one.
Atlanta. I think Atlanta is an option.
I mean, Atlanta should just start over with another rookie quarterback versus
You would think so.
getting
You would
Russell
think so.
Wilson there.
Other cuts,
He's done.
Garoppolo, Mac Jones, Heineke, and Zach Wilson.
Ugh.
Now, Russ, according to this, does sign with Atlanta. Listen to this deal.
This is from who? Barnwell?
Yeah. 3 years, $36 million. Oh, man, how the mighty have fallen. Front load the contract, $15 million guaranteed, $20 million total. 15 fully guaranteed, $20 million in guarantees. So, like, each year, $1 million for the NFC South title, $1 million for 80% of the snaps, $1 million for this and that. Gardner Minshew.
How old do you think Russ is, by the way?
Is he 36?
35. Same, basically, as Kirk.
Gardner Minshew, old team Colts, new team Denver, 2 years, $14 million. How about
To start?
Yeah, they would say.
Minshew and the Colts, fantastic season for them.
Yeah, it was. It really was.
Great season.
Draft picks. They've got the Bears taking Caleb Williams at 1. Commanders taking Drake May at 2. Pats taking Jaden Daniels at 3. This would be scary. The Giants taking Michael Penix Jr. at 39. I saw a mock yesterday that had my guy Joe Milton at Tennessee going to the Giants at 39, which if they were to take him there, holy cow. This guy.
You told me he was a bigger, stronger, freakier Josh Allen?
Imagine Josh Allen with a better arm.
No.
Better arm. He throws the ball. He can throw the ball 20 yards further than Josh Allen even dreams of.
What?
20 yards further. With the accuracy of Jamarcus Russell on the lean.
On the lean.
On the lean. He has no idea where this ball is going. He's a freak athlete. A freak athlete. No idea, right? You would. He makes Josh Allen athletically look like Jared Goff. Just like sticks bony. He has no idea where the ball. You can't take him in the second round. You can't take him in the first 5 rounds. He has no idea where the ball's going. Literally, no idea.
Josh Allen learned accuracy.
He learned. There's no doubt about that, man. Well, I don't know if you can do that. Anyway, Penix to the Giants. J.J. McCarthy to the Vikings.
Ugh.
Bo Nix to Atlanta. I love that pick. Jordan Travis, love this one. Florida State going to the Steelers at number 84. That looks like it would be a sweet pick, too. But there's your quarterback carousel.
Better than the belt right here on the home of the Cowboys with Sean and RJ. Happy Friday, y'all. Special shout out if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch. You are appreciated. I appreciate it. Oh, you left me hanging. You just check out after your segment?
I was reading this.
Check out?
I was about to say this. Somebody had asked, where's Teddy Bridgewater go? I think Teddy announced his retirement.
Yeah, Teddy Bridgewater. You didn't do your appreciated either, did you? Where were you?
Sorry.
You insulting Choppy while you
I got Tony Fake calling me now. Yes,
He
Wales.
just tried me. Call me first. I win.
Do we have AJ Pierzynski?
I think so.
Okay.
He's trying to touch base with him right now.
One of the most polarizing personalities in the history of the sport. Let's talk World Series champs with AJ Pierzynski next on Sean and RJ. But let me get you.
From our fan studios secured by DFWsecurity.com, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Pierzynski a drive. High and deep. Right field. Way back. Goodbye. Pierzynski has done it again to Frieri. We have a brand new ball game at 3.
And we have a brand new hour with a brand new guest here on Sean and RJ. This is your home of the World Series champion Texas Rangers and AJ Pierzynski. Not only a 19-year vet, he played for the Rangers.
Yes, he did.
134 games in 2013. Two-time All-Star, Silver Slugger, 05 World Series champion is joining us here on the D&M Leasing Hotline, AJ Pierzynski. Good morning, man. How are you?
I am doing great. How are y'all?
Doing well. Thank you for asking. Did you ever think that the Rangers could be World Series champions? Like, was this one of those clubs that are out there, you know, they're one you sign up for, they're going to pay you, but that the Texas Rangers could actually win it all, AJ?
Yeah, well, they should have won it in 2011. I was at those games. They should have won it that year. So, absolutely, 2010 against the Giants, a little bit different story, but 2011 they should have won it. 2012 they had another, 10, 11 they had shots. 13 when I was there we played the extra game, lost. David Price pitched a great game against us. But yeah, listen, they always had the resources, they always had the ability to do it. It was just a matter of could they get it done, and finally to see them get it done was amazing because there's still a lot of guys that were there behind the scenes, Brandon, the clubhouse guy, Lucky, one of some of the trainers, Jamie Reed, a lot of the guys, Hoggy, who's the umpire guy, they were all there. A lot of the Rich Rice, the PR guy, John Blake, guys that were there, people that were there behind the scenes. I didn't name them all, but a million people to thank, and I'm happy for because they've been there a long time and they finally got their opportunity to win it all.
How do you feel about their prospects of repeating? We got a lot of expensive older arms that are going to miss the majority, if not all,
first half,
entire season. Should we just be thinking of, hey, we got the championship, let's appreciate it, and everything else is icing, or some disappointment that the Rangers aren't feeling like they're in the driver's seat right now?
Well, you look at it and you get to June or July and you have a whole new team coming in on the trade deadlines, which you look at it like. DeGrom, Scherzer, Molly, they all come back. Listen, this team still has enough ability to stay in the race until then. And then you get DeGrom back, boom, you get Scherzer back, you get Tyler Mahle back. I mean, it's like, bam, okay, we're right back in it with a whole new team. So I think there's excitement. There should be excitement. You still have, Corey Seager's not going to be out for that long. You still have Simeon. You got Evan Carter, who's going to be a stud in left field. Jonah Heim's one of the top 5 catchers in baseball for me. You got a lot of good guys. Nate Lowe, Nathaniel Lowe, I don't know how much you guys know him, but one of the best interviews of all time. And he got a great mustache rocking right now. So there's still a ton of talent on this team, and they still have an opportunity. Listen, the Mariners haven't separated themselves this offseason. The Astros haven't done a whole lot other than sign Hader, but you guys beat the Astros last year. I like their chances to get into the postseason. Now, will they repeat? No one's repeated in almost 25 years, so I'm going to say probably not. But listen, they have the opportunity because, one, they have the talent, 2, they have the financial backing to go get what they need, and 3, they just did it last year, so we know they can do it.
AJ, you brought up DeGrom. Are we at the stage that, and we probably didn't follow him when he was at the Mets as closely as we would if he was here the entire time, but if he's healthy, he's the best in the world, but if he's even the slightest bit dinged up, he's just not going to pitch?
I don't know about that. I mean, he wants to pitch. I know him a little bit, and he wants to pitch. It's not like he had a hangnail. I mean, he did have Tommy John.
Well, yeah, right? From that perspective, yes.
I mean, it's not like he has, an ingrown toenail or something. I mean, he's hurt. Listen, from knowing Jacob and playing against him and seeing him and talking to him the little that I've talked to him over the years, he wants to pitch. He was devastated when he went out. I mean, you saw the emotion when he did his interview. So listen, he wants to pitch. I think he gets a bad rap, but injuries suck, man. There's a lot of guys that have been derailed by injuries on the path to Hall of Fame, and he's still got an opportunity to right the ship. He was huge, though, I think, for the Rangers last year, and him and Evaldi, because they brought a veteran presence to that starting rotation, and they brought kind of some gusto and some let's go, boys. And sadly, he got hurt, but Evaldi pitched obviously great for you guys. I think they were huge signings. And when DeGrom comes back, if he's healthy, listen, you're going to be like, wait, he was hurt? We're happy to have him now.
AJ Pierzynski is going to be participating in the 3rd annual Invited Celebrity Classic presented by Choctaw Casinos and Resorts. It's going down here at the Las Colinas Country Club, April 15th through the 21st. We'll get to your golf game in a bit, but Adrian Beltre, Hall of Famer. I saw your quote about him on your Instagram page. Just tell our radio audience, if you could, AJ, your thoughts and appreciation for Adrian, either his game, person, or both.
Well, I mean, we'll start with his game, we'll end with his person, because we'll start with the lesser of the two, and then we'll get to the greater of them. And as a game, listen, he 3,000 hits, a bunch of home runs, gold gloves, an unbelievable player, okay? I mean, just one of the best players I ever played against, one of the best, probably the best third baseman I ever played with. I mean, clearly, first ballot Hall of Famer. But just an incredible player. Could do it all, could hit, could run a little bit better than people think, obviously could field, hit for power, got big hits. Listen, I was playing against this guy since 1997. So what is that? That's over 25 years ago now. God, I'm old. God, we're both old, Adrian. Listen, just one of the best. And then as a person, he's even better. I mean, just one of my favorite teammates. So fun to be around. Commanded the locker room better than probably anyone I was ever around. Could relate to anybody. Could relate to anything, any situation. Friends with everybody. Always had a smile on his face. Always had a funny line for you if things weren't going well to get you back to where you needed to go, but he also would kick you in the butt if you needed it. Just a great guy. I mean, better person than player. He's a first ballot Hall of Fame player. So use your imagination on what kind of person he was. Couldn't be happier for him, his wife, his kids, his family, and everybody. Listen, my kid in 2013 used to hit balls with Adrian Jr., AJ, we used to actually call him. So, I'm happy for them. I've known his family forever, and I couldn't be more happy for a guy.
There's still 15 plus of the top 50 free agents available. We're 2 weeks away from spring training. Why does baseball free agency take forever compared to the other sports?
Well, everyone's looking for the right deal, I think, because of trades, and also other sports, they kind of condense it down and make it like a 24-hour rush, right? Like you look at football, you look at basketball, it's like 12:01. These guys have deals. Well, how did they already know they were getting a deal from that team? You can't even get a call from 30 teams in that amount of time, but they already have deals. So, there's things that happen on the back end, and baseball just takes longer. And listen, because I do a podcast every day, Foul Territory on YouTube. Listen, I'm happy because we have something to talk about every day. If it was in 24 hours, we'd go 4 months and be like, all right, we're going to analyze the Rangers lineup for the 30th time in 30 days. Well, no, we got something to always talk about. I mean, Corbin Burns getting traded last night was a huge deal, right? You saw Bellinger, Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. I mean, there's a lot of big names still out there, and they'll all eventually sign. But, people always look and say, oh, well, Scott Boras is holding it up. Yeah, but Scott Boras wants the best deal for his client. If he can't find it, he's not going to let him do it. Eventually they'll sign. It's just a matter of where and when.
AJ, did you enjoy all the baseball changes to the game last year like we did?
I tell you what I enjoyed. I enjoyed more emphasis on action, and I enjoyed shorter games. Listen, calling games for Fox, those 3.5, 4-hour games, man, you run out of stories to tell, right? These 2-hour, 30-minute games,
yeah.
Let's go, baby. I'm home. Game starts at 7. I'm done by 9:30. I got time to grab dinner after the game. Before, it was like, man, I hope I make my flight the next day. So I was all for it. Listen, I love stolen bases. I love the emphasis on balls being put in play more action. Fans want action, whether it's home runs, stolen bases, triples, hit and runs, bunts, whatever it is. Let's get more action because that's what makes fans pay attention. For a long time there was home run, strikeout, walk. Right?
Yep.
You could go away for 3 innings, the ball wouldn't be put in play. That sucks. That's not what people want.
Would you tweak anything from the rules that were put in place last year?
I wouldn't have taken the pitch clock down. They made it even shorter, and I didn't think that was a good thing. Other than that, I don't love the amount of throwovers you have because as a former catcher, listen, I needed every advantage I could to throw guys out. But hey, it's made the game faster, so it's a give and take. Guys will get used to it. But no, there's not much I would change. I think baseball's in a pretty good spot right now with the rules and where to go. Now they'll change something just because everyone's like, oh, we're doing good, so we got to change something. But I think it's in a good spot right now, especially, listen, the fans love the time of game. I'm sure you guys did also. The only thing is when you're broadcasting the game, you got to be really concise because you have so much less time between pitches. and so much less time to like throw in replays and stuff.
What about the robot umps, the automated strikes? I know it was a disaster in the Atlantic League a couple years ago.
No. No, thank you. Plus, if we take out strikes and balls, right? We can't argue anything else anymore because of replay. So if you can't argue balls and strikes, how's the manager supposed to come out and throw a tantrum on the field where everyone gets fired up? I need to see Aaron Boone throw his hat. I need to see guys cover up home plate. I need to see those things. Those are what are exciting plays and fun. I know, we don't want to see that in the game, but I mean, it's still fun. Plus, there's a couple things that I don't think it's perfected yet. In the Atlantic League, it was what it was. But, I remember, if you guys remember in 2013, Joe Nathan, his 300th save was curveball to Ben Zobrist, and it wasn't exactly the best pitch call in the world.
Yeah.
And everyone was – Joe Madden and Ben Zobrist went crazy. And the next day I talked to the home plate umpire, and I said, well, what do you got on that call? And he goes, listen, on the Quest Tech at the time they used it, he goes, that's called a strike because a curveball bends, goes up to down so much. You can almost guarantee guys will start throwing big, slow, loopy curveballs because all it has to do is touch a part of the body and land on top of home plate, and they'll be considered a strike. So guys better learn how to hit big, loopy curveballs again.
AJ Pierzynski here on The Fan. AJ, we always just crap on referees and umps in every sport, but you're right next to one throughout your whole career. What overall grade would you give the home plate umpire?
What would I give them? A grade?
What kind of, grading of a home plate umpire throughout your playing days? Like, what type of actually good job do they actually do? Because all we do is insult them.
Oh, they do a great job. Listen, that's one of the hardest things in the world to do. And think about being an umpire. You're on the road for 7 months straight. You have no home base. You have no home field. Both teams hate you. Every crowd member hates you before you even go out there. If you miss one call, everyone boos the crap out of you for the home team. So it's a hard job. They do a great job most of the time. And all you ask for as a former player is, hey, be honest with me. Hey, I missed that. Okay, I can live with that. But don't be a butt about it, right? Don't be like, oh, screw you. And that's when guys get ejected. Be like, okay, I missed it. And most players will be like, okay, he admitted it. I can move on. The problem you run into is when egos get in the way and people are like, oh, I'm too good. I would never miss a call. And then that's when you see guys get mad. But most of the time, these guys are really good. Most of them are personable. And most of them are fun.
Is there another athlete? Because you were known as, and I don't know how.
You're a pain in the ass.
Were you? What word are you okay with? An irritant? Someone who'd like to mix it up? What would be a word you would be okay with for your testiness?
No, it doesn't bother me. Whatever you guys want to call me, I don't really care. I've been called everything in the world. So, it doesn't. Listen, it was the way I had to play. I've told people this story, and people are like, well, I don't get it. Like, I had to play with a hate, right? I had to play. The way I got out there every day was I played with hate. Meaning I had to play mad, angry. And that's what got me going every day. And I would invent it sometimes. And I would make it up. And I'd be playing against my best buddy, and he's pitching. And I'm like, I hate this guy. And then we'll go to dinner after the game, right? That was just the way I had to play. That's what got me going. And I wasn't friendly to the other team. I wanted to win for my team. That's all that mattered. At the end of the day, I wanted to win the games for my team. And if the other team didn't like me, so be it. And I always looked at it like, if they were worried about me on my team with all the great players I played with, then you know what? They were worried about the wrong person. We already have an advantage.
You were cool enough to retweet our tease yesterday, and in that retweet, you said, "Excited! I'm a Dan Quinn guy." You know Dan Quinn, new head coach of the Commanders.
Well, let's not forget Dan Quinn coached at a school I'm pretty fond of, University of Florida, for a while. So yeah. And then also he went to Seattle, where I know some people out there that work with him. So he's a great guy. One time, it's funny, one time he needed shoes. He wanted baseball shoes. My buddy that works for the Seahawks goes, hey, can you get DQ a pair of Turfs? Because they don't have the right ones in football. He really likes the baseball ones. So I had to send Dan Quinn, who's, I think at the time he was the DC in Seattle, a pair of Turfs because they couldn't get them on the football side. So, we have a long-standing relationship, and I'm happy for him. He's a great guy, and hopefully he'll do a great job in Washington.
How good is your golf game, and have you played before with Romo or Pudge or Maddox or Smoltz, Urlacher, or the other guys who are going to be at the Celebrity Classic here?
Well, I'll tell you how good my game is. I just had to go get a lesson because it was awful.
That's okay. Lessons are good.
I needed it. It made me hit balls, which is what I need more than anything. But no, listen, I played with a lot of those guys. I never played with Romo. I played with Pudge. I played with Smoltz. I played with Maddox. Listen, I can't compete with Romo. He plays golf every day. I try to play once or twice a week if I'm lucky.
Mm-hmm.
But listen, it's more about the fun. It's more about the camaraderie. It's more about going out to the invited Celebrity Classic out there with the Champions Tour guys and getting to play with those guys and watch those guys. We had one a couple weeks ago here in Orlando called the Hilton Grand with the LPGA girls, and the girls would go out there and just kick your butt all over the course. I'm like, gosh, these girls are good. And then you go out to the Champions, and play with the Champions Tour guys, and those guys, 50, 60-year-old. I'm like, man, I can compete with these guys. I'm not 50 yet. And they just smash it by you, and they just beat your brains in. You're just like, gosh, these guys are incredible. And the last couple of years over at Las Colinas Country Club, fans have been great. There's big crowds. It's just a fun time. You get to see a lot of guys. You get to meet a lot of people that you wouldn't otherwise get to know, and you just get to hang out and have people come out and smile and see people not in their element.
Well, we're going to see you out there. We knew this would be awesome. Thank you so much for the time, man, and we look forward to seeing you when you pick up the sticks for the tournament. Thank you, AJ.
Welcome, guys, and don't forget, tickets are free out there. So everyone come out and see, and the guys are happy to give autographs and talk to you, and say hello, and hopefully, I think the Rangers are out of town now. I was hoping to go to a game, but I think they're out of town that weekend. So they've got no excuses.
No excuse.
Man, what a salesman,
yeah, he is.
Broadcaster.
That's right.
You got any Tom Brady Fox broadcasting advice?
I like Greg Olson, so it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. I love KB. I've worked with KB a lot at Fox. I love him. And by the way, did you guys ever think that the Rangers would win a World Series before the Cowboys won another Super Bowl?
AJ, you're cutting out. We'll have to get you reconnected for next year. You're cutting out a little bit. Thank you for your time, if you can hear me. Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
AJ Pierzynski on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Yet the ground tickets are free for all 3 days of the competition. InvitedCelebrityClassic.com/tickets. We're doing the show out there.
Here we are.
And I think Spittle is getting us tickets for me, at least, to party it up through the weekend.
Oh, just for you.
I mean, if you want to go. I don't know.
I know nothing about it.
I didn't know if you needed Spittle's connection. Man, he made a face during that too.
Wow.
I got him.
Wow.
I got him right there.
I'm jealous.
Yeah. So we got to get a Sean, RJ, and Peyton fan set up in the stands, and we're going to do the show out there as well. And thanks to Tony Fay PR, the best in the business. The Tolos have decided who they want to replace Dan Quinn. See if you agree with it next. But everybody agrees that for your financial future.
Segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. Life is unpredictable. Accidents happen. Frankel and Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks and DFW. If you or a loved one have been in an accident, contact the Frankels for free at 214 or 817-333-3333 or go to truckwreck.com.
Crosstalk with a KMC masterpiece led by Mike Bassick. He's giving the thumbs up to the Whata Wings, the 72-pack that got brought in. I think I like that. Like it was like an Asian zing type flavor.
Oh yeah, a little sweet and spicy chili.
Oh, the sweet and spicy chili. Then I'm gonna go with the barbecue. I eat hot wings so much.
Do you really?
I'm not gonna put that in my top two. I love buffalo sauce.
Buffalo's great.
They said that there's a local. What's one of the Buffalo, New York famous ones?
Duff's.
Yeah, I think it's here. Were you telling me?
South Lake. Yeah, it's great.
Awesome.
It's fantastic. Big wings. Big.
Yeah. So I love buffalo sauce. So today I wanted to try it up different with the Whata Wings. Thanks to Whataburger for dropping off breakfast. And a couple people don't understand our body clocks because
very odd body clock.
It was like breakfast for lunch. If I could, I love watching food documentaries in other countries where like they're eating like hearty soups or pho or like Indian food.
Watch your mouth.
And I'm like, man, I could eat that for breakfast. Could we eat lunch? I eat lunch at like 10:45.
Well, yeah, because like lunch is generally, I assume lunch is like 6 hours after you wake up. You wake up at 4 o'clock. Lunch is 10 o'clock. Right? It's 10 o'clock in the morning.
We've had brisket up here at 9:30 in the morning. I'm down for brisket and barbecue. Early.
That's what you want to call it.
Yeah, I'm down to eat any type of savory lunch / dinner food early.
You just put it in my belly.
Yeah. So thanks to Whataburger for dropping it off. And starting February 8th, you can get those 72 wings along with a large fry to go along with it. Dan Quinn, new head coach of the Washington Commanders. So who is going to be the replacement and who should it be? I put out the poll question. 1,400 Tolos voted. The options were Ron Rivera, who Todd Archer says the team is going to speak with Mike Zimmer, who Calvin Watkins reports has an interest in this job, Wink Martindale, formerly of the New York Giants and the Ravens, or the promotion from within with Al Harris or Joe Witt. And so far, Al Harris / Joe Witt, 48.5% of the vote. Mike Zimmer second with 31. Wink Martindale third with 12%. Ron Rivera last at 8.5%.
Ron would be my last choice. He would be my last choice. Just not in on him, and Mike Zimmer would be my last choice as well. Both those guys together. I just want fresh ideas. Just somebody young, fresh ideas. I get it. If you're McCarthy, you have to win. You're in the final year. You're a lame duck. I just go down with the ship, man. Give me some youth, some fresh blood, fresh ideas, as opposed to the same stale offenses and defenses that have been run since the 50s. Just give me something fresh. I don't even care. I don't think Brandon Staley's a great defensive coordinator. Give me him. I'd rather have him than Ron Rivera. Give me somebody young. Give me. It was Aaron Glenn is getting up for all kinds of jobs this year. Throw it Joe Witt's way, or Joe Witt's way, or Adden Dirty's way. Somebody, anybody.
877-881-1053, chartrec.com text line in order to hit us up. Of course, the name that was not included in this poll, because I think it's unreasonably crazy to think it could happen, Tolos are bringing up Mike Vrabel. So Mike Vrabel's name is being mentioned.
Yep, they are bringing him up. I don't know.
And no, Belichick is not happening, guys. It's not happening.
That's the one you asked for. You make a call. Hey, Bill, you want to come here? That's what you do. That's the guy you ask for. He'll say no. And I wonder if Vrabel would say no, too. I mean, Mike Vrabel wants to be a head coach in this league, not a defensive coordinator.
He would definitely say no.
What if he comes here as a DC and stinks? And their defense stinks. Does that impact how he is thought of as a retread head coach? Is it? Has he? I mean, he's only been the defensive coordinator 1 year in his entire coaching time. 1 year with the Texans in 2017. And I don't even remember what the Texans in 2017 had from a defensive standpoint. I mean, I'll just Google it real quick. And they were in 2017. Oh my God. You've got to be kidding me.
What?
This guy got a head coaching job out of this. The 2017 Houston Texans ranked what in points allowed per game?
2017? Was D'Amico? JJ? Maybe on those squads?
JJ would have been there, yep.
Davion,
was Clowney there yet?
Fifth,
close. 32nd. They allowed 27 points a game. 27. They were 4-12. And he got a head coaching job out of that.
Wow.
Bill Belichick. That's why he got the head coaching job, right? The 2017 Texans were 32nd in defensive points allowed. And he parlayed that into a head coaching job. I don't want that as my DC.
I'm fine with Mike Zimmer. Nick even was talking about his versatility. I kind of like that he's a crusty dude. I'm tired of this defense and Micah and everyone else talking so much. They're clearly not tough enough. I'd be fine with that. Ron Rivera, too old school. Wink Martindale, I think I would be fine with as well. And I don't really know anything about Joe Witt, and I can't speak to. I know we all love Al Harris because, they get a lot of
Al
interceptions.
Harris.
We
Sure.
know his name.
Yep.
He's somewhat familiar, but I don't know about them as coaches because they've been, assistants basically.
Yeah. You want to go to Wink? I could deal with Wink. Wink would be fine. Al Harris, I have no idea what kind of coach you'd be, but I'm open to anything. I'm open to all ideas. All ideas that don't include like Zimmer and Rivera. I'm out.
Toxicology report coming in from the Kansas City fan death.
Yeah, the three Kansas City Chiefs fans who died outside their friend's house. They froze to death while he was sleeping inside for 2 days. They all apparently digested something. And now the tox reports come back, according to TMZ, which, they're basically, they don't miss over there at TMZ. Cocaine, THC, and 3 times the lethal amount of fentanyl. was found in their systems.
Whoa.
So I don't know what happened in terms of who gave them these drugs. Was it the guy they referred to as the chemist, who was the homeowner? Jordan Willis, who was an HIV scientist and has an idea of how to work with drugs. Was it him? Because one of the cousins of the deceased said that homeowner would make concoctions for people to, basically, give them drugs without having to go through a doctor. And did he do this? Did he screw up the dosage and give them basically lethal amounts of drugs? Because he took them too, it appears, because he was passed out for 2 days. And he passed out in the house. And they passed out outside in the freezing cold, and they froze to death. It was 30 degrees every night. They froze to death. So is that him? Did he screw it up? Or did they get it from somebody else and it was not right? And that's what happened? That's scary. 3 times the lethal dose of fentanyl and cocaine and THC all showed up in their systems.
Wow. My apologies to Jalen Brunson. I said he was never going to be an all-star last night while dropping 40 for the red-hot Knicks. He got very emotional at the Garden as he was named as an all-star reserve. So that goes on the Mount Rushmore of Sean Sharif being wrong. So not happy about that, but happy for Jalen Brunson because that clearly definitely meant something to him last night. Dallas Mavericks in Vegas. How much are the real experts actually believing in what this team has left? Favorites to win the NBA championship as of today. Pepe, you can feel free to guess as well. Who's the favorite?
Boston.
It is. After they got... That's an embarrassing loss to the Lakers last night. A humiliating loss on... I believe it was on TNT. But no LeBron, no Anthony Davis, and the Celtics lost. Then...
Denver?
Yep. Good job. Denver, followed by Milwaukee.
NBA choppy here.
The Clippers, the Thunder, tied with the 76ers with Joel Embiid actually hurt. Bobby was getting ready to put him on blast, saying he was afraid of facing the Joker. He wanted some segment time for that. It's a good thing I saved him the embarrassment, even though I'm just saying what he would have said to embarrass him right now. Thunder, Sixers, Suns, all 12-1. Then Minnesota, Lakers, New York Knicks. The Mavericks are 45-1. They've plummeted. So mid-June, they were 9-1 to win it all. And then September to mid-October, 25-1. Basically, that same thing up until January 2nd. And they've gone from 28-1 to 45-1, just like that. Can we at least get an MVP season out of this? What do you think? Who is the favorite to win the MVP?
Favorite to win the MVP. Are we back to Joker again?
Yep. Joker, 5-7, followed by
Giannis.
No. 4th.
Luka.
3rd.
Tatum.
No.
Embiid.
Nope. I'm going to keep this.
Oh, wait, Shea.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Ruben's guy, SGA. So it's Joker, SGA, Luka, Giannis, Embiid, and Tatum. Wembanyama, Rookie of the Year, followed by Chet Holmgren, Coach of the Year. Now, I'm going to be honest. I have no idea who this guy is.
All right, let me hear his name, and I'll tell you who he.
I don't even think I can pronounce it.
Oh, is this the guy that went the Raptors coach?
Nope. Let's see how long this takes. Because NBA head coaches are, I think, probably the toughest to name over baseball managers of the big three, hockey to the side. Let's see how long this takes. I don't know if we have enough time. I'll give you the Western Conference.
Oklahoma City guy.
What's his name?
Oh.
It's
Mark?
Hang on. Give me his first initial.
D.
Danol.
So
D'Antoni.
That's definitely not D'Antoni. And then
Dagnall.
And then second is Chris Finch from
Chris Finch. He is the head coach of. Hang on. It's
the T-Wolves.
Good job, Peyton.
Yeah, I just sent his audio the other day.
New NBA insider.
Is it Mark Dagnall?
Yeah. New NBA insiders. Peyton Russell and RJ Choppy. Mike Bassick leads Crosstalk. Next on The Fan.
Let's get you over to number one air. A great opportunity over at number.
The fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine? Because they've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. Why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference, and find new roads.
All right, it's the Mike Bassett Crosstalk brought to you by Nobody. Now, Kevin, are we at a Buffalo Wild Wings ready to give away tickets to the big game through Miller Lite because the Cowboys did it as the number 2 seed. Never lost a home game in the regular season. They had the 2 home games they took care of. They showed San Francisco who the boss is, and now
they lost.
The Cowboys are in the Super Bowl.
They lost to San Francisco in the NFC Championship.
All the number 2 seeds lost a home game.
In your face.
They shouldn't have been the 2 seed. They should have intentionally lost the last game. And then they could have been the 5 seed.
Why do you take so much joy in that, Mike? It makes me sad.
Because it's the rest of your life that's going to happen. So get used to it.
Well, that's like you with the Mavericks, and I don't rub that in your face.
You know what? I'm changing subjects. Sean.
Yeah.
Yesterday, we had give your sports opinion, and then what is the thing that you do that is most Texan? And I know that you didn't grow up in Texas, but I think that could be fun for you two to talk about. But Chris Summers, who's our producer today, did a great job yesterday. Chris Strong.
Chris Summers, isn't he did a great MTV Singled Out?
Yeah. He did a great job yesterday, though. So
he was on 1080.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah, okay.
1080.
So he said, this year the Stars are going to win the NHL Stanley Cup. And then in 2025, the Cowboys are going to win the Super Bowl.
Hell yeah.
And he said it's going to be a three-peat in Dallas, just not one team doing it.
Chris Summers said this.
Chris Strong. And he didn't mention the Mavericks. And I was saying, isn't this crazy? I'm going to, then your opinion. Isn't this crazy that in 2019-20, so the COVID playoffs, you have the double bang shot from Luka. You take the Clippers to Game 7, and everybody thought the Clippers were going to be the team of the bubble, and they weren't because Paul George was depressed that he had to play basketball. Yeah. And I just think to myself, when you saw that moment and you take yourself back to where you thought the Mavericks could be in 2020, when you thought yourself 4 years from then, where are the Mavericks going to be with this budding superstar who looks like he could take over the league? And the Mavericks aren't even you just did a segment. Like, the Mavericks aren't even a consideration. How crazy is this? How horrible of a job
with a second superstar
has Mark Cuban done that literally he got the guy and he's made this thing into like, can you even make the play-in situation?
With a second superstar. That's the thing. And your main star, like, I know we talk about his scoring. He is a savant passing the ball as well.
Sure.
It's not like you just have this selfish gunner who's out to score, right? He can make other people better.
Right.
I just wonder how much like Mark has been like, this guy's skill set is this. When he's in those meetings, is he listening like I think Jerry does, or is he like actually saying, no, I think this guy, his zone defense capabilities, actually giving like player
I think he's listening
ability
like
scouting reports, because that
here's what I think
would sound scary.
Now, I know that he wanted to give Donnie Nelson no credit for anything that's happened here, right? So I totally get it when he did an interview with, Brian Damaris, or Mark Followell. It might have been one of those, when they talked about drafting Luka, because he's like, no, it was the analytic people. Mike Florio was on your show yesterday. What did he say about the analytic people and how they got into the room? I think Mark Cuban thinks, well, basketball people are actually dumb. We're the smart ones. I'm the smart one for making $1 billion on the internet. These guys are the smart ones that have gone to Ivy League schools and have a major degree in mathematics type of situation. So I think that's who he listens to. So I think if you have a basketball
that's not
person,
Mark Cuban, that's every owner. Every owner in sports listens to their analytics people or more than the head coach.
Don't you think Ray Davis did that for a while and he changed?
I think he still listens to analytics people.
100%. But does he say? Now, I think Chris Young is a perfect genius.
Yeah, I agree.
He's the combination of John Daniels and Nolan Ryan into one person.
100%. But let's be fair here. John Daniels built the Rangers that won.
No. That is
I'm sorry.
ridiculous.
Was he the GM when they signed? Seager and
Do
Simeon.
you think? Let me ask you this: do you think Bruce Bochy and Mike Maddox would have been the coaches of that team?
Not one effing day would they sign with
No. Bochy would not have been the manager,
and Maddox wouldn't have been the pitching
JD
coach.
wouldn't have gone. And gotten a Bochy.
I agree. No,
and then none of this would have happened. You saw they won 60-some-odd games.
What are you doing right now, Choppy?
Listen, I couldn't. You had to say it again because I couldn't hear you. Did he build the team? Yeah, he did.
The roster.
Those were his players. Outside of DeGrom, he got every one of those.
Montgomery.
He didn't get Montgomery,
No.
Scherzer, or Evaldi.
But okay,
Whoops.
to start the year.
That's a pretty big part of it.
3 of those guys were trade deadline acquisitions. The Rangers were already in first place.
They don't. What?
Okay, yes, you're right. They don't win. They don't win the World Series without those pickups at the trade deadline. But the team that was on the field to start the season, with the exception of Evaldi and DeGrom, JD has to get credit for.
He has to get some credit, yes.
Like at least 50%.
But there was
How do you not
a
give him credit
time
for
because he was also dictating how the lineup was going to work, and that's who it was going to be. He was also a progress stopper for not making deals.
The roster.
Okay, that's fine.
That's all I care about.
He would
For
not
the
have
roster.
had those people in those same positions in the roster because he dictated to the manager. He was the manager who was going to bat where. This team never would have done anything like that. You saw it the year before with JD.
Oh boy. I'm talking about the roster. The roster is at least 85% opening day roster of last year. Right? Granted, Montgomery, all that. The opening day roster is 85% John Daniels.
I'm with you, and I give him some credit because a lot of those people that you're talking about were on the team because of him.
Now, granted, you're right.
But
Bochy's not the manager.
But the leadership and everything that Chris Young felt like, hey, we have to change a little bit of the way that we look at how we run the team in general. The talent, I give you. John Daniels did a lot of the talent acquisition of getting Garcia for nothing and getting Nate Lowe for nothing and getting Jonah Heim in an Elvis Andrus trade. Like, I 100% agree with you there, but I do think that it took Chris Young to look at it and say, should we be just having the manager be handed a piece of paper on how this game's supposed to go?
Right. Nobody should do
Now,
that.
to that
Nobody should
point,
do that.
I mean, I'm not saying it's exactly like this, but Dave Roberts kind of is like that. He's like, hey, where's my sheet? I'll do it.
Yeah.
If we get to this situation, I'll bring in this guy because the sheet says do this. So he's going by. And so it's kind of in a way, if people are like, why isn't Dave Roberts getting fired? He's doing exactly what he's supposed to do before the game. Before the game, he's like, I'm going to go exactly by what the thing says to do before the game. So it's like, well, we can't really blame him because he's just doing what he's been told to do by the analytics / general manager.
I think a lot of times whenever the guy who is also watching the balance sheet is discussing players, he starts taking that too much into account. Now, general manager, I think, he has a budget that he's dealt with. But the owners start thinking about their dollars and cents too, and they start looking at financial ways to get around things rather than do I get the best players on the court. And that's one of the problems I have with the Cubans and the Jerrys in those instances. Instead of saying, hey, here's your budget, and letting a GM fight for the budget, like really, hey, I need this, and this to go get these types of players. Give me a little extra. They're not getting that out of those guys.
What do we have coming up on the show, Corey?
Oh man, today on this show, who are you tired of right out of the gate? Is it just the Chiefs? Because everybody says the Chiefs you're tired of right now.
I thought I was going to be tired of them, but I wasn't when I was watching it. I can only kind of, well, not all the time, but judge it like while the game is on. I'm like, what am I rooting for here? And I was kind of rooting for Lamar to screw it up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, I was too. But I can't.
I needed to be right with my narrative.
Gotcha. Okay.
I can't root for the 49ers.
And have
but
Dak as a better playoff quarterback.
Mike's love of the Chiefs makes me want them to kind of lose.
I get that.
There's a girl that I rode the elevator with, and she's like, go Chiefs, I'm from Kansas City. And I was like, I'm really a Patrick Mahomes fan.
Yeah.
Because it's not like I'm going to like the Chiefs, I don't know, 12 years from now after he's won 6 championships. I'll be like, that was fun. That was awesome. And now I'll pick another quarterback or a couple other quarterbacks to follow.
When she walked off the elevator, did you say, and your barbecue sucks too?
No, I said, have a great weekend. And she said, go Chiefs.
Okay.
Does she know the Super Bowl's next weekend?
Yeah, she did.
Oh.
Because she already said she's taking Monday off. She's not going to work next Monday.
What, you thought he was talking to that Tampa Bay reporter?
What else, Corey?
At noon, the 24 things the Rangers can do to start building a dynasty this year.
24?
24.
There's 20.
I'll tell you what.
Bring JD back as one.
That's number 1 through 23.
Oh, maybe bring Nolan back. You know what I mean?
That's right.
He's the real
There's
champion.
24 free agents still unsigned.
Well, get all of them.
In baseball nuggets, obviously you guys mentioned it. There was a huge trade with the Baltimore Orioles that I think put a damper on the American League. Because I'll just give you my tease. The Orioles are going to be freaking awesome.
They are.
And new ownership.
Hey,
Yeah.
They got rid of their Dan Snyder.
Allowing teams to trade draft picks in Major League Baseball. Is that a this year thing?
Yeah, but it's only like the
comp picks.
Yeah, only the comp pick. So you can't, if you have the first pick, I'm sorry, I don't know who has the first pick this year, but if you have the first pick.
Royals, Pittsburgh?
Was it Cleveland?
Oh, it's Cleveland. That's
Cleveland
right.
won the lottery.
Baseball
So,
record,
like,
my ass.
So like Cleveland can't trade that pick. They can trade a comp pick if they have one because they've lost a free agent or whatever. But
Blake Snell wants 9 for 270.
Let's
Good luck with that.
Yeah, he's had two good. He's had
you know
two
what's
great
amazing?
years.
He had an over 5 ERA 6 starts into the year this year. And then just dominated from there. All right, so last thing, because I know we got to get out of here. The music's going to play. Is Baltimore sells. Mark Cuban sells. I have this question, and Mike likes it, and you can give a quick comment. Is it time to sell professional franchises? Is there about to be? Did we hit the peak?
The TV market thing, some people think is a reason. The Bally thing is a reason why Cuban bailed. I don't think in the NFL you need to.
NFL doesn't worry about it. NFL is its own animal. The rest of them, you got to worry. Unless you have your own TV network. Like if you're Nesson or Yes or Masson, or then I think you're okay. But if you're in, if you're banking on FS, Fox Sports or Bally, whatever, you're screwed.
All right, Sean, JD, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday here. Tuesday, we'll be in Vegas.
Yeah,
baby. Monday, you guys are going to be breaking down all the Cowboys in the Pro Bowl and all the great things that they did as they jumped on trampolines and whatever. But Dak couldn't be there. These personal reasons. All right, coming up next, KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. He didn't want to talk to the media.
Woo! DFW's number 1.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From our fan studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin, Corey Majors, Mike Bassick, and Chris Strong rocking with you today. It is also a shout-out Friday. If you want to send in those shout-outs, 877-881-1053 on the truckwreck.com text line. But first, I think a relevant question is, I was reading an article from Yahoo that said America is tired of the Chiefs. Now, I have to admit, I do not fit in that category, but they did say America, so I guess that means all of America. Are you guys tired of the Chiefs? And
heck no.
If so, why? For the record, though, it feels like you've hated the Chiefs all season because of their wide receivers.
Yeah. I was watching, this is going to be random. This morning, for some reason on YouTube, it popped up 1987 All-Star Weekend competition. Yeah. And so you get to see Larry Bird in the three-point competition and Michael Jordan in the slam dunk competition. And I miss those guys. I get back in the day rooting for the Milwaukee Bucks with Paul Pressey and stuff like that and just going, man, it'd be really cool if they upset the Celtics.
Right.
But now I don't want to go back and watch the Milwaukee Bucks with Jack Sikma. I don't care.
Right.
I want to watch Larry Bird and Kevin McHale and Casey Jones coach them. I want to watch Magic Johnson. I want to watch Michael Jordan. I don't want to watch, nothing against like Dominique Wilkins. Great player, but I'm not like, man, I really need to watch some old Hawks basketball in my life. So I think, yes, right now you can be tired of a dude who has supreme greatness. Nobody in the history of football has a better 6 years to the start of their career than Patrick Mahomes does. But I think overall, when you really think about it, your life of watching whatever sport it is, you're way more engaged when the best is doing it rather than the upset team doing it.
I'm pulling for the Chiefs to do something special. Okay, so that's why I'm not tired of them yet. I've also haven't been turned off by any, from what we know so far, controversies regarding cheating. Like that hasn't happened. So there's nothing in my mind yet that has made them the bad guy. Even the Justin Tucker thing, I just look at and I'm like, well, I mean, more than anything, he was kind of cleaning that area out so his quarterback didn't trip and roll an ankle. But he also, hey, don't be a D. And I'm like, okay, this is weird. But they're still fun. They're fun-loving individuals. The team seems fun. Andy Reid's a nice guy for what we know. And I'm just like, okay, so no, there's nothing that's turned me off from liking them. And then on the other side of it is, at this pursuance of the Tom Brady and New England Patriots stuff, that's fascinating to me. This pursuance of really good football is fascinating to me. So no, I'm not tired of these guys by any means yet. And the Taylor Swift stuff, I can see like if that's becoming a problem for you, because it's more than anything, it's headlines and Twitter. It's the social media aspect of it rather than what you actually watch on the football game. That can't be wearing you out.
Yeah, I think there's way more people who, to your point, write articles about people being mad than actual people who are mad.
I think so too.
And so it's really weird that like all these people came pushing back and they're like, how dare you? She's just cheering for her boyfriend. And then I'm like, I don't know if there are that many people out there who are really that bothered by it. I just know there are a lot of articles pretending like that's a thing.
And I heard Tony Romo say, look, she brings value to what we're doing.
Sure.
And if you can say monetary value, I heard you, Kevin, say that yesterday the $330 million wasn't really that number.
That's a farcical number.
But either way, my daughter wants to sit down and next to me and watch a football game because she might see that. But on top of it, she wants to know football. And my wife's more likely to hang out with me or go get groceries. And because she goes to get the groceries, that's what she does. She told me I don't have to do that, so I appreciate it. So, but yeah, that's just now it actually helps me socialize even more on a different level with Lucy. So I like that too.
Now, she is one of the 4 reasons that I came up with for why people might be tired of it. But like I said, I'm not. And also, I don't think they've won anywhere near enough to be tired of it. They've won 2 Super Bowls. Like, it feels too early. Now, if they win this one and the next one, then I can see what people are like, oh my God, give me a break. But they won 2. That's it. Like in this run. I realized they won like Super Bowl 4.
It's interesting that they didn't do anything like, I think the Golden State hate came when Kevin Durant went there. It was like, we're cool with this. We've never seen anybody shoot 700 3-pointers in one game like this team is doing, and it's like, this is new basketball. This is really cool. Golden State has never been a winner ever. Kansas City had never been a winner ever. And then they start winning. And
the Astros, what about the Astros? The Astros hate for me really came when you're finding out.
Nobody really hated them in 17 when they won it. They hated them in 19 when the story came out that oh no, they really cheated pretty hard here to help themselves win a championship in 2017. So I look at the Chiefs, and what's tough for me is, what have they done? They haven't added KD. They didn't do like the Miami Heat thing. They don't have anybody who is, I don't know. I guess Travis Kelce is their most flamboyant. Is that the word? Like the most out there character?
So the quarterback too is one of those guys.
Like they don't seem, I don't know, like maybe the Cowboys hate in the 90s came from the arrogance of Michael Irvin.
And I actually think this is a new version of hatred. Maybe it's always been there, but social media has made this easier to access. I think there's 4 reasons right now that people would be tired of the Chiefs. You already brought up Taylor Swift. Folks hate greatness, sometimes for no reason. Sometimes people are just like, I don't like whoever's on top or whoever's on charge. Then the other 2 are Jackson Mahomes and Brittany Mahomes.
They're not on the field.
Exactly. And yet,
there's 3 people now that you've named that aren't on the field.
Here we are. I'm telling you, I believe the vast majority of people who
that hate the Knicks hate Spike Lee.
Probably.
Okay.
But just for the Chiefs, and that's very easy to understand, is just for the Chiefs purposes, I'll just go to majority, not vast majority. I bet it's off the field stuff. They're like, oh, I'm just so tired of Patrick Mahomes' wife or brother. I'm so tired of seeing Taylor Swift or blah, 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 blah. I think it's more off the field stuff like that you're right, has nothing to do with what's happening on the field.
And that's when the good old days, Kevin, were when Paul Rudd was the biggest Chiefs fan we knew of. And you were just like, oh my gosh.
And now it's Bobby Witt Jr.
Well, I think it's still
There's
Taylor.
No way but he's bigger than Paul Rudd.
But yeah, like Paul Rudd was the one that you're like, oh, and everybody can like Paul Rudd.
What about Rick Rudd, the former wrestler?
I don't know.
That's Rick Rude, you
I don't
jerk.
think I ever saw him wearing Chiefs gear or at a Chiefs game, but I can't say that for sure. So hold on, that was all of your list right there?
No, I think those are the 4 reasons.
Okay, all right, that makes a lot of sense. And what about the commercial overload?
Okay, it's actually not commercials, but a different media entity from the 972. This is fascinating to me. This was not my takeaway. I turned on the Chiefs when I watched that Netflix show, and Patrick Mahomes came across as a douchebag.
Oh man,
that's not what I thought, but I'm telling you,
I get it.
One of my really good friends is like, hey, his wife is seemingly a very rude person. His brother has been involved in lots of shady stuff, and they don't believe that and then you saw him throw that temper tantrum, him and Andy Reid, when they were both clearly wrong about the penalty a couple of months ago. But that's not enough for me to just be like, I'm done.
Yeah, no, I saw that part of it where it was just like, hey, dude, back off that part.
Yeah.
But I didn't walk away from the quarterback series. And if you're saying that comparing him to Kirk Cousins, that he comes off as a D-bag, I get it. Because Kirk Cousins comes off as like this super humble dad guy that just doesn't have a clue how good he could possibly be. And Mahomes is like, no, I completely understand how good I am and what I need to do to stay and maintain in that area and the competitive nature. I had zero problem with it. There are a lot of times when I was like, man, he seems like a pretty good dad, pretty good husband. He's trying to get the dogs to be quiet while she's doing her interview. But I totally get the competitiveness. People do take competitiveness, Kevin, as D-bagness, if you will, because you get into a moment where you don't think, you're in the midst of passion and you're not thinking about what it's going to take, like what other people are thinking around you in the moment of competitiveness.
And I will tell you, if you win to go along with whining to the refs, you get a pass on that. Because, take a look back.
Yeah.
Jordan, Kobe, Tim Duncan, they all complained to the refs a lot, but they also won. And so I think that's the issue.
Tom Brady.
Yes, Tom Brady. Oh, my God, Tom Brady. But that's the thing. they all won. So I think the disconnect is like, hey, you can start complaining to the refs once you've won a few like really important things. All right.
He seems to have done that.
Yeah, he does. He does. From the 812, I'm not tired of greatness. I was not tired of the Cowboys in the 90s, not tired of Brady, not tired of Mahomes' greatness. I hated to like the Lakers and Yankees run. And I get that. That might just be for rivalry purposes.
And they've won a zillion of them, right? That's
exactly.
why I think I hate the Lakers. My whole life, they seem to figure out how to be great, even when it looks like they're going to have a trash decade. Then the next thing you know, Shaq's like, screw it. I want to be a LA Laker. You know, and that's always tough when you feel like a team always gets right now. For the Yankees, they just got Juan Soto, and you're just like, these teams always get the guy that you're like, crap, that could turn them back into being a great team.
And like, I also understand all the AFC West fans that hate the Chiefs, and I'm like, yeah, but you hate them for rivalry purposes.
Yep.
Because before we found out about the cheating, I just hated the Astros because that's what you do. Like, I hate the Astros because they're the Astros. But then you found out there was more to it, and you're like, oh my God. I hated the Yankees.
That just injected more fuel into the hatred.
Absolutely. I hated the Yankees for the longest time because of the 96, 98, and 99 playoffs. Had nothing to do with their 26 championships, or 27 now. It was that.
It definitely, for me, had a lot to do with the fact that their roster from 1 through 9, and then their pitching was just absolutely stacked every year. And I was like, good God, we'll never be able to match anything like that for the Yankees specifically. And that's that's little brother syndrome in that instance. But with Travis Kelce, too, he does have the podcast with his brother. His brother is an Eagle. And so that also, I can see how that, and they had the documentary on them playing in the Super Bowl against each other. So I do see some people getting overload. Again, this goes back to the commercials and just all the off-field stuff. But on the field, you watch Travis Kelce play. He plays the football game the way you want your football player to play the football game. Like, he's tough. He gets in people's faces. He makes big catches. He's physical. All those things that you're like, that is a football player right there. That's Travis Kelce is it, man. No, and he has the flash to go along with it.
And I agree with that. And I also think you have way more control over what you see now than before. Like, I get it when there was just linear TV. If you're like, I'm tired of seeing Michael Jordan in every commercial, and you're like, you got no choice, chump. Well, if you don't want to deal with the Kelces, don't watch the show. Don't listen to the podcast. Like, you can fundamentally avoid those things.
Like, if Adolis had all the flash that Adolis has, but did not produce, especially in the biggest moments of the baseball games. Gotcha. Like, in the biggest moments, Adolis was like, okay, guys, I know I'm 0 for 4 today, but don't worry about it. Game over. You know, like, that's what you're like, okay, like, I got to give him credit. He has all this flash and pizzazz, but you just be like, dude, you're just a chump that just shows up on the field to talk. But he shows up whenever the moment's the biggest, and he wants that spotlight.
The interesting, and I know, like, this isn't the last stand for Mahomes next Sunday, or at least it doesn't feel like that by any means.
This was the reset. So what the Buffalo Bills are going to have to do is they're $60 million over the cap. We mentioned that earlier this week. They're going to have to reset their cap and not put out the best product they can possibly put out in 2024. This was the Chiefs' year that they had to reset their cap a little bit, and they couldn't go after DeAndre Hopkins. They couldn't do certain things because they're like, look, we really need a year to kind of reset our cap, so we're not going to try to put out the best product this year, and they're still back in the Super Bowl.
And that's the interesting thing about the comparison with him and Jordan is sometimes that I feel like it's unfair, and I'm like, oh, people will say, oh, Charles Barkley, Patrick Ewing, Karl Malone, they never won a championship because there's a big giant block in front of them. And now you can look at Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, maybe Joe Burrow, though I realize he made it to a Super Bowl. Maybe they'll be like, oh, they never won anything. Tua never won anything. And you might be like, yeah, because there's a big giant block named Patrick Mahomes in front of them.
So for everybody out there that's tired of whatever with the Chiefs, are they suggesting that we root for the Niners this year?
Can't do it.
Is that what's happening here?
Can't do
Some
it.
people are out there saying root for the San Francisco 49ers. That doesn't make any sense at all.
If you want me to, Corey, a month from now, after all the Super Bowl gear goes on sale for 30 to 50% off, and especially if you lose, if you, like, Philadelphia gear was like 66% off a month after the Super Bowl because they had lost. I'll buy you some Chiefs gear if you want to come aboard and start Mahomesing with me.
I've made a pretty big.
You can be my
commitment
homie.
here. I've made a big commitment here because what did I just recently? I got a
Detroit Lions?
a Rangers hoodie, didn't I?
Yes.
I will only buy championship hoodies from my teams, and I will only buy their gear if they win championships. So that's where I stand right now.
But don't you
win
have to-
championships, I'll buy stuff.
If you're a Cowboys fan, and I always stay a Cowboys fan, but who are you going to root for after the wild card round? I feel like you need to pick a team.
It was a good run.
That's the
good
part,
run.
Mike, when you ask. That's the part that agitates people. You could just not even talk about the Cowboys. They haven't been playing for several weeks.
But we're the
This
home
is a
of the
Chiefs segment, Mike.
We're the home of the division champion Dallas Cowboys, the wild card losing Dallas
Hang up
Cowboys.
the banner.
Man, I would never root for the 49ers. Every day you push me closer and closer. So in that next Monday, I can be like, "Oh, what's up with your homie now? He
I
lost."
swear we ought to leave this world behind.
Yeah.
I can't do it. I can't.
He has only one more championship than Jerry Jones without Jimmy.
We're the KNC masterpiece.
He got that one big one where
Oh,
Barry.
my God.
Right here. None of that is necessary. I'm
Thanks
losing
a
at
lot.
Mortal Kombat.
Thanks a lot,
Coming
Jerry.
up next.
We have more money than them.
We're still 9 days away from the Super Bowl, but it is never too early to look at prop bets. Plus, your prop bet can be over-under. How many times is Mike going to agitate you next week? Let's just throw that in as a bonus at 877-881-1053. We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Window Nation and Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Purdy under center, use check. Now Elijah Mitchell is in. They give it to Mitchell off the right side, pushing for the goal line. Is he in? Touchdown! San Francisco!
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The Super Bowl. Oh no, Corey walked away. It's because that highlight we played. The Super Bowl is 9 days away. It is never too early to look at some of those prop bets. So I have a variety of prop bets for you. Are you guys ready? Well, I guess Mike, are you ready? Chris, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay.
I'm also ready to maybe buy a San Francisco 49ers hat too. Just to
Why
put
must you antagonize
to put
me
you
and
over
the
the top.
audience?
To put you over the top.
Corey, can I join you? It's going to be
Whoever-
a segment about the Mavs trade deadline assets.
Whoever wins the Super Bowl,
Oh my
I'm buying
God.
their hat. I already have a Chiefs. I'll just buy like a black Chiefs.
All right, prop bets.
Yeah.
Kevin, I was getting ready
I'm ready to prop it up, man.
to discuss with you Bottle Cap Alley and A&M today.
Hey.
and have that discussion. But
we
now,
can-
Outside the chicken?
Yeah, I don't even know if I can do that.
This is really fun because we can really bet on these.
Yes.
Tuesday
Yes,
through
you can.
Friday, we can really bet on these.
Actually, yeah, I need to go ahead and start making a mark down because that is one of my plans.
I'm bringing 10 grand.
Oh my God.
For prop bets?
Yeah, I'm just putting it on one though. I'm just letting it ride.
I think you should put it on the Cowboys to win next year's Super Bowl.
That's way. If I wanted, I could put it on them possibly making the wild card and then losing.
All right, that was my fault. Will Reba McEntire?
Wait, she did our halftime show for Thanksgiving. right?
Under.
No, Dolly Parton.
Under.
That is really low. You might want to consider.
Oh, okay,
that
what's
over
the
there.
number?
Will Reba McEntire forget or omit a word
Oh.
during the national anthem?
No. Because she does. No. I will guarantee this.
Oh.
The reason is they don't sing it.
What do you mean?
They don't sing it
Lip
live.
synced?
You know they don't sing that thing live.
When did that change? Because I know Whitney Houston was singing that live.
Yeah, Kevin, that was 30-something years ago.
I know. So I'm saying, when did it change?
Or was it just 30 years
It's
ago?
91, I
Okay,
think.
so yeah,
right?
30-something years ago.
Yeah, when did it change?
'Cause
Probably
we're in the Gulf War.
Probably the year Christina Aguilera missed some words.
Oh,
And they were
well,
like, well, can't have that happen again.
if you think she will, you can get 9-1 on your money. So good odds right there. What will be the primary color of Reba McEntire's hat?
Red.
I suggest. What? Give me some colors.
You should know the colors.
Name the colors.
Gold.
It's a good color.
It's not on the board.
Oh, you.
Does she
See,
wear a
that's what I'm saying.
hat?
I
That's
said
your
gold, you'd have been
punishment.
like, not on the
What
board.
if, what if Reba does not wear a hat?
Then everybody gets their money back.
Oh,
I don't think she's wearing a hat.
Red is the favorite at 2-1. You want to go
No
long
hat.
shot?
I'm gonna go no hat.
Ooh, I don't have those odds on the board. Let me check on
Why
that.
would she wear a hat during the national anthem? You're supposed to take your hat off. If she wears a hat, the entire country should lose their damn minds. It's
Maybe
the
she
national
forgot to-
anthem. This is a sanctimonious situation.
maybe she forgot to put on her hair.
That happens sometimes. She can come out in a hat and then take her hat off for the national anthem.
What if her wig falls off?
That is something that other
Dolly
people in
Parton wears a
sports
weird
do.
wig.
Will any coach or player, I think this is a good bet, cry during the national anthem?
Didn't last year somebody did? I remember they caught it, but they have to catch him on camera. Here's the tough part:
That's true.
If the camera is scanning and the person is crying after they've scanned them,
They're going to have 50 million cameras. They'll catch somebody crying.
I do
Okay.
see pictures of Reba in hats, though.
6-1 on your money.
oh, Sirianni cried last year. That's right. Remember?
6-1 on your money if you think that will happen again. That's a good bet.
Who would cry?
Well, he just said
Sirianni
No, but for this
did.
team, like Sirianni did because he knew he wasn't going to be back. The rest, like Andy Reid's, like he's not going to cry. He has no emotions. Shanahan has no emotions. I don't know, man. I don't think anybody's
Shanahan's been there plenty of times.
Yeah,
97, 98.
That's a different Shanahan.
Dad.
He was probably alive then. He probably was there as a kid.
You know what? You got a point.
Will any unauthorized person enter the field of play? Now, very key there. Not just get on to the grounds, but enter the field of play.
I don't
You
think
mean so interrupt the game where they have to take a
Not
30?
necessarily. Just get on the field.
I don't think so.
I feel like these are weird prop bets. I'm just going to be honest here because the camera has to catch them. Because if you've bet on these, which let's say we do, we're going to be here in the Metroplex watching the game.
I won't know.
So, yeah, if they do
There'll
it
be a
during a
story.
commercial break.
There will be a story.
Yeah, I think that the crying one, I think you're onto something.
TMZ,
they'll have something about it.
Barstool, they'll post up stuff.
3-1 on your money. That's another one. Now, this one's super fun. I believe the over-under for Reva's national anthem that I saw was 89.5 seconds. Will any scoring drive take less time than the national anthem?
A minute and a half-ish.
These are two very good defenses. Like, they don't usually
Yeah.
give up big plays.
Yeah, I don't think so.
No. 2-1 on your money.
Is that good?
That's the under. I mean, yes.
So I bet $1, I get $2.
In profit. And you get your original dollar back.
$2 in profit?
Yeah.
So I get $3 back, kind of?
Yes.
Dude, this is a great bet. I might bet $2 or $6.
Oh my God. All right. Will Travis Kelce have more receptions in the Super Bowl than Taylor Swift has platinum albums?
No.
Now, you might be curious, how many platinum albums does Taylor Swift have?
None, because she doesn't have the rights to her music.
No, that is not how that
That's
works.
not true either. She re-released everything and it's gone platinum. So
And she has 10 platinum albums.
In your face, Mike.
Do you think Travis Kelce
have more catches?
Will have more catches than Taylor Swift.
she's
has platinum
re-released
albums.
4
How many-
albums that
did he
have
have
all
a-
gone
He had
platinum.
11 in the conference championship.
So no, he won't.
Okay.
And then could he get 7 or 8? That's still a really good game, but I just
Yeah.
have a feeling San Francisco has to look at what happened to start that game against Baltimore and go, we cannot let Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce get into a rhythm early in this game. That would be my number one goal in the first quarter is as a defense for San Francisco. Yes, I don't want them to score, but I want to force the ball to the outside and not so he's having 5 to 15 yard pass routes to Travis Kelce because that seems to get them going.
Dude, even her holiday collection is platinum.
Stay focused on the question. at
Okay, what
hand.
was the question again?
More?
Does Jerry Jones know who's in the Super Bowl?
No.
Yes.
Maybe. More
That'd be a good bet.
equal or less catches for Travis Kelce than Taylor Swift has platinum album.
Less. Because I think the Niners will focus in on trying to stop him.
No real money to be made there, but if you think it's going to be more, 4.5-1 on your money.
It's tough.
What color of liquid will be poured on the winning coach?
Red? It's red, blue, or is it yellow or green?
Actually, yellow, green, and lime are all lumped together.
Okay. So I feel like there's 3 choices, right? You're either going to have blue, red, or that yellow lime color.
Blue, 3-1 on your money. Yellow, green, lime, 4-1 on your money. Red or pink, 4.5-1 on your money.
So wouldn't you, if you're a big Chiefs or 49ers fan, wouldn't you know? I wonder how many colors of Gatorade or Powerade are on the side. Usually in a dugout, there's just one. There's a water bucket and there's a Powerade bucket, but there's only one flavor in there. There's not multiple flavors in the dugout. So do you think they have multiple flavors on the sideline of an NFL game?
They think they might. I don't know. I think they might.
All right, so I'm looking at this. It looks like blue over the last 5 years has 3. And the Chiefs had orange in 2020. And purple in 2023. So that's kind of where I'm looking at blue. And like blue is actually since 15, it has 4. So there's a lot more blue. I think that's your best bet.
Purple's the favorite at 2-1. Blue, you can get about 3-1. Did you say orange? Orange is 4.5-1. Who will be the first touchdown scorer of the game. Now remember, if a quarterback throws a touchdown pass, that they do not get credit for this in the gambling world.
McCaffrey.
Rashee Rice. Yeah, baby.
You're going to get best odds there.
SMU, what you going to do?
I think the best chance is McCaffrey.
I think these odds, because you have to pick a specific individual. Rashee Rice is 9-1. Christian McCaffrey, though's the favorite, but still almost 4-1.
What's Pacheco?
Wow. Pacheco is 5.5-1. He's second on the list. So that's a bet you might want to consider.
I feel like the Niners will drive, and then hold on. Did you say kickers weren't included?
What about
they will? I guess a kicker could score a touchdown, but that is unlikely. Yeah. I don't have them on the board.
What about a fullback run from Tom Rathman guy?
I don't have updated Tom Rathman.
What's his name?
The top 10.
What's his name? What's
check?
Yeah.
Juice.
What's he at?
Juice.
I do not have him in the top.
There you go.
12.
Take fullback.
Will either team score 3 straight times?
No. I don't think this is going to be a blowout.
I think it can be a high scoring game, but I agree with Mike.
This one is interesting. Yes is a pretty decent favorite here, and no is 1.5 times your money. If you do not think one team will score 3 straight times, will there be a safety? 9-1 on your money if you want to take that long shot.
Nope.
That's 9-1. So I could bet $1.
Sure.
And win 9.
Yes.
And have $10 in my pocket.
Correct.
That's not a bad bet right there. I agree with Mike. Less likely, but not a bad bet for the outcome. Like I'm not betting $20 on that.
Sure.
That's a waste of $20.
What will be the largest lead of the game? I think you're going to like this spread if you think it's going to be a defensive-minded game.
I would say the biggest lead could be 13, but I would bet that it won't be that high.
9.
You guys might want to look at this. The largest lead over-under right now is a shocking 16.5. So that might be a spot where you can take advantage of the under.
I'm putting $10,000 on it.
I would.
Oh my God!
I don't have $10,000 to do that with. So
that feels like a lot.
Got a lot going on here.
Why not?
Well,
it's just money.
I'd have to take a loan out to get that. So
no, you don't.
I do. Trust me. I have to take a.
I've watched a movie. If it goes bad, Demi Moore.
No.
So you're saying that I need to propose to let somebody sleep with me to make $1 million?
No. You're not Robert Redford. You're Woody.
It's not even worse. Oh, how's it going, Kevin?
It's going great. I'm just going to ask one more question and then just punch out for the day. The over-under, the longest touchdown of the game.
Is what?
Well, you tell me what you think it is, and I'll tell you the answer.
You don't have all the fun with us. You try now.
42 yards.
Okay.
For Jackie Robinson.
You try.
39.5. Oh, hey, what do you know? It's 39.5. That's the over-under.
You got it right. I'm going with that guy to Vegas.
I was close.
Yes, you were. You are usually very good at the over-unders. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next. Shut up. I don't even know what you were going to say, but shut up. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Was the American League won in the offseason? Next.
Save on protein at
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Now 2 outs. Carter the batter with the runner at third. And that one is swung on and hit deep to right. Way back there. That ball is history. The kid has done it again. Evan Carter with a laser 2-run homer. The Rangers lead 4-0. He has not made an out in postseason in 6 plate appearances, 3 extra base hits, and 3 walks.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 Through the Fan. Shout out to Evan Carter on a Shout Out Friday. Also, shout out to the 817. I texted in a while back that I crushed my left heel. It's been 10 months, and I'm walking around pretty damn good. And I also turned 44 this week. Congratulations and happy birthday to you. Now, time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bashak.
All right, so this morning I found out. I didn't know about this last night, but the Orioles made a huge trade. They get Cy Young winner, not current Cy Young winner. Obviously, that's Blake Snell, who's a free agent. He might sign with the Baltimore Orioles too. I don't know.
God.
But they traded for Corbin Burns. And the Orioles have a very deep farm system. And they already have young guys on their team. It's kind of like they don't need any more young guys. They kind of need that veteran leadership now to push them over the top. And I always use this as an example just because I know it as an example, is A.J. Hinch knew that he had some really good young players but weren't ready to lead yet. And so he went out and got his former teammate Carlos Beltran to the Houston Astros to really help push them over the top so that Carlos Correa, Jose Altuve, George Springer, those guys had somebody to kind of look at and go, okay, Beltran's not in his peak anymore, but he is a good teammate, good leader.
Right.
Now, Corbin Burns I don't know how good of a leader he is, but they just got a premium pitcher. And I've been thinking about the Orioles ever since you beat them in the divisional round and you swept them. And they look like a team that's coming up in the world, that you're like, wow, they won the American League East. That was the toughest division in the American League, and they won that. They took it from Toronto and New York and Tampa. Boston was the one team that was down, and they weren't a horrible team, but that was a very tough division, and they won. And now they're adding to that because they were able to sell the team. Because it looked like in the offseason, if you remember, it was kind of like the Orioles management had said, hey, when Adley Rutschman, Gunnar Henderson, Jackson Holliday, Cedric Mullins, you can keep going down the list. The kid, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, who's from East Texas, they're really good up-and-coming prospect pitcher who the Rangers hit pretty hard in the playoffs. It's like, hey, when all these guys become free agents, too bad. They're going to go somewhere else. We're going to be a Tampa Bay Rays type of system here where we're going to have to keep developing if we want to be good because we're not paying these guys. Well, that doesn't look to be the case anymore, that they have sold the team. It looks like they're all in, and they have built something very special. Already a division winner, and now they're adding to that. And guys like Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman, they can get better. They could regress, but I think they're going to get better.
So you think right now that would be your favorite in the AL?
100%. Okay. It doesn't mean that they'll win it. I thought for sure the Atlanta Braves were going to be the World Series champs last year. Going into the playoffs, I thought with Spencer Strider and now a healthy Max Fried and what they had in their lineup, I thought for sure Atlanta was going to win the National League and beat whoever represented the American League. And they didn't. They lost. It can happen. Baltimore, I think on paper, is going into this year now, and they could still add. I don't know if they're done adding or not, because when you get new ownership and they have funds, and think about it, they're paying all of their best players are on league minimum contracts. So literally their whole team, that's like Corey Seager and Marcus Semien, they're the best players on the Rangers. I don't think you can argue that. There are other good players. Jonah Heim's good. Josh Young is good. Adolis Garcia is good. Raldis Chapman messed me up with always saying that. But you look at those guys and you're like, hey, you're paying $60 million plus for your two best players. They're paying $1.5 million for their two best players, for Gunnar Henderson and Adley Rutschman. So they have some time here to really add payroll to their team until those guys become arbitration eligible or get closer to free agency where they would have to start paying those guys possibly $20 to $40 million a year. So I think right now on paper, I don't know how a team outperforms the Baltimore Orioles.
Yeah, I don't either, man. Like the experience they got in the playoffs has to be supremely beneficial too.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fun group to watch.
Now I will say this.
And hate at the same time along the way.
Yeah. I choose hate.
I pulled this up this week and I did a really bad job of it because VegasInsider.com messed me up on some of the odds. I do know this. This is the 2024
Okay,
MVP
so
odds.
we're not looking back at last year.
We're not looking back at last year. Aaron Judge and Juan Soto are both of them are the favorites. On certain websites it has Juan Soto as the favorite. On other websites it has Aaron Judge, or they're tied. So they're both about. You bet 100, you win $500
Yeah.
if one of those guys wins the MVP, approximately. You can go to different websites and it might be by 50, 450 or 550, but giving you that. Corey Seager has the third best odds to win the MVP. Yordan Alvarez fourth, and then you get a glut of people around the same number: Yordan Alvarez, Julio Rodriguez, and Kyle Tucker. Now, there can be different numbers here as you get to different books, but I'm telling you right now, I don't think I can bet on this being part of baseball, but I'm telling you, I think a good long shot bet to win the American League MVP is Gunnar Henderson.
Hey, okay, and just real quick, you like Gunnar better than Adley Rutschman by how much? Like by a pretty good amount or like a little bit?
I think that's a great question because I do think catchers are can be the most valuable player on a team, but it seems like they don't get the love that you think they should get.
Yeah.
And so I think you have a really good question. I'm going to go with Gunnar Henderson because I believe over a season he can put up better numbers overall. And I do think that Gunnar Henderson is a good defensive catcher, but they do also, because of his offense, they DH him quite a bit during the season to make sure that they keep him as fresh as possible. As I'm clicking on this, just to give you an idea, last year in WAR in the American League, Marcus Semien led the American League in WAR. Now, this is Shohei Ohtani was a 6.0 only for offense. I'm not including his pitching because then he blows everybody out of the ballpark. Shohei was fourth in WAR in offense. Overall, too, because he doesn't do any defense. He can't. So it shows how good Shohei is offensively. He didn't get a point for his defensive WAR because he doesn't play defense.
Wow.
Marcus Semien was 7.4. Remember, he played in 162 games. He played in every game, started every game. Corey Seager was second in WAR with a 6.9. He only finished 0.5 behind his teammates. So you had the top two players in WAR last year in the American League.
Yeah.
And Corey Seager played in 119 games. So he played in 43 less games and only finished 0.5 behind Marcus Semien.
Shows you how freaking unbelievable he was.
In WAR, Gunnar Henderson was healthy. He did not get off to a good start in his major league career. He was a rookie last year. He won Rookie of the Year. He played in 150 games, so he stayed healthy throughout the season, played third base and shortstop. He had a 6.3 WAR. Now, he didn't have the best offensive numbers if you look at his numbers. So he was third in WAR. If he plays this whole season and improves, like let's say his second half is the first half and second half, he's going to have a WAR maybe of 8. So I look at Gunnar Henderson. If his team wins 100 games and they have the best record in the American League and he has a WAR wins above replacement at 8, I think he has a great chance to win the MVP. Now, Aaron Judge being completely healthy and hitting another 60 home run season, that would probably push him into the, well, maybe it is Aaron Judge again. Juan Soto in his free agent year. Remember, this is the year where Juan Soto is going to want a $500 million contract. Maybe, I don't think he's going to get this. Maybe he wants another $700 million contract. Maybe he looks at Shohei Ohtani and says, well, he's not going to pitch the 10 years you signed him to.
Yeah.
So,
oh my God.
you know, but that could be a big year for him. As I go down the list, just because I didn't know this, Adley Rutschman was 19th in WAR last year with 4.3. So that can be improved upon with his numbers being improved upon. But that's why I think Gunnar Henderson is actually a really good bet to win American League MVP because his odds aren't there with Juan Soto and Aaron Judge and even Corey Seager. His odds down the board are about, give or take, 200. So 2,000 if you want to look at this. If I bet $100 on Gunnar Henderson to win the American League MVP, I win $2,000. If I bet on Aaron Judge, I win $500. Just to give you an idea, if I bet on Corey Seager, I would probably win approximately $900 because he's 800, 850, 1,000. It matters where you bet, but just to give you an idea, is like if you bet on $100 on Corey Seager, you win $1,000 approximately. Yeah. You bet on Gunnar Henderson $100, you win $2,000. So just to give you an idea of those guys, I think Gunnar Henderson and the Baltimore Orioles are going to have the best record in the American League and be the team to beat when it comes to playoffs.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, who was the best Super Bowl winning team you ever saw, and who was the worst? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to get into some more Super Bowl stuff. The best and worst Super Bowl winning teams you've seen in your lifetime. But real quick, we have an update happening like now for the Rangers TV situation.
Oh, this is interesting to me because I don't even know.
Yeah, I bet a lot of fans are not going to like it. Is
name one fan.
All fans who say they can't get Bally.
Oh, okay.
Is Diamond Sports Group spokesperson said they did reach agreements with Cleveland, Minnesota, and Texas that work for all parties. Remember, the Rangers were one of the driving forces between, hey, we're not just going to necessarily take your deal. Now, recent rumblings over the last week or two is that deal would be no more than 85% of the original promised amount of money, which, I mean, that's
supposedly $110 million.
Yeah, and so that's a big dip off of that you're going to be looking at. If you're talking about you're going to be missing out on, what, $16.5 million?
Oh, yeah.
Like, that's a hefty chunk of change that they thought was coming in. But it's good news that they got it wrapped up for the Rangers' sake. It's probably bad news because for now, there's been no progress on streaming rights for Amazon for the Rangers, which I know a lot of people were hoping for this year. And the Rangers are locked in for Bally, for Diamond Sports this year. So
kind of like the Mavs and Stars then too. They're locked in for this year for sure. And then next year is open.
Yeah, I
believe that's what I remember.
Well,
saying.
and what they're hoping happens is that the infusion of money from Amazon is going to allow them to carry through the end of these deals through like 34, 35, whatever it is, with the idea that Amazon and Diamond would get all of the streaming rights as well, and they would be like co-producers of it, or it wouldn't be an exclusive watch. So for now, that's the latest we have. The Rangers did agree with Diamond Sports Group and Sinclair and all of that, or Bally's. And
on a one-year deal
for this year, and we'll see what happens from there. Because I still think they think with Amazon money, they can carry this out until the end of the deal, and they'll both be able to show the sports, but we will see. That's what we know for now. So if you're upset because it's on Bally and you can't see it, it's going to stay on Bally, and you'll have to make adjustments if you need to.
I know you don't know this. I'm asking a question that you might not know. But since they've partnered with Amazon, is there a possibility that you could just also purchase some sort of Amazon Ranger package? I don't know.
So
It'll be blacked out.
The issue there is they don't have all of the streaming rights for all of the teams that they also carry linear broadcasts for.
Yeah.
So just think of linear TV as just this regular TV that you've been used to for most of your life. I think they only have the streaming rights for now of like 5, 6, 7 of them, and the Rangers are not one of those for now. But you could still progress to that before the beginning of the season. It's just time is getting pretty short for that.
And time is money.
That is true. I guess especially for Diamond in this case. They got a discount by waiting it out.
Exactly.
All right. I saw this article. It was really interesting. Is the best and worst Super Bowl winning teams of all time based on DVOA ratings. And so, remember, that's
well, then maybe the 92 Cowboys are going to be high.
I was going to say the 94 Cowboys are the best team that I saw that didn't win the Super Bowl.
That is true.
And they didn't play that year.
These are for teams that did win the Super Bowl, though. So, do you want to start with the best or the worst Super Bowl winning team?
Let's go with the best Super Bowl winning teams.
All right. The best Super Bowl winning team of all time. And I want you guys to all remember that
I'm just going to assume possibly, can I take a guess? Yeah. The 49ers that beat Denver by 1,000,000 points?
That team is number 3.
That was 89?
So, that's a good guess. Yes, correct.
Steelers.
I don't remember them blowing out a team in the Super Bowl.
No, the Steelers are actually not very prominently featured on those. They have their 75 team is number 8.
Chicago Bears against New England Patriots?
Which Chicago Bears team would that be? Let's see.
85?
See. If only I had some catchy bit of audio to really point out what that team was all about.
Do we have?
crew. Shut it on down, doing it for you. We're so bad, we know we're good.
Oh my
God. Your mind like we knew we would. You know we're just
Remember the song, Corey?
For everyone. We're not here.
I didn't like this song then.
We're just here to do the Super Bowl shuffle.
I don't like it now.
They
Poor song.
are number 2
That was rap back in the mid 80s.
on the list.
Deal with it.
It was weak.
We didn't have Cool Mo D yet rocking it.
Well, and also that was players from the Bears. So
Yeah.
I don't think you could expect them to be spitting it like Run DMC or anything like that.
My name's Jim McMahon. I wear a jock strap to make funny things go in the weight room.
That cannot be the proper lyric.
I don't know.
All right.
I'm just thinking about what he did when he was with Brian Broaddus in the Philadelphia or Green Bay Packers.
So number 2, the 85 Bears. Number 3,
So I got 2 and 3.
the 89 49ers.
Son of a gun. Who am I missing? I mean, I have the Cowboys 92 team winning 52-17 as a top 5. So I'll guess
Is that
them.
your answer? In case you forgot what that sounded like, let's go back to the audio. Don't worry, it's not so.
2 away. And he'll go behind 2 and A, but it's Aikman with the ball, and he's going deep. Harper wide open, touchdown! His first catch of the day. Alvin Harper from Tennessee.
The 1992 Dallas Cowboys, which I believe is the greatest football team. That's the greatest football team I've ever seen. They are number 5.
The New York Giants who beat the New England Patriots undefeated.
I don't think so. I think that Patriots team might be the best team that lost.
That didn't win, yeah.
But
I honestly am drawing a blank on. I mean, I know that Washington blew out Denver in the Super Bowl.
it looked how many. So all the teams so far, Kevin, have been 90s teams.
No, 85
Oh, okay,
Bears,
the 85
89
Bears.
49ers.
But
The 90s teams, I feel like were all like really
all
good
of
teams.
the teams in the top 5 are from the 80s and 90s.
Okay.
I mean, San Francisco, after beating the Cowboys, blew out it felt like the expansion San Diego Chargers in the Super Bowl.
This is a team that
with Jay Humphries or whatever his name was, his quarterback.
This is Stan Humphries?
Stan Humphries. I think Jay Humphries was a basketball player in the 80s.
This is a team that hardcore football fans love and think is unbelievable. The 1991 Washington team. So you did reference them. It lost by a field goal to the Cowboys that year after starting out 11-0.
But this is the team that beat Buffalo. 91, they beat Buffalo.
Yes.
Because in 86, 87,
yeah,
they blew out John Elway.
Yeah, they trucked a bunch of teams, if I remember correctly, too.
So this team won games in the regular season against Detroit 45-0, Phoenix 34-0, Philly 23-0, the Falcons 56-17, and they won the Super Bowl over the Bills by 2 touchdowns. And
Mark
at one
Rippon.
And at one point in that game, they were ahead 37-10.
Okay.
So per DVOA, and I hear this all the time, like, I love that 92 Cowboys team, but obviously I don't think about the Washington team from the year before. But you hear this all the time from stat people who think this is the best team ever.
Yeah, but what happened on Monday Night Football the next year to start off the season?
They lost.
Yeah, I think Isaac Holt blocked a punt, and it was awesome.
Now
I got 2 things. I can't decide. It's because this 90s era, like that just does seem like a dominant era of football, that early 90s time, and the Dolphins. The undefeated Dolphins.
Well, that's 72.
Yeah, the Dolphins.
But you said it was in the 90s.
The Dolphins are 23rd on this list.
Wow.
Now I realize if
They're
you're the
undefeated.
Dolphins, you're like, oh, neat. Your cool stat that nobody knew existed when we were going undefeated.
It's crazy looking at Greasy and his stats. Like, he would throw for like 120 yards.
Yeah.
Like,
They were just a good team that
Larry
won.
Zonka and their defense.
So the other team in the top 5 is the 96 Green Bay Packers.
That's
so shout out to Broaddus.
Yeah.
Here's the thing that, like, you can trust DVOA or you can be like, nah, I watched those seasons. I don't think so. Is they have the 1995 Cowboys 9th and the 1993 Cowboys 25th. Man, I remember when it was going on. I definitely thought that 93 team was better than the 95
Yeah, but they
team.
struggled in the Super Bowl. If we're looking, are we looking at overall their whole season in the playoffs?
Whole deal.
Okay, because, I mean, the 93 team, they were down at halftime, and then Emmett was like, just give me the ball every play.
Yes,
and they did.
We'll win.
And then he ran the ball down for a touchdown, and then Buffalo started buffaloing.
They did. But yeah, this takes into account the whole season. I was fascinated.
Well, the 93 team started off 0-2.
With no Emmett.
Right.
And I guess that probably doesn't factor into the DVOA.
Yeah. Okay.
Or I'm sure Choppy will tell me that it does.
Honestly, if we're going by that, one of the worst teams has to be the team in 07 that beat our Cowboys that ended up beating the New England. Like, that team didn't seem like a good team. And they went on a phenomenal run in the playoffs. What they did, and then I think they went to Green Bay and beat Brett Favre, so maybe they're going to get so much credit for beating Dallas.
They did.
Beating Green Bay, beating the undefeated New England Patriots, but that team going into the playoffs didn't look like a very good team.
Believe it or not, this is a different clip just of the same New York Giants team that's pretty close to the worst.
Pressure from Thomas off the edge. Eli Manning stays on his feet. Airs it out down the field. It is caught by Tyree. Inside the 25 and a timeout taken.
Okay, yeah, I think maybe that was the 07 Giants. They're 53rd on this list, and the 2011 Giants are 56th on this list of 57. So whenever people were like, oh, Eli's not that great, they were lucky to win the Super Bowl, the DVOA numbers are like, yeah, pretty much.
Worst team to win a Super Bowl.
Well,
okay.
They said
right.
next to worst team.
Next to worst team.
The worst team, and this will hurt just a little bit.
Dilfer.
That's like, this is where
Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy's.
No,
okay.
but I do get that. This is where I appreciate what DVOA does now. I just think when you retrofit it to things, I don't know if I believe in it just as much. Like, what's the meme going around right now? All these spare ass pitchers compared to Sandy Koufax who have a better WAR, and they're like, tell me they're better than Sandy Koufax. Is the last team on the list was the 1970 Baltimore Colts, who went 14-2-1 and beat the Cowboys in Super Bowl V.
Oh, okay. Hey, look, man, I don't care about that. You
This
said
was
it
that
hurts a
long
little.
ago.
Yeah, man. Come on, I wasn't there. How could it hurt me?
That's true.
Yeah.
You could have had another championship for Tom
I
Landry.
wasn't even a tickle at that point, dude.
Like, I never felt bad about Wilt Chamberlain doing whatever he did to the Dallas Mavericks in the 60s.
What? The Dallas Mavericks? They didn't exist. What?
What about the Jets? Remember that most of the Jets team should be here, right? I feel like all the Jets teams.
Johnny Unitas never hurt me.
Didn't the Jets only win one Super Bowl?
Yeah, all the Jets teams should be the worst, though.
51st, the
all the
1968
AFL
New York Jets, who made the Super Bowl matter. Look, I'm not kidding. That's the team that made the Super Bowl matter, because the first two, which were called the crushingly dull AFL NFL championship game, those were blowouts by the Packers. And this game, it was like a 15-point spread. And everyone's like, the Baltimore Colts are going to whip their ass. And this game is stupid. And the AFL is stupid. And then Joe Namath, before he got drunk with Susie Colbert, was like, I guarantee you we're going to win this game. Threw on his fur coat, and they did. So props to them for making the Super Bowl matter and what it is today.
Hey, Mike, look down completely. It does kind of look like Spider-Man's on the screen there, doesn't it? Somebody texted in.
Oh, with the blue and red kind of jacket there going
somebody
on?
had to pay a bet off and dress as Spider-Man today.
Oh, my God. That would be amazing. Would you want to do that, Mike?
Dress as Spider-Man?
Yeah.
I don't think I look good in tight equipment.
It's not the point.
Not a leotard. What do they call that? Spandex. Leotards like it. It's kind of like a leotard.
So there you go.
Is that the whole list?
I mean, we're not going to go
do all 50.
Oh my God, that's too many. I'll just tell you the bottom five: the 1970 Baltimore Colts, the 2011 Giants, the 2001 Patriots, the 1987 Washingtons.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying.
What about the 2023 Dallas Cowboys? Where are they?
Shut up.
We don't know if they've won yet.
Shut up. The 2007 New York Giants, So the Giants have 2 of the worst 5 on that list. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, because of that, I'm going to add another name. NHL writers Cam Newton, Panini, and Mike Bassick. Do any of these folks deserve Forgiveness Friday?
Here we go.
Do you? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
box.
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214-817-333-3333.
Oxa all the way over for Pavelski. Now Robertson between his skates and he scores. What a play. Jason Robertson is 16th of the season. And after some end-to-end chances, it's the Dallas Stars who tie the hockey game.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And it's time for some Forgiveness Friday. 877-881-1053. Truckwreck.com text line if you want to get involved in the conversation. Also want to hear from you on the Twitch, on the YouTube. And we're going to start with anonymous NHL voters. As you heard that clip right there of Jason Robertson. But the anonymous NHL voters have said that Jason Robertson is tied for the third most overrated player in the league.
I mean, based on the playoff outing.
Oh, no. Were you one of these anonymous voters?
No, I was not one of the anonymous voters. How many All-Stars do the Stars have?
Would you tell me if you were?
Nope.
Ottinger's an all-star.
Yeah.
I don't think they have another
Rope
one,
Hintz
right?
is an all-star.
Is it just
one?
Is it just Ottinger? So
just weird. This feels like an odd year for that selection to take place.
But when it comes to Robertson, like, I think there's so many cool skills the dude has. He sees the game in a completely different way, and I don't think a lot of times dudes get enough credit for the way that they set players up, and he definitely sets players up. But I can see that. Like, you want this dude to be next level. You want him to take that jump, that leap into the stratosphere. So I'm not arguing against it. He is our guy, and I love Robo.
Man,
but
doesn't sound like.
But I want to see him dominate at the next stage, man.
I think I'm figuring out what's going on here, because on the most underrated poll, Rope Hintz is tied for 8th. So you think Rope Hintz is the guy?
Love Rope Hintz.
Oh, do you now?
But I think what's important is how the team.
Segment on him.
Yeah, how the team works together. You know, it's not just about individual players. This is about a team, Kevin. It's a team sport, line by line.
Okay, well,
I'm not talking about.
With that in mind, I'll talk about the team in the city. Dallas was tied for 8th as the best visiting city to play in.
Oh, really?
So good for us.
I wonder if that has to, like, how much that has to do with proximity to the American
weather,
Airlines
maybe
Center.
too.
Yeah, weather's usually pretty dope around here.
Okay, you're playing in Edmonton. It's negative 42 when you get off the plane.
There's some cool little places down near the Victory Park area too.
Do they stay at that?
The Crescent, probably.
Yeah, the Crescent.
So, like, the hotel's nice.
Yeah.
It's really close to the arena. And then, like I said, there's some nice little bars over in that area and restaurants as well. So it makes sense.
Now, as Corey says, the women.
Mike, for that and so many other reasons, Tolos, does Mike deserve Forgiveness Friday for just constantly agitating Cowboys fans, Corey, me, Chris?
From the 817, I want to give a shout out to Mike for giving me my energy back. Thank you for. Oh, this is about their T levels.
I was going to say we're working in opposite directions today.
Clinic does give you that energy. Tee it up.
My favorite part of those commercials when you go for the nighttime stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
I do know what you're saying.
Yeah,
I don't. Can you please elaborate?
You talking about sleep there?
Dysfunction happening.
Sleep
they can
dysfunction?
help out. Yeah, sleep dysfunction.
I don't know if that's...
You can go to trustedlab.com for that, because I took a sleep gummy last night from trustedlab.com.
Pretty awesome.
And I slept great.
See?
Okay, so there are some spots for sleep dysfunction, I guess, as well. All right, this one is an unfortunate
Why
one.
is it me who's irritating the Cowboy fans? Why isn't it the Jones family? They're the ones who irritated me to quit them.
I know, but I see you every single day. I don't see the Jones family every day. And, like, even when we're not talking about them, you drive all the way across the lane to be like, hey, don't forget.
That is true.
The Cowboys aren't in this Super Bowl. I know, Mike.
We could be talking about fishing in Alaska, and you're like, guess what? Who won't catch a fish or a Super Bowl?
The Cowboys.
Yeah, that's exactly. We're talking about something else.
Oh.
Out of nowhere, you're just like, ha, 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 ha.
Well, sorry.
All right. This one hurts my feelings a little bit. because it is a company that I used to really like, Panini. Panini America has been hit with 4 racial discrimination lawsuits. And so obviously that's not what you want. They're based in Irving. But if you want a double Forgiveness Friday, their customer service kind of sucks. Is they have guarantees on their boxes of like, you'll get this, you'll get this. Man, you would think that you're trying to get classified documents unclassified if something is missing from your box. If you send them a receipt, they're like, no, this doesn't say line by line what every single thing was. So if you go to a shop where they just type in the price, they're like, we can't help you.
Are you serious?
Yes. And so they've been going down in quality control for a while, which is upsetting because they're local. And I know a lot of people at Panini that I really like, and that sucks. And now, bang, hit with 4 racial discrimination lawsuits as well. So tough times for Panini America here in the Metroplex.
Man, I'll tell you what. I got some Topps cards a while back.
They're not Panini.
They told Kevin that they might show up in May. And they told me they would show up like December 23rd.
And they did.
And they showed up on exactly on that day. And I just felt better that Kevin had a longer time to potentially wait.
I mean, I did get them eventually. So I appreciate that for sure. All right. 877-881-1053. This person says, no forgiveness for Panini right there. F them, don't be racist. I mean, you would hope that don't be racist is a slogan that we can all agree with and adopt. But
yeah, I'm down with that.
I don't know if everybody does.
I think we can all co-sign with something along those lines for sure. Somebody did ask Mike, and this is a very hypothetical.
Yeah.
Because it's never happening. But if the Joneses somehow did not own the team, would that change your perspective? Would you be back in?
Yes.
All right, there you go.
It'll never happen.
True.
Literally my life, my kids' life, my grandkids' life.
There's a lot of money in that family. And
until the
all
world
invested.
ends or football ends, the Jones family is going to be the owners of the Dallas Cowboys.
I think that's
I think that's probably.
I think there's a really interesting thing too, because I'm not sure how many other families are as invested in their father's team as this Jones family is. Like, this is one of those things where it's not just like, hey, I'm going to hand it down to you and you're in charge of it and you may not care about it. They all really they're invested in it, not just because the money, but because it's their lifestyle.
Maybe, I'm just going to throw this out, to be honest. Maybe like John Stephen runs it in a very professional winning way. And I'm like, wow, they care. Winning has now elevated over the 3 things that they care about.
Yeah.
Like, so it could be that, I don't know, 30 years down the road, John Stephen, when he's 50 years old, is the general manager with like co-ownership with all the other kids. And I'm like, wow, John Stephen knows what he's doing. He's a Chris Young type of general manager. I would be all in on that.
Does NBC need to ask for forgiveness, or has it already been granted by C.J. Stroud? Remember, in C.J. Stroud's postgame after the win over the Cleveland Browns, they cut out all his references to his Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And when they replayed it, they're like, no, take that out. But C.J. Stroud himself has already said, forgiven. I'm not angry about it. He just talked about this, I believe, yesterday. I wish that it wasn't that, but, I pray for people and thank God has called us to love one another through thick and thin, mistakes or success. So if the person who said the thing and was theoretically wronged has already forgiven them, you have to forgive them, right?
Yes.
Okay.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree. And I appreciate CJ Stroud for being grown up about it. And saying, you know what, I'll preach forgiveness as well.
Man, I hope he does great things. I like him a lot.
And that's frustrating, isn't it, too? Like, I don't want to put this in this direction, but Kevin, early on in Deshaun Watson's career in Houston, we were like, God, man, I really like this kid.
I remember right before he got caught with all the bad things that he did, he was giving out, like, he was buying new jerseys for teams in, like, high school teams in the Houston area that just couldn't really afford to just buy new jerseys every other year for their football team, and great helmets that, help with concussion protocol and protecting the brain. Like, he was giving a lot to the Houston community to try to help out, at least from what you would see publicly.
And did he give paychecks to the
3 of the workers in the Texans organization who I believe was Hurricane Harvey that they were affected by? And man, I thought he was an awesome person. And so obviously I hope CJ Stroud fills the void of being a great human that I thought Deshaun Watson was going to hit.
Is there a chance, you just talked about hating the Kansas City Chiefs? Is there a part that will, I know right now you're like, well, they're not a threat to the Dallas Cowboys, but we hate the Houston Astros. I guess we hate the Houston Rockets. Will you hate the Houston Texans the way that if they will never be more relevant than the Dallas Cowboys, but if they become better than the Dallas Cowboys,
then yes, because I feel like I'm very apathetic to the Houston Rockets as of late, just because they haven't been very good. But there was surely a time when I disliked them a lot. So I could see that. If the Texans break off like multiple Super Bowl runs, I could see how I'd be like, screw them. I definitely see what you're saying.
Yeah, especially like if they drive all the way out of their way to rail, like take shots at the Cowboys too. Like the Astros groups did that too.
That's what you feel like they do? Yeah.
That's kind of irritating too.
I get what you're saying. Now, does the NBA deserve forgiveness? I know this is a specialized stat line, but it's still impressive. Is Domantas Sabonis is the first player in the NBA to average 19 plus points a game, 13 plus rebounds a game, 8 or more assists a game, while also shooting 60% from the field. He didn't make the cut as an all-star.
Oh my gosh.
Reserve.
How?
Kendrick Perkins is happy about it.
I don't know.
Man, that's I would say no, NBA. You don't deserve forgiveness. But hold on, is that fan vote though?
No. That's coach vote, right?
I thought it was
reserves?
Maybe still a combo, but yeah.
I don't think the fans voted all for reserves.
Okay,
0%.
I thought they'd altered that over the years, but you might be right about that.
I thought it was the coaches that vote for the final 7 guys after the fans get...
Not cool, NBA.
So, I'm just trying to think. I don't have it in front of me. I know Anthony Davis made it as a big guy. Like, who were the big guys who made it? Obviously, I know Jokic is a starter. LeBron is a starter as a big guy. And I'm drawing a blank on... Oh, Durant is a starter as a big guy. Those were your 3 kind of big guys make it because Luka and Shea were the guards that made the starting. And I know Anthony Davis was a reserve. Both Clippers are reserves.
Cat is on the list as well.
He has the best record in the NBA.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Like, I understand, like, hey, maybe he should have made it, but you have to kick somebody off the team. Who are you kicking off the team?
I am...
Embiid.
What's that?
Embiid.
He's in the East.
Yeah.
Oh, but he's injured too.
I'm kicking Paul George off the team.
Okay.
To Sabonis.
Isn't he considered a guard and Kawhi's the forward?
I thought they had a pretty
next to his name.
Yeah, okay. I thought they had a pretty liberal position flex definition right there.
All right, so Paul George, you're out.
Yeah,
West is a pretty cool team, man.
I didn't get
West
to
has
that.
It's like a fun looking team.
The West has way more talent of individuals in the NBA than the East does. Like, nothing against Julius Randle, nothing against Jalen Brunson. Like, you start looking at the East, like, this is how Trae Young would make. And you're just like, how in the world, when you kind of split it up, if you just took the best 24 guys, then I think that you would probably have more like 15 Western Conference players and 9 Eastern Conference players.
Now, a couple more real quick. I don't know if you think this is sensationalistic or not. Cam Newton says Brock Purdy is the 10th best player on the 49ers. Is he just trying to keep his name out there because he talked about, like...
On their team?
On their team. All these quarterbacks were bus drivers, or do you think that is fair?
I'd have to go through their roster.
I don't believe...
I think Trent Williams...
I caught the 9 that he thinks are
Trent
better.
Williams, Fred Warner, Debo, McCaffrey... Bosa...
Ayuk?
I'm thinking maybe Ayuk. That's 6.
Kittle?
I had Kittle... 7. Okay, I can see him around 8.
Okay.
Name the other. Do you have the other 9?
No. I'm saying I don't think he said 1 is this.
No, well, that's what I'm trying to go. Okay, then I'm trying to go through that list, and that's where I am. I don't know if there's another defensive lineman that he's that they're trying to take into consideration there, but I can see what you're saying. He is surrounded by talent. That's not his fault.
No,
I'm not going to punish him for that, but how does he do with the talent?
Because one was the last pick in the draft, one was the first pick in the draft. We've dealt with this. I think, Corey, you're maybe a little young for this, but we deal with this with Troy Aikman. People will shoot down Troy Aikman's career and Emmitt Smith's career based on who was on the team. And you're like, wait a second, I get it. But so Joe Montana didn't have any good players?
Yeah.
Tom Brady didn't have any good players. Like it's really tough, and I get it. I get how good San Francisco is, and they still have to win it. But if they win it, you do have to give Brock Purdy some credit that he was the quarterback on this team.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, history that could be made and will be made at this year's Super Bowl. Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
The IRS is the most...
This segment on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Why do so many Texans love Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine? They've got the goods. More new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings. So why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Ayuk and Debo are stacked left, Kittle and Jennings right. McCaffrey runs a route, Purdy pressured, Purdy throws. Caught by Brandon Ayuk! Touchdown!
KNC masterpiece. Look at that. Did you see what he just did for you, Corey?
You cut it off for me.
It was too much.
Off
too
to
much.
San Francisco.
Oh, you're my favorite, Chris Strong.
That was delightful. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy?
Dip.
Yeah, here we go. And we start.
It's a great regular season cadence.
Yeah. We start with a couple coordinator notes for you. The Cowboys will interview Ron Rivera next week. And Chip Kelly is getting multiple looks as an OC, potentially as a candidate for Commanders offensive coordinator under Dan Quinn.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, I was hearing those two guys to Seattle combo pack a while back. So I can. It makes a little bit of sense. I'm wondering. I just don't know it. I'll have to go look at the lineage here. What is the connection with those two guys? Why those two guys? Is it maybe because Dan Quinn's like, I don't want to run an offense and have anything to do with it? So, and I think you run an interesting offense. I don't know.
And then Cliff Kingsbury was hired as the Raiders offensive coordinator. So
he'll always have a job
there.
That dude. I don't understand it. Maybe I'm too harsh on his head coaching status that I don't think he's
2012 A&M and gets so many jobs off of that. All right, let's go from that to, well, it is a shout out Friday.
Do you think it has anything to do that he's good looking?
I don't, although I do agree he is good looking, but I'm not saying that's the reason. But I hear what you're saying. It's a shout out Friday from the 214. Can I get a shout out to my son, Johnny, aka Tutu? He's turning 6 today and is a young Tolo. Love hearing that. And then for the 817, can I get a shout out to my wife, Jess? That's a great name. We met 6 years ago today and have been married for a little more than a year. She's a teacher in Grand Prairie and I love her so much. Marrying teachers named Jess is a great idea.
Your wife's name's Jessica?
That is true.
Okay. I just assumed that. I was like,
that is true.
I don't know. Maybe it's Jessie. I don't know.
She hates that.
Oh, really? Just like you hate Kevy.
Yeah.
That's what brought you guys together.
Yep.
You guys hate the Y.
That's what happened. A shout out also goes to Mark Andrews. Have you heard this story by now?
He lost.
Well, okay, yes. But he was on a plane yesterday morning, and so he has type 1 diabetes, and he offered his test kit to a doctor and a nurse on the plane because they were struggling to find a strong pulse on a woman who was struggling to breathe without oxygen. Her blood pressure was really low, and a man in the aisle seat popped up and said, "Could it be her blood sugar? I have a testing kit."
Really?
And it turned out to be Mark Andrews. And he was like, all right, here's how my testing kit works, and told the medical people, and eventually her heart rate stabilized. Because you're on a plane. Like, I realize you can try to go land somewhere or whatever, but that is not an instantaneous thing that happens.
So we need to have that on all airplanes now, is what you're saying.
That feels,
just in case.
It feels like a low-cost thing that could probably get done, right?
Yeah, I'm sure there's space on the airplane.
Yeah, they've taken away all of our space, so
that they could have extra Jack Daniels and meals.
Well, no.
When was the last time you ate on an airplane? Like a meal that was served to you?
Hey, I got to fly on the Rangers plane home from Washington, D.C.
It's pretty cool.
When I got to do the 2 games, and there's great food on there.
Okay.
It's really cold, though, but they had big blankies for us, and we all had first-class seats. It was awesome.
Blankies. And from the 972, I want to make sure we separate these two things. Pretty people privilege totally exists. I agree with that. I just don't think that's happening with Kingsbury. Like, I definitely agree that pretty people privilege exists.
Okay.
And then they say shout out to their Basset Hound dog. He's the best. All right. Let's go from that to Super Bowl history in the making. Brock Purdy will be the third youngest quarterback to ever start the Super Bowl. Who was younger than him?
Than Brock Purdy?
Than Brock Purdy.
Mahomes.
It was his second year.
Incorrect.
Crap. Brady went 4 years to Michigan, and then 1 year he sat out as the
Ben
backup.
Roethlisberger.
That is number 2 on the list.
Russell Wilson.
Incorrect.
That's wrong.
It has to be, though, I think somebody in the last 20 years, right? Because
I don't know about that.
Dan Marino?
That
Dan Marino.
is correct.
Nice job, Mike.
I just thought of because he made the Super Bowl very early in his career and then never made it back.
That is true. Dan Marino, first on the list. Ben Roethlisberger, second. Brock Purdy, the third youngest QB to ever start a Super Bowl.
Thunder Dan Marino.
That is.
Do you remember
Dan
last
Marley that you're referencing
in Phoenix when we'd walk to the convention center?
There's a Dan Marley restaurant.
Yeah, and it said like food, drinks. I can't remember what it said, but it was just like
Thunder.
It's like good food, or I can't remember what they said. I was like, that just doesn't seem like the best adjectives to describe what is here.
That is fair. Now, touchdown passes in the playoffs. Tom Brady has the most by a cajillion, or by 43. He has 88 touchdown passes in the postseason. Joe Montana and Aaron Rodgers are tied for second at 45. Think about that. 88 to 45. That's the gap. Brett Favre leads the all-time, he leads all football players for most money stolen from Mississippi welfare, it looks like. And
at least he's the best at it.
Yeah, he's really good at it.
It feels like maybe he's not that great at it. Brett Favre is also fourth on the postseason touchdown list with 44 touchdowns. Peyton Manning is fifth, and Patrick Mahomes is sixth. He is one behind Peyton Manning. I feel like it's not an insane thought to think, hey, Patrick Mahomes could throw 2 touchdowns in the Super Bowl. If he does, he'll overtake Peyton Manning for fifth all time on the postseason quarterback touchdown passes list, behind only Favre, Rodgers, Montana, and Tom Brady. And like I said, I am assuming he will have plenty more chances to be in the playoffs.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree.
He's impressive. He is very.
Jim Harbaugh is in his division now, and so is Cliff Kingsbury.
You don't think that
pretty good
Cliff
argument I just made there
is going to make a big difference.
Chiefs are done.
Chris Shula, we talked about him potentially interviewing with the Dolphins. The Rams shut that down. We're like, we will promote you to defensive coordinator. So shout out to Don Shula's grandson, Chris Shula, for becoming the defensive coordinator for the Rams. Let's go from that to, you watch a lot of Chiefs football, Mike.
Yes.
Do you think that this is fair? Is Nick Bosa was being asked about the tackles for the Kansas City Chiefs, including Juwan Taylor, who is known for getting a lot of penalties. Right. His response, they hold a lot.
Good,
yes.
Smart move.
But they've done a good job in the playoffs. I guess they're not getting called for it as much. Right. I don't know. The Chiefs, that was a highly penalized team in the regular season. All of a sudden in the playoffs, they've cleaned up all of their mistakes. It is, if you're following the Chiefs, which I would say a lot of big-time football fans have, because I would say 8 of the 17 Chiefs games were a nationally televised. This is what you're getting. Sunday night, Thursday night, Monday night, the game of the week on, let's say, CBS. So I bet people have caught a lot of Chiefs games. And if you recall, they hurt themselves a lot in the regular season.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden in the playoffs, they're the team that is playing cleaner football. Travis Kelce drawing penalties on the other team, for late hits or whatever it was. So, I mean, they've done a good job of cleaning up this, or for some reason they're not getting called for it.
Now, I know this study will get referenced in the future by Jerry or Steven. Is the NFL and the NFL Players Association did a combined study of injuries on grass versus turf fields. .001 higher injury percentage on 100 plays on turf than it was on grass. So it feels as though the committee will look at that and be like, we're fine. It's pretty much the same.
Yeah, it's fascinating the amount of information that they were collecting, like the hip drop tackle. How many, like what percentage of time that creates injury? I think 20 to 25% on hip drop tackle is actually injured, which is high enough for them to say, yeah, we probably should think about this. The number of like what they were watching this year and studying for injury purposes. And I don't know, have they been doing this for the last 10 years where they're like, hey, we're watching these things?
It's been happening for a while, and that was one of the NFLPA's complaints, to which I would be like, all right, well, maybe you shouldn't have co-authored this study, is they go, 1 year time capsule does not account for what we've known. And this also does not take into account the players' feelings about playing on turf versus playing on grass. And there was actually this year particularly a spike in injuries on natural grass, which is what led these numbers to be so close. And why you'll hear ownership groups be like, what's the difference?
I do wonder in that situation too, like the athletes are the ones saying it, right?
Yes.
The athletes are also the ones that when they get done on a turf field that leave the field and go, I feel worse today than I do whenever we play on grass. My body just, I'm achy here. Like Mike, you can kind of work on that a little bit. They are the ones that really understand their inflammation feeling after a game.
When we would go to old school Montreal, Veteran Stadium in Philadelphia, like old school turf.
It felt like concrete, right?
Yeah, and they would just say, look, your back's going to be sore after this series. And that's why everybody will tell me, Mark McLemore being one, that Ken Griffey Jr.'s issues in Cincinnati were all the years he played in Seattle. Is that playing Vladimir Guerrero, people will say the career, the length of his career was shortened by being in Montreal for the first part of his career because it takes a more of a toll on your body. Now that's old AstroTurf or like Texas Stadium where the Cowboys played. So it's tough because today's field, I don't know, you guys got to walk on Globe Life when we went to Jared Sandler's event. It doesn't feel like even though the it's softer than Texas Stadium, it still feels like a harder surface.
Yeah, it feels firm. I was like, man, this feels a little like concrete still. Maybe whenever it's season, it's different. They inflate the pads or something. I don't know. Water the infield.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes,
Coming up next, the 24 things the Rangers can do to start building a dynasty in 2024. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Sports with lots of laughs mixed in. Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and the Get Right. Turn it on. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. 24 things the Rangers can do to start building a dynasty in 2024. Now, this comes courtesy of Evan Grant, and I will warn you with the Dallas Morning News, we might skip some of these things because some of them are like Adolis Garcia. You know, like some of them are simplistic and like things that you probably could figure out, but we'll run through as many as we can and stop wherever you guys would like. It was a really interesting article, Dallas Morning News or dallasnews.com if you want to check it out. This is the easiest one. Become a league average bullpen. Now, I feel like this is where we had our conversation a few years ago about the Cowboys defense. And we were like, if they can get to average, holy crap. How good do you think this Rangers team can be if they have a league average bullpen? And do you think it can happen?
World Series champs.
That makes sense.
I would say it gets them back to 90 wins, which gets them in the playoffs. It's amazing when you do look at what they had to go through last year. Early on in the season, they couldn't get it done. Jose Leclerc couldn't get it done.
Right. Thank God for Will Smith.
And that's when Will Smith kind of took over, I would say, in, I don't know, mid to late April.
Yeah.
And then he floundered. And then you had Aroldis Chapman who kind of did okay, but that didn't last very long. And then you had Leclerc who kind of came back into the mix late in the year and was able to pick it up and then did great in the playoffs. So I'll say, yeah, if you have that bullpen again, it's tough for me to believe that you can get back to 90 wins.
According to the Star Telegram, the Rangers had 63 save opportunities last year and saved 30 games. So math says that's 33.
47.6%.
That's a lot.
Well, just to put that in context, Baseball Reference says for any team with 50 save chances in a season, it's the second worst ever in the history of baseball ever.
So, yeah. So somehow they overcame it.
But think about, you're right.
But you're right. But I think to Mike's point, that might be not just a 90-win team. We might be talking 100 and something.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
that's
hold on.
going to be tough.
I want to balance that out. Yeah. So let's talk about that. If you just got back to league average, you would have picked up 9 more saves, aka 9 more wins last year. So if nothing else, I would like to see it more than offset. Like, let's say Jordan Montgomery's not coming back. I feel like we've been up and down on that several times. Let's just say he doesn't come back. Well, let's say you offset, hey, we're going to lose 5 extra games because of that. But your bullpen getting to average maybe can still push you to an overall better team, at least in the regular season. I realize what a stud Jordan Montgomery was in the postseason, so I can't fix that right now. But just getting back to average. And part of the thing that goes with that is restoring the confidence in Jonathan Hernandez. We talk about this with arm talent all the time.
Yeah.
In theory, Jonathan Hernandez has the best stuff in the bullpen. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
I think so.
Okay, but that has not and does not always translate to
results. He's like John Gray.
I could see
great
that.
stuff, and you're just like, what? But where's it going?
His demeanor on the mound when he gave up a leadoff hit,
defeated.
Like it was over. Like mentally, he had just given up on himself, and it was tough. And so that will be the key this year is his belief and faith in his stuff. And obviously, I think he's also finding out this. His stuff is great. You can't just throw it down the middle, especially when you're behind in the count. Maybe, hey, first pitch, challenge him with a 2-seamer. Right down the middle. Get ahead. But you got to work the edges now. And you got to be able to not go, okay, I'm going to work the edges and now get to 2-1 and get back to a little bit. That's not a huge favorable count for a hitter, but still back into a situation where now the hitter can eliminate some things from you.
Yeah, that's a great point. Another person I'm going to throw on this list, and I realize we're kind of staying in the same sort of spot right now, is Brock Burke. Brock Burke from 2022, I think we felt pretty good about him. Down the stretch last year, not so much.
No, well, this was the interesting thing last year. I remember asking a question of, hey, how much faith does Bruce Bochy have in Brock Burke? Because it seemed like at times when guys were tired, maybe Aroldis Chapman is throwing 2 out of 3 days. Like, don't throw him the third out of.
Yes.
And it was like he was going to go with that rather than Brock Burke. And so I was kind of asking, hey, is Brock Burke hurt? And I just feel like this year it's going to be really important for him to get off to a good start so that there's confidence to bring him in situations. And then obviously he's going to have to. He's the only lefty that I think the Rangers have that will pitch in the 7th or 8th inning. And I don't know even if he will. But right now, he is the option. Unless, I'm sorry, I'm drawing a blank, the AA kid. That would be a lot of pressure to put on a kid who pitched in AA last year.
Antoine Kelly?
I believe so. And just like, you made the team and you're pitching the 7th and 8th inning.
I'm going to skip a few of these. I feel like we've talked a lot about Evan Carter and Wyatt Langford. Leody Taveras he's old potentially in this outfield at 25, which is a weird thing, but also just shows you the potential depth that we have going on. The next step, be more of a threat against left-handers. Now, we've talked about that to a certain degree in a smaller sample size with Evan Carter. Do you believe that Leody Taveras can make progress against lefties?
Because he's a switch hitter, so I'm trying to pull up as fast as I can his split.
But he seems to struggle, at least compared to right-handers on either side. Like, I realize the advantageous way you would attack that, but he had a 638 OPS against lefties last year, which is right in line with his career.
275 batting average versus 241, 768 OPS when, he's batting left-handed versus 638 when he's batting right-handed. Yeah, so he needs to get better at that. They need to be closer numbers for sure.
Maybe he should just hit left-handed all the time instead. Maybe he's a poor right-handed hitter. I also don't understand. Like, I don't know how often switch hitters are like really good from both sides as opposed to being really good from just one side.
I think it's fun talking to Mark McLemore, who is able to do it. And you're gonna you have to hit a time and a half more than all your teammates.
Yes,
because when Marcus Semien, for example, is taking his swings, he's taking them all from the right side. You're going to take a lot of your swings from the left side, the majority, because you're going to face right-handed pitching more than you're facing left-handed pitching. But you still, let's say I take as many swings in the left-hander's batter's box as Marcus Semien does in the right-hander's batter's box. Now I got to go get 30 to 50% more work in, because now I got to work on my right-handed swing, because if they bring in a left-handed reliever, a lefty is starting. So you do have to have a stronger work ethic in a way, more than most guys, because you have to work harder, because you have to get in more swings. The same amount of swings that Marcus Semien gets in, if you're getting in the same amount of swings, you're actually getting in less swings than he's getting in.
That's interesting, too, for a guy like Jonah, who's a switch-hitting catcher. He already works harder than everybody, and now he's going to work even harder.
We've talked about Corey Seager's MVP outlook and the sports hernia and everything like that. Seeing more emotion from Corey Seager. I'm not saying he has to be a Dolus on a day-to-day basis, but every time he shows emotion, it feels like this team is like, we will never lose again.
No.
I'm with Corey. I disagree. I don't want him to show more emotion.
We kind of discussed this the other day when Murph and Kevin, you were out. So Murph was saying that when you get to the playoffs, you kind of have to temper your energy a little bit. So I think throughout the regular season, I'm perfectly fine with his energy level being where it is so that he's not expelling anymore when he gets to the playoffs, because of who he is in the playoffs is the reason that he's as good as he is too. He's so even keel minded.
I want him to be himself. I think if you start stepping outside of yourself, like I'm going to be more emotional, and you're not an emotional guy. I think guys that are really emotional, hey, yes, there's a way to show it. Like we want to show more positive emotion than negative emotion, because I felt like that was I'll take one of the greatest players of all time, LeBron James. Unfortunately, sometimes his emotional status of wanting to celebrate everything, also when things aren't going well, it was kind of like he got so down.
Yeah.
And it's like, hey, you can't get so down, but he's like, I'm an emotional player. And so I feel like Corey Seagers are really good to have on your team. You don't want 9 of them. You want Garcias, but you also have to have Seagers to get a little bit more of a even keel on your team. So in a way, I think his emotional status of almost showing no emotion can help out, because when Wyatt Langford does come up, who are his examples going to be? Well, one of them will be Garcia, but another one will be Seager. And so he's going to have to find, like, how do I get the most out of myself? Is it being closer to Garcia? I don't really know Wyatt Langford at all. We'll get to meet him tomorrow at Worth Collectibles in Waxahachie. But I don't know, like, where he's going to be on that emotional line. But I'm okay with Seager. He's been doing this for 7-8 years now in the major leagues.
And one of the things, I discussed yesterday, Kevin, was Adolis is, I told you, now I'm more than ever, I need him back. I need to make sure he's there because I think he allows all the rest of the players to fly under the radar emotionally.
Can I go back to Leote real quick?
Yeah.
I didn't know this. How about, I know we're talking about him hitting against left-handers. First half, 295, 812 OPS. Second half, 233, 642 OPS. So he dropped off.
Tremendous.
Yeah, so it'll be, I don't expect him to be 295. To be honest, I don't expect him to be 295 with an 812 OPS. But I also don't expect him to be 233 with a 642. So just be like more consistent throughout the season.
Now, several of these are intertwined. Marcus Semien takes a day off, and the Rangers spend some time in spring training looking at what a lineup looks like with Evan Carter in the leadoff.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I think that at the end of the year, we interviewed Bruce Bochy, and they said they were going to take a look at that because he was struggling. Remember, he struggled in the playoffs a lot and is like, have we wore him out because he wants to play all 162? Would it be better if he plays 152 and you give him 10 days? He's completely healthy, but you give him 10 days off, like on Sunday day games.
835 plate appearances last season. Now, let's talk about people who are probably doing too much. Jonah Heim catches less. From September 10th through winning the World Series, he started 37 of 38 games. That's awesome. I know MLB.com didn't think so. I think that's awesome. Now, to go along with this, I feel like maybe we all don't think this is going to happen. Sam Huff becomes a legitimate option as a catcher and a hitter.
Would love for it to happen. Jonah did have an extended period of time off with his injury that I think helped him with that last stretch, Kevin, at the end of the season, even though by the time the World Series was over, he was just melting in his chair every day. But I think the time off that he had helped, but your backup catcher situation doesn't exist right now. So you need Huff to make that happen unless you're going to go buy one.
It's just you have to feel comfortable with Kisner playing 40, 50 games as your starting catcher.
Yeah. That's
28 years old. Last year, 241 batting average with a 712 OPS. But you're not going to find.
That's not horrid.
Backup catchers.
Yeah.
They're just not usually offensive guys.
Let's go back to pitching, specifically starting pitching. This is really interesting. At least one out of the group of Jack Leiter, Owen White, or Zach Kent proves capable of making more than half a dozen starts by the end of the season.
That has to happen. If there's supposedly a dynasty here or a run of teams that make the playoffs, let's say discount last year, they obviously did everything you could ever ask. In the next 5 years, would you guys be happy if they made the playoffs 3 out of the 5 years? Not giving you playoff results, just that 3 out of the next 5 years they made the playoffs.
I love playoff baseball.
I don't think they can do that unless these guys develop. And I'm not saying just these guys, but you got to start developing guys that can help you out because you just don't have a budget of, hey, every starting pitcher gets $20 to $40 million.
Well, and on the part of the pitchers that do, the next part, probably the last part we'll hit for now from Evan Grant. Really interesting article if you want to go check it out. At least 2 from the combination of Scherzer, DeGrom, or Malley have to do the same.
Come back.
And get at least half a dozen starts before the season's out.
Probably so. Yeah.
Is that doable?
That's the 2 things that you just mentioned are the scariest parts of the 2024 and beyond Texas Rangers. One, the veteran guys who are hurt come back healthy and productive. And then the other one is, can you develop your pitching prospects into real major league pitchers for your team that are making somewhere between $700,000 and $2 million a year the next 3 years?
Yeah, and then just listening to AJ Pierzynski this morning, like the national feel is, hey, all these guys are coming back at sometime after the All-Star break. Y'all are going to be great. Cavalry's coming home. And I think us as Rangers fans just or DFW sports fans just can't believe that any of those guys are going to be like truly helpful. But if DeGrom is truly healthy and can do that and make a run into the playoffs, like that's the dream, right? To make it to that point.
I'll tell you
if you are healthy and you have DeGrom, Scherzer, and Evaldi as your three guys going into the playoffs healthy.
Good luck.
All right, Baltimore, we get how great you are.
Yeah.
Let's see if you can beat us with these guys.
I do kind of want to dive back into that portion as well as something else from this article. Maybe we'll do that next week before we head off to the Super Bowl. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some NFL overreaction or reality? And Mike likes it as part of the Expressway. Next on The Fan.
Roger that, Sally.
Beginning February 8th, you can now feed your whole crew with the Wada Wings Party Pack. 72 of our delicious boneless wings in your favorite sauce or mix and match sauces. Plus a family-sized fries. Perfect for the big game watch parties or feeding large groups. Only at your hometown Whataburger.
Lamar, he'll hold it himself, runs to the left, he's to the 5, Lamar's in, touchdown Ravens! They're going to have a championship game in Baltimore because the hay's in the barn! Lamar Jackson will win his first playoff game in Baltimore. And he will get to play in his
All right, that's
AFC.
enough. They lose the game after that. Don't worry about that. It's time for NFL overreaction, and definitely not what we were talking about in the break.
Right.
So, Corey, you saw this. I thought it was really interesting. It's statistical data about player safety from the NFL. So my first question is, NFL overreaction or reality? You believe the injury data that the NFL puts out?
Yeah. And if I didn't believe it, if I'm a players, then I need to have my own survey as well.
True.
Like I need to have if you don't trust the third party that you're outsourcing it to, then hire your own party as well. And so that's where I feel about that. But I do believe, for the most part, that they're tracking some things and keeping eyes on it because there's a lot of eyes on them right now.
So the numbers for concussions this past season, including preseason, regular season games, and practices, 219. That's up from 213 the year before, but not like a shocking upturn. And remember, a couple years ago, before they started making changes, especially to the kicking game, it was at 281.
Okay, yeah.
So the kicking game is a huge drop. Concussions sustained on kickoffs dropped from 20 to 8.
Okay.
And so
when
Mike talks about like the onside kick being almost impossible to get, people not returning as much, these are obviously things that the NFL put in place to eliminate concussion issues.
Yeah, I was just about to say, man, I want to see the 8 because I felt like every game I watched there weren't returns. But then again, there were a few. I know, Green Bay and San Francisco, we had that big return, so I got it.
NFL overreaction or reality? Neither the Lions nor the Ravens will make the Super Bowl in the next 7 years. I'm kind of thinking maybe the lifespan of their quarterbacks, perhaps. That's kind of what I've projected it at.
I mean, the easy bet would say yes because it's so tough to make. So I'll lean towards yes. I think the Lions have a better chance. We asked that question, I can't remember, on Monday or something, but because the NFC still looks weak, as in the 49ers look great. But when you look at the quarterbacks, all the best quarterbacks in the NFL are in the AFC. So to get through now, Mahomes and Allen, and you start including guys like CJ Stroud that you're like, hey, how quick can they, create something where they have a dude on a rookie deal where they don't have to worry about salary cap situation for 3 years. So I lean towards no, but I give the Lions a chance because they have $60 million in cap space to add to this team in the offseason.
Also give the Lions a chance because they proved to me that they don't care what players are on their team. If it's not good enough, they'll draft and replace. They had 2 really good running backs the year before, and they said, don't care. We'll go get David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs, and we're going to replace them with that. And DeAndre Swift turned out to be really good for the Eagles this year, but they were like, we're going to be better at it. So I think that they'll continue to have that kind of mentality. Plus, if they have that kind of money to spend, this offseason could be a nightmare for us.
Mike, I'm going to start with you on this next one. I feel very confident I know your answer, but let's just check. Dave Canales said that Bryce Young is the guy and he's an amazing talent, which makes sense. You're not going to take that job and be like, he sucks. But my overreaction or reality is Bryce Young can still be a top-notch NFL quarterback.
Without a doubt, no.
Okay.
It's too little. This league is too big, too strong for him. I hate it, but it's just he can be a guy. Maybe he can just be an okay guy, but he's not ever going to enter the ranks of, when we talk about the top 5 or 8 quarterbacks in the NFL, he's never going to be in that conversation.
Especially with Carolina. That's a miserable football team. But the other part of it is, I think he can. I think he can be better. I just don't think he can do it with Carolina in the state that they're in right now.
But top-notch?
I think he can be a top-notch.
Okay.
Now, the other part of that is, like, again, all of our advanced information on him was from Alabama, where he had everything at his disposal. And so when you're watching him, everything, you're like, man, all these throws are good. And not a lot of them are under duress.
Yeah,
and
a lot of separation.
Yeah, so I think, they got a lot of work to do on that team.
NFL overreaction or reality, you hate there being an open week between the conference championships and the Super Bowl.
No, I need a breather.
Oh, I don't like it.
There are injuries that take place in the playoffs that I think that some guys need to get over. I want to see a good football game in the Super Bowl.
I'm okay with having a week off, but I think that they should make it a third place game and they should have Baltimore and Detroit have to play each other.
I'm down with that. I'd love it.
Will they have more effort than the Pro Bowl games?
I don't know. It depends on kind of what they used to have the third place game.
Yes,
right?
they did.
And it seems like that didn't get a lot of success, but I love the idea just because I like more football.
I want to say like 40 or 50 years.
Yeah.
All right. I personally, I really don't like it. Do you remember though?
I think it gives you a chance. Yes, but I think it gives you a chance. That's where Troy Aikman talks about his concussion. They didn't have the week off in '93, and they're just like, well, guess what? You don't have a concussion anymore. Just play. But I do think that it gives these teams a chance to maybe have their best effort because it gives them the extra days to get healthy.
Okay. I anticipated you might say that. So you still get the whole week off. But with that in mind, for the players, for America, the Super Bowl needs to be changed to a Saturday for real.
Yes.
I don't mind that at all.
I would love it.
I think it would be easier for travel. Obviously, then you're flying back Sunday. You can be at work Monday. I know the girl who's a big Kansas City Chiefs fan.
Taylor Swift.
Here. It might have been Taylor Swift. Maybe she's in disguise as a 5'7" woman who has black hair.
All right.
But
how tall is Taylor Swift for real?
I think she's like 5'10", isn't she?
Yeah.
Then I think a lot of people that are fans of the teams, like real hardcore fans, they are trying to take off on Monday.
Yes.
Yeah. You have more comfort just knowing that tomorrow I don't have to do anything after I throw this party or go to a friend's house and do all those things. Yeah, man, I would love it.
Now, Jim Harbaugh is being introduced officially with his presser and everything as the Chargers' new coach. And he said, we want to win multiple Super Bowls, which again, that's what you say. You wouldn't want to be like, hey, we can win a wild card game. But NFL overreaction or reality, Jim Harbaugh will win a Super Bowl with the Chargers.
I mean,
no,
he didn't win one with the Niners.
That's true.
So, I can't just say this
Does he have a better
champion.
quarterback?
He's screwed. I hate saying this. I know I was teasing. Patrick Mahomes is in his division. And I just don't know how you take that division away from them. They had a rebuilding year. I don't think people understand this. They were screwed salary cap wise. They couldn't do anything with this team. And they're like, look, this could be a year where we regress a little bit and we're not a Super Bowl contender. They got their salary cap back in order. Not that they have $50 million to spend in the offseason, but now they're not like at a negative looking number anytime soon. And they still won the division. They still are in the Super Bowl. I do think if you are Denver, Chargers, Raiders, you're screwed.
And I do see multiple people saying you make Monday after the Super Bowl a national holiday. I'm fine with that. I just think you might have a harder sell with that than just make it on a Saturday.
Yeah, we're still working that national holiday.
Especially because you do have that week off.
Yeah.
So you're just giving them, to your point, it's like, hey, you had that. You just have 13 days off instead of 14.
NFL overreaction or reality, Jerry Jones could handle Bill Belichick as his head coach. Because he's like, there's no doubt I could work with Bill Belichick.
Yeah, Jerry can handle it fine. He'll do whatever he wants. It'll be Bill handling Jerry.
It'll be the first 2 years of him just letting Bill Belichick do a lot of the things he wants. I'm not saying like personnel stuff. I think personnel stuff, he'll say, hey, look, we have a really good department here. You coachy. You coachy.
Yeah.
But the first 2 years, I think Bill will have a lot of conversation about what he wants there. And if that doesn't deliver and the results aren't championship games immediately, that's when Jerry starts sitting in on those meetings and having those conversations and asking questions that he's like, hey, man, why do you keep asking me these questions? Don't you trust me? And he's like, well, we haven't won yet, so no.
Well, and this was going to be my really dumb question when I realized the precedent for it. I was going to be like, well, if they win a lot in the first 2 years, then does it ease up? And I was like, oh, I guess that's pretty much what happened with Jimmy.
Yeah.
Like, I know it took a little bit longer, but
And you could see how tired Parcells got late as things went on. He was just like, God, now I'm doing everything I can to try and deal with the roster you're giving me and all these other crap that you have to deal with too.
NFL overreaction or reality. We didn't get a chance to talk about this yesterday. I'm really sad about that. You are excited for new football technology like the Doink Cam.
The Doink Cam.
Do you know what the Doink Cam is? All right. They're going to have multiple cameras on the goalpost. Not like your traditional, like, hey, this might block the kick or something like that. That will show you the angle from the goalpost if the football hits it.
It'll be built.
Or maybe
it'll be built into the goalpost. I bet. Like they're drilling a hole, putting a camera in there, and if it hits, it'll be tapered and everything. I love it. I love this idea.
And I don't care. It's fine. Like,
okay, was there a camera that you liked in base? You like just the one that's set up right behind home plate? Do you like the straight on camera or the angled one?
I actually don't like the catcher camera or the umpire camera.
Umpire camera, I hate.
I'm not crazy about that.
I do like seeing the replay from the camera in front of home plate.
I do think I think they need to do a better job at having angles for first downs.
Yep.
Because there's a lot of times where they're like, ooh, I think that spot isn't great. And then you see the replay, you're like, how is it in a Super Bowl or an AFC or NFC championship game we don't have a few extra cameras to make sure you have a better idea on if this ball was short of the first down or they got the first down? This is really important to the history of the football games, to the history of these players, and it's like, we just don't have a good angle on that one.
Zeke got injured on the pylon cam because the pylon used to be a soft pylon, but now there's a camera inside.
Yeah, and I thought the pylon cam was
a great idea.
Was a pretty good idea. Obviously, is the best football technology idea that you can think of in your lifetime the yellow line representing where the first down is
on television?
Yeah, on television.
I guess so. My wife says that it's made us dumber.
I could see that because we can't count to 10.
Yeah.
Or 3 in some cases.
Yeah, my suggestion is just, hey, all drone cameras from now on. Like, we have drones everywhere on the field.
Holy moly.
What about punts?
Look, dude.
Do you get I guess you can move the drones quickly off the field.
We punt and it hits a TV board and nobody cares anymore. So it'll be fine.
Jerry's made us not care about the sun, not care about scoreboards. He's amazing. Not care about wins.
You know what? But that's the thing is I don't think it's just the sun or those other things. I think I've been now conditioned to not care about things that I know are never going to change. When people are like, you get rid of Jerry, the GM. I'm like, you're probably right. It's never going to happen. You need to put curtains up in there. Well, we asked him that, and he's like, that's number 500 or 1,000 on my list of things to do. So it's never going to happen. And so I just move on instead of continuing to smash my head against that argument.
And that's less about how much the curtains would cost and more about being wrong about something, not wanting to admit you're wrong about something.
Yes. I don't think Jerry is alone in that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I want to throw out a couple of quick basketball notes for y'all, if you don't mind.
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Joel Embiid was diagnosed with a meniscus injury in his left knee. The timetable is unclear for now, but what this will probably do, and this might have been the case, regardless of how severe the injury was, is this is probably going to knock him out of ESPN of MVP contention. Do you have an issue now looking back? Because in the last, 4 or 5 days, you started to see a lot more people be like, oh, this isn't right. This isn't fair, blah, 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 blah. Do you have an issue with Embiid or anybody else being knocked out of MVP or all NBA consideration because of the NBA's new rule?
Not at all. And I will say this. has anybody won the MVP playing less than 65 games?
Good
like
question.
that seems like
I'd have to
if
check
you've
on
missed 17 games in a regular season, that would seem like a tough MVP year.
Right. And Embiid has already missed, I believe, 13 games. And so he can only miss 4 more the rest of the way, which that feels like he'll surpass that.
Okay, 65 you said?
Yes.
5 have won it without playing 65 games. 64, Kuzi, and 56.
All right.
2019, Giannis, 63.
Okay.
LeBron in 11.
That was a shortened season because of a
62.
strike, so it doesn't kind of count, right?
Okay. Walton, 77.
Maybe 11 was a regular season. 11-12 was the shortened season.
And Karl Malone, 80 or 98, 99. That's a strike season, right?
Yes.
He played 49 games. So,
is that the year they played 50?
Yeah.
I thought. So
yeah,
pretty much all
yeah,
of
he
those.
played a high enough percentage. But yeah, I mean, and Bill Russell, he played 69, nice, in 57 and 58. So yeah, for the most part, these guys are playing about 60 to about 70 games, 70 games plus.
And so it's interesting that you didn't hear more of this complaint, and maybe I just missed it at the beginning when they announced this rule, but there's been multiple players that are like, hey, if this is going to prevent me from being all NBA, now you're messing with my money. And for Joel Embiid, there's a lot of people who spoke for him and been like, hey, you're going to cost him the MVP because he's not going to play enough games. I'm surprised I didn't hear more about this like when they announced the rule.
Because I don't think the players thought about it as they were going through this mentality of, hey, we can also take nights off. I don't think they were thinking about how this would affect their NBA all NBA monies.
Really, where it's scary is if you don't make an all NBA team and you're coming up on the max contract, right? Because you can super max it if you make an all NBA team, and then you don't super max it if you don't make an all NBA team. So that's where I think players will get really upset if they're like, hey, I was a starting all-star, I was all these things, and then I missed. Let's just say I played 64 games, and now I just lost $40 million over a 4-year period or something.
I was trying to think if it was Halliburton who came out and said something like kind of to that effect.
Yes, it is Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, I knew somebody had come out and said something to that effect, just now you're messing with my money. And he's not wrong, but like that was also the case months and months and months ago when they put this into place.
Part of earning the money and part of helping the league earn the money too. Again, Mike goes to the point of I never know what stars will be there whenever I buy my ticket anymore.
To your point, I didn't even know this. I didn't turn on TNT. I don't turn on TNT basketball games anymore. They're just not interesting to me. Regular season basketball. And then I heard Sean Sharif say, can you believe what a horrible loss by the Celtics last night? They lost to the Lakers, and LeBron and Anthony Davis both sat out the game because it was a rest night. Like, what in the world?
It is their, I know this is not necessarily your point.
Lakers, Celtics.
Astonishing note on that. This is the first time in 30 years the Celtics have lost a game where they were 15-point or more favorites. I imagine they probably didn't have that many games like that, but still, a horrible loss. And yes, you would think Lakers-Celtics would be all hands on deck.
It stinks that that's what the league has come to. I don't get it. I guess you had an article where it's so great now, but
I can't remember if it was Awful Announcing or The Ringer. It was like, Adam Silver has made this league so much fun this year. And I thought, man, that is not how Mike feels about this at all.
Somebody just tweeted us this message, and I think it's hilarious regarding the sun that we were talking about at AT&T Stadium. Can you imagine if Mbappe or Messi misses the World Cup goal because they can't see the goal?
The ball usually doesn't. Obviously, the sun plays a effect when the ball gets to a certain level. I guess the soccer ball, obviously, if you kick it 15 feet, maybe 15 feet in the air is about where the sun can affect you.
Yeah.
I'm assuming. I don't know.
Man, that would be crazy. Or you know what's really going to drive people crazy if they put the curtains up for that? They're like, oh, yeah, that's what they asked for. By the way, we'll find out on Sunday the when and where of the World Cup games.
I just got mad and it didn't even happen.
I know. I do that a lot.
It doesn't even happen yet.
I know.
I'm mad.
That's a problem. Is now it's time for Mike Likes It.
All right. I have this question. I was just thinking about this with Dan Quinn going to the Washington Commanders. Is there any way that Caleb Williams, that teams, after evaluating him, go, we're just not so sure if he's the number one pick?
There is a way, especially if somebody else like pops in after they start doing a lot of more evaluations of guys.
Like, I'm just wondering about Jaden Daniels. Like, could he be the number 1 pick?
They could be the CJ Stroud, right? Where you're like, hey, he was picked a little bit later, but he actually turned out to be the better one. He had all the athleticism, he had the better arm, all those things. And this guy might have been a freak, and he played really well, but I can totally see teams kind of having conversations with him, getting to know him a little bit better, and just kind of having questions. But I also saw a story recently where a scout was like, look, it's not whether or not this dude is a generational talent. Is he a once-in-a-decade talent? And I was like, oh, no, like that's another point of like, is he one of those guys that you only find this often? And I don't think he is that either. I think he's a really good quarterback. And if he lands with the right team, it'll work out for him.
Do you have a list of like who those right teams would be, like off the top of your head?
I have to go revisit the coaching changes because the coaching changes at the top have kind of eliminated that.
I'm still gonna go. I think
if he lands with Bieniemy, that might be a really interesting thing. But the rest of the team might stink.
I think Caleb Williams has been around so long that people have broken his game down too much.
Yeah.
Like, I still think he's really excellent. I feel comfortable with it.
Okay. My next question, and this is based off of obviously the Chiefs situation and me making fun of the Cowboys. I was wondering this. We can start with the NFL, but we can go to other leagues. Do you have a second favorite team? Is there a team that you are like, that's my guy?
Just in the NFL or in general?
Let's start off with the NFL, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, the Saints have always been my second team. That just goes back to I really liked Drew Brees.
Do you care about the Saints now that Drew Brees is gone?
Not really. I love New Orleans. You know, the Super Bowl's in New Orleans next year, right? So that's a really awesome thing.
Oh,
yeah.
This probably won't surprise you. I've defaulted to the Ravens are my second team because
of the quarterback.
Yes, because I like Lamar Jackson a lot.
Would you wear a Ravens hat?
Yeah, that doesn't feel as insulting.
In support of
next year when the Cowboys play the Ravens.
Let's say they win the Super Bowl.
Then no.
Would you wear a Ravens hat, Super Bowl hat?
Perhaps to support Lamar Jackson.
That's only wear it to Oxnard?
That's only part of the reason. See, that's only part of the reason that he wears that hat.
What about other sports? So I'm going to tell you, in the NBA, I struggle to have a second team. I just can't. I can respect other players. I guess in a way, Mark Cuban probably loves this and can't believe this about me. I can't root for another NBA team. Like, I can root against the Lakers or root against the Heatles or whatever.
Yeah.
But I really struggle to, like, I can't wear another NBA team's gear.
And see, that's the thing. I don't know if I would wear the gear, but I definitely find myself watching and rooting for the Bulls because of Brandon.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't root for them over the Mavericks, but if you're looking for a secondary team, for me, the Bulls.
How much
in
does
the NBA.
conference change that for you, too?
For sure.
Like, out of conference, you can't.
I mean, you notice Ravens, not on our side. Bulls, not on our side. So
you can't be a Clippers fan?
I think I would have a hard time with that because I was like, this is a team you will could legitimately meet in the playoffs.
You love Jokic.
Yes, that is true. But if it came, I feel like I'm a fan of his. Maybe.
Well, I'm a fan of Patrick Mahomes. I'm really not a fan. I mean, I've become a fan of the Chiefs. I'm a fan of Trevor Lawrence, even though he's really farting on me.
I think now that society has accepted how great Jokic is, I'm like at peace. You know, I think the biggest thing is I loved him when people are like, hey, is he really that great? And I'm like, you people are insane.
I used to love playing NBA Jam with the Charlotte Hornets because I had Grandmama and I had Alonzo Mourning and Muggsy Bogues.
And they tried to kill each other.
Yeah, and that was kind of fun.
Not literally, but.
I've always, this is weird, I've always kind of liked the Portland Trailblazers, and I never really, but then whenever we played them, I was like, well, hold on.
You're a big Brandon Roy guy.
Yeah. No, I was more of like a Clyde guy. I really enjoyed that era.
When I was a kid, I loved the Florida Marlins when they came out because I thought their logo and hat were super cool.
But I also have had a lot of respect for like just the Celtics consistency over time. It just felt like I liked that trio. I liked the Garnett, the Paul Pierce, the Ray Allen group. I really did like that too. So I've always liked the Celtics too. Maybe not the city as much.
You mentioned the Florida Marlins. When it comes to baseball, obviously for me, I do love the Rangers, but it's once you become a professional player and then you start playing I played for obviously Cleveland, the Mets. I was in the minors with the Phillies and the Diamondbacks, also played for the Nationals in the major leagues and the Rangers. I do root for the Rangers, but I also find myself rooting for people that I know. Like, in a weird way, I'm really hoping that Detroit can win the Central. I'd really like for A.J. Hinch to get back on top and kind of not clear his name. His name will never be clear, but for it to be like, oh, he's a good manager and it doesn't have to do with all the other stuff too. But so for baseball, I don't really have the same feelings just because of playing that I do when I see like the Lakers play. I'm like, lose at any cost. I don't care.
Yeah,
you know?
I would wear Braves gear. I did. I had a couple different Braves hats that I really liked a lot, and they were kind of that team that I just always liked their style, their stuff. But the Dodgers were also a secondary team for me easily because of Oral Hershiser.
I'm glad that he said that because the Cubs. And again, another not in your conference team, just because so many of my family members are love the Cubs, are season ticket holders for the Cubs. So I've been to a bunch of Cubs games in my life. So I think the Cubs.
When I was a kid, though, Mike, before I realized certain
Greg
things.
Yeah, exactly.
I was an A's fan during the Canseco McGuire era.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, and Ricky Henderson. That was a Eckersley. That whole thing was a lot of fun. And then I grew up and was like, oh no, hold on, I gotta hate these guys. They're in my division.
Okay, so this is a little bit of Mike Ask football questions.
Oh, okay.
Let's get it.
The Cowboys have the 24th pick. Now we'll go back to y'all's team that you care about a lot. Don't give me a name because we don't know who will be there at 24. What is the position that you desperately want the Cowboys to pick at 24?
Offensive line.
Be specific here.
Offensive tackle. If the tackles are as deep as we're seeing that they are right now, then offensive tackle is what I think you're going to get a good player at that position this year. So I would go ahead and do that. I want to say linebacker, but I have this feeling there's a lot of linebackers on the market and free agency that I would like to go for. And I would rather have a ready-made linebacker right now, of a guy that's really ready to go. So I'm going to go with offensive line, and that's so boring.
I actually was going to say linebacker, but you make a compelling counter argument about the amount of linebackers out in free agency, but linebacker was going to be my selection.
Or any defensive lineman from Michigan. Just if you want to draft a Michigan defensive lineman.
And can I tell you, I know you're kidding, but that legitimately changed my answer because I still wanted to say defensive line. And then in my brain, I was like, oh, well, yeah,
that's
great.
Worked out.
How's that going to go for you? So
yeah, the best defensive lineman you drafted was a linebacker when you drafted him.
Yes. My last football question for you guys is, do you find Biotic as being average or a liability?
I think he's average.
Average to below average. And in order to...
How important do you think it is to get a center in this draft?
Very important. And they might be able to do it they might be able to add one in free agency, but I think you could do it cheaply in the draft and have somebody that's better at this point. We could probably bring in
listen, I smell the Whataburger outside of that door and I can't
one of my issues I was going to say is it goes back to when you said tackle is if you're taking a first round tackle, I think I have, just me personally, I have a tough time then saying we're going to work in a new tackle and center to our offensive line.
There's a possibility that maybe I would feel better going center there, but those three spots right there in the quarterback's face, very important to this quarterback too.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
We're on time for the 1 o'clock.
Before we get to break, Mike will be out the door. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Hey, let's take a quick look at some of these potential DCs for the Cowboys and steroid Olympics next on The Fan.
What?
Boomer Esiason is on The Fan. Check out Kickoff, getting you ready for every game. Sunday mornings at 7 on The Fan. Presented nationally by Casamigos Tequila. Casamigos, brought to you by those who drink it. And Lowe's. Lowe's knows home improvement. It's Boomer on 105.3 The Fan.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I try not to get worked up about all-star selections. It's a glorified popularity contest, but it does matter since we use all-star games to show how good a career was. So
Fan Studio, secured by DFWsecurity.com. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to throw this out there real quick because Chris Strong, I believe, is hyped about this. You can correct me if I'm wrong about that. The NHL will be back in the Olympics for hockey 2026 and 2030. They had missed in 18 and 2022, but they will be back playing in the Winter Olympics with NHL players in the next 2 Winter Olympiads.
I would like to also jump in on that conversation real quick, Kevin.
Well, it is the C block.
Instead of saying, "Oh yeah, it is the C block time." Mike and Chris Strong, would y'all like to thank anybody for anything? Is there
Whataburger? They brought chicken and French fries and all their flavors: buffalo, barbecue, honey butter, Asian zing.
Yes,
those are the 4 flavors, right?
Yeah, I think everyone plowed down like 5 wings in 5 minutes this break, so that was fantastic.
And if you've ever wondered what gets Mike out on the clock when we're theoretically supposed to go to break, there's your answer.
Well, and you know what's interesting too is when we had Mike Bassick Sr. on during the parade, we started chatting with him about some things, and he said, every time we would leave a game or something like that, Mike and I would stop by Whataburger.
Yes.
And so that's where
Grand Prairie would be our stop.
That's where that's where a lot of there's some nostalgic stuff that go, like, you love Whataburger for one, but there is some nostalgia involved.
Texas Stadium, and then we'd leave, and then off of 360, the Whataburger's still there, and that would be the Whataburger we'd stop at on the way home.
Now, Corey, I'm going to ask a big request. May I read a text question to Mike and interfere with your C block time?
Not yet.
Okay.
But yes, you can.
That's fair.
Just not yet.
Okay. It's time, not yours.
C block.
My suggestion for the NHL and the Olympics: every country that wants to compete in Hockey Olympics picks an NHL team, and that team plays together rather than picking all the players, spreading them all out, and then them having to fight for country.
Would it be really messed up if you're America and you're like, we picked the Winnipeg Jets? Like, would that be problematic? They'd be like, wait just a damn minute.
Yeah, well, like basically most countries would look at it and they go, okay, so what state of the U.S. is most like us?
Yeah.
And I guess America would land the Stars because like I said yesterday, America is just one big Texas.
Meritocracy.
And we have Joe Pavelski and Jake Ottinger. Bang.
Yeah.
There we go.
That is a very good point.
Now, Kevin, I will cede 2 minutes for your discussion with Mike.
Mike might shut this down in 5 seconds from the 203. Mikey B. Do you have family members in Connecticut? I used to date a girl in the early 2000s who claimed you were her cousin. Not sure why she would make that up, so I'm assuming it's true, but I've always wondered.
I don't know if she's my first cousin, but I would say yes. My grandparents are from Derby, Connecticut. So I know that my Bassick grandparents moved in the early 50s, I believe it was, from Connecticut to...
Is it the grandmother who didn't know how old she was?
Yes. She was the 9th child. She was the first girl, so she ruined the baseball team. She had 8 older brothers. But then she ended up having younger sisters, I believe.
Yeah,
as a child of... She had 12 brothers and sisters, I believe.
Okay, there you go.
There you go.
I see the remainder of my time.
All right. So here are some names of defensive coordinators.
Okay.
Not just names of things, of defensive coordinators and how they did a long time. Now I'm going to be I want this to be I want you to understand. This is points only, okay? This is their rankings when they were defensive coordinators for points given up.
Only points.
Only point. Yeah, this is onlypoints.com. Ron Rivera. From 2004 to 2006, he was the Bears defensive coordinator. Their ranking while he was there, 13, 1, and 3 in points given up.
Oh, okay.
He took Rex Grossman to a Super Bowl.
That's a good-ass point.
Then in 2008 to 2010, he's with the Chargers, 15, 11, and 10. So in that time span, he averaged top 8 in defense when it comes to points specifically. I don't have much on Mike Vrabel as a defensive coordinator.
The people want to know.
Because he was defensive coordinator 1 year for the Houston Texans before he took over.
Oh, yeah. And that didn't go super well.
His ranking as defensive coordinator in 2017, the Texans defense was 32.
Oh, that's very bad.
Now, and one of the reasons I don't want to go to, I don't like to ascribe Dan Quinn. I didn't like to say, hey, this is what the Falcons, his time as the Falcons,
right?
Because he's not the one calling it. So I don't like to go to Vrabel and say, well, and then Tennessee, their defense has been this, because he's not the guy calling the
I got you.
He's there, he's part of it, but it's a lot like if Spittle was like, yes, I called the entire show for the KNC Masterpiece. He's like, oh, he was there for he acquired the talent, he helped guide it, but he didn't put everything down together. So I don't like to do that. So then I went to Mike Zimmer. Mike Zimmer's time with the Cowboys as a defensive coordinator. Again, this is points alone. 22, 20, 13, 2, 27, 12, and 10.
So he usually sits around slightly above average, but there are some outliers that are either really good or really bad.
I'm sorry, the last one wasn't 10, it was 20. So he was in the 20s or number 2 or 13. So now with the Falcons, 2007, he has one lone year as the defensive coordinator, 29.
Okay.
Then he goes to the Bengals, and he's there from 2008 to 2013. 19, 6, 24, 9, 8, 5.
Okay.
He was able to put out top defenses multiple years with not only the Bengals, but at least once with the Cowboys as well. So Mike Zimmer's name has become kind of a hot name, and I know there was on this station, it was pointed out by a former player that Mike Zimmer was going to come out of retirement. So the Cowboys, I mean, obviously they would love to check him out. I know Broadus is strongly worded and said, I know for a fact he would take this job.
Right.
So I'm interested in Zimmer, and I know he can do it. And I know he can work multiple things. It does kind of, there would be the question of how much position changing needs to happen. How much do you need to add on your defense? Because do the Cowboys need offensive line help?
Yes.
Or do they need to adjust to what your defense is going to be this year? Can you win with this defense?
It's not good for me to say yes to both, right? Right?
Yeah, I mean, well, you know what, dude? If things are really wrong, you can't deny it. You can't just be like, well, I want this job so bad that I'm going to say I can do whatever with what I got.
I hate saying this, but I do believe it's my reality watching the Dallas Cowboys. You got to help out a guy who's not going to help out your team in the playoffs, and that's Dak. You got to figure out a way to take a guy who's scared of the moment, will not produce in the moment, and get pressure off of him, because he's not going to carry a defense that's struggling. He's not going to help out an offensive line that maybe is not the best at run blocking or whatever. So you have to develop a team while giving a dude $55 million a year that he's not the thing you're relying on,
right?
Which I think is impossible to do, to be honest.
And Kevin, I have not seen a confirmation on Mike Vrabel like currently having the conversation with the Cowboys.
Yeah,
I've seen a couple of sources I don't trust say that that's happening, but I don't know enough to say that there's real smoke or fire there right now. So that's where we are on that. Now I want to look at this. A group of venture capitalists are starting an Olympic-style competition that would allow steroids, HGH, and other performance-enhancing drugs. Now,
what's that now? Hold on. I could not have heard that correctly.
Peter Thiel and a group of venture capitalists are funding the Enhanced Games, an Olympic-style competition that allows performance-enhancing drugs. Events include track and field, swimming, gymnastics, weightlifting, and combat sports.
Okay.
The first event will be in 2025.
Just real quick,
interesting to me.
I knew that name for a reason. Peter Thiel is the co-founder of PayPal and was one of the first outside investors in Facebook. I was like, hold on, I know that name.
Yes.
Holy moly! All right.
So they're like, they're getting this started. They're saying, hey, let's rock out some combat sports, some MMA. You want to hit somebody as hard as you can on steroids? fine by us.
Yeah.
We want to see
Oh my
what
gosh.
the greatest of the great athletes, even with all that stuff, can do. Track and field, hey, you want to run you want to beat Olympic times? That's fine by us. We're going to see what this can actually do. And I do wonder, because Mike's shaking his head and he's laughing. And
I want to see, I know this sounds horrible. I wonder, we've seen a little bit, right? But everybody wasn't using steroids at the same time, whether it was kind of the 70s and 80s in football or the 90s, maybe late 80s to early 2000s in baseball. But not everybody was doing it, so it wasn't the even playing field. And it's interesting to me, like on a consistent basis, how much better are you on these things? And I hate it, but they do make you better. Those were stupid commercials that steroids
You're
ruin
stronger,
you.
faster,
They make you a lot
everything.
better. Like, fact, Ben Johnson beat Carl Lewis. Why? Because he roided up and he beat it. Like, most people that roid up end up being way better than they were.
Yeah.
Most. Not all, but most.
And then deal with all the health complications and potential death.
Yeah, and you know what? And then some of the guys will go, the money was worth it.
I'm sure you're right. No question.
I mean, I have to deal with some of these things. And I will also say that, Kevin, we've heard stories about kids in high school that were doing it that had not only serious problems, but suicidal problems and all those other things that come along with it.
Or some of them got millions of dollars of signing bonus for baseball and then stopped doing it and never made the major leagues.
So there's a lot of there's a lot of factors that go into it. This exists, or it's going to exist. I'm fascinated to know.
Man, that is crazy.
Because with the boxing commission, they run things. Can they legally come down and say you can't do this stuff? You're being sued if somebody's doing it outside because they're not associated with the boxing commission.
If it takes place in Nevada,
okay.
I believe you have to get that cleared. Let me tell you something. There are definitely times when athletic commissions have been on the take.
Yeah.
I'm not saying this would probably be a poor one to make your stand with, but and take a bribe and be like, what the crap, dude?
Texas is the perfect state for something like this, though.
Or
Abbott would be like, yes.
Well,
Bring
I
that money
wasn't going to
into
say
Texas.
Abbott, but I was going to say you're not wrong about that.
Yeah.
The Texas Athletic State Commission has always been thought of as very soft, and if you wanted to push a questionable event, this might be the state to do it in.
Okay. I wonder what other kind of stuff is going on in Texas that we don't know about.
But didn't the kid
probably a lot.
Why am I drawing a blank? This is
cockfighting
stupid.
and stuff
South
like
Lake
that.
Carroll UT quarterback. He was going to get
Ewers.
Quinn Ewers. He's going to get NIL money at South Lake Carroll. He's like, look, and then the UIL, the state of Texas, said, no, you can't do that. There, well, other states will allow kids to have kind of like a trust fund through this. And so I don't know, like, is Texas really that lenient? They won't let high school kids have trust funds for NIL.
Those are two different entities, right? I'm saying the Combat Sport Athletic Commission lets a lot of stuff fly. But you're right about that other part. I hear what you're saying.
And this news, I don't know that
You said this starts next year?
2025 will be the first event. I know, so we'll find out more, I'm sure, as they start planning it and getting the site ready and all that stuff.
Are you in?
I have a lot of problems, like, morally talking to my kids about it.
Yeah.
But I'm also like, I kind of want to see it. And I mean, I also feel like, look, man. And yes, this is a skit from SNL back in the day when Dennis Miller was hosting. What's the news thing that they did?
Weekend Update?
Weekend Update. They did do, hey, this is gonna be Olympic game, steroid games, and it's real.
Oh no!
But when I interviewed Eric Dickerson once, and he said, and I'm sure the audios exist somewhere. He said, "Look, man, when you got hit by one of those linebackers that was on steroids, you knew it. We knew the guys that were on steroids and the guys that weren't. And I regret to this day not going like who,
Yeah.
and asking that question of." Hey, and I'm sure he probably would have been like, "Oh, I'm not going to do that." You know, I'm certain that he would.
Yeah.
But on the off chance that he just threw that in my direction, I should have asked that question.
Right.
So I feel like, Kevin, at the time, we didn't know those guys were, but we knew those guys were.
Yeah.
You could tell.
Yeah.
So I'm not. There's this moral standard that I kind of like. I don't know. Do I want to really see it? Or do I want to be able to tell my kids, no, man, just stay off steroids. You're going to be fine.
Look,
because if that turns into something where it's like, well, you know what, we're okay with it now. That becomes another problem that to
It's
deal
just
with.
so tough. I was thinking about, I was here in 2004 in Oklahoma City, was AAA for the Rangers. And Gary Matthews Jr. and I were having about the same career, kind of up and down career, but just couldn't establish ourselves as everyday major leaguers. And then he obviously took off with the Texas Rangers. Like, dang, like, how come I can't figure it out like he figured it out?
Yeah.
And then
you found out.
Yeah.
And then the final thing, this just came down, and I'm not sure if we've announced this or not, but I just saw Adrian Beltre will wear a Rangers logo in the Hall of Fame. So his plaque will have the Rangers tee on it.
Let's go.
Isn't that interesting? They say that the player sometimes doesn't get to choose.
That does seem weird,
like
right?
Andre Dawson, I think, is in as an Expo, but he wants to be a Cub. If I remember the story right recently, he's like, I'd like for them to change my plaque to a Cub rather than an Expo, I think.
It does kind of feel like you should have a pretty hefty say in that if you are the person who made the Hall of Fame and stuff.
It's weird that Nolan, because I thought Nolan got to choose. Because I feel like if the Hall of Fame would have chose, they would have probably given him an Angels or an Astros hat.
I think Angels.
Yeah, I think so too with the Angels. But
he said, I'm grateful for the time I spent with all of my teams during my career. Looking back, I played more years in Texas than anywhere else, and I believe my time with the Rangers represents the peak of my career, individually and from a team standpoint. But I could not have made this journey to Cooperstown without the Dodgers, Mariners, Red Sox, and their fans, and I'm proud of each of the teams I played with. That they will all be listed on my Hall of Fame plaque, and I think that's a cool thing too.
Absolutely. Well, hell to the third player then.
Yes,
officially
Pudge,
representing
Nolan,
the Rangers in the Hall of Fame.
Pudge, who was drafted, Nolan, who grew up in Texas, and Adrian Beltre, who eventually landed here in Texas.
I like it. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Might switch it up just a little bit because I have even more prop bets that I want us to go through, plus Masterpiece of the Week. It's a jam-packed segment. Good news for you. It's coming up next right here on The Fan.
This segment on 105 Through the Fan is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. Life is unpredictable and accidents happen. Frankel & Frankel are the go-to attorneys for car and truck wrecks in DFW. If you or a loved one has been in an accident, contact Frankel & Frankel for a free consultation at truckwreck.com or call 214 or 817-333-3333.
On 1st and 10, Lamar got hit from behind. The ball is stripped. It was Ominahu who came from behind and knocked it out of his hands, and Karloftis has the recovery for Kansas City.
KC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Going to give you some more prop bets for the Super Bowl. We will also get to Masterpiece of the Week real quick. Just wanted to throw it out. I don't think it's going to change anybody's minds or opinions. But for the first time in college basketball history, there are 4 top 10 matchups this weekend. Duke against North Carolina, Tennessee against Kentucky, Houston against Kansas, and Purdue against Wisconsin. All 8 of those teams are in the top 10, and those 4 matchups are all happening this weekend.
I feel like we don't even get that kind of intensity during the tournament, man. That's amazing.
Sometimes that is true.
You know what's tough about college basketball right now is
that it exists.
If you look at a mock draft on Tankathon, the first 3 picks don't live in the United States. Then you get to G League Ron Holland from Duncanville at number 5. So 4 out of the first 5 players supposedly being
I
drafted
think they're sleeping on Cody Williams a little bit.
Are not in the top 5. Cody Williams is number 8 in this mock draft from Colorado. The 5th, 7th pick are G League players. So literally, out of the top 7 picks in this mock draft, 5 of them don't play college basketball.
Who are the 3 international people? The 2 kids from France, I'm guessing.
If I'm saying Alexandre Sarr, Nikola Topic, plays for the Red Star.
Oh, man, that might be really high for
Zachary
Reiseker
from JL Borg.
Okay.
I don't know where that is.
Okay.
Clueless. That's clueless people.
That's interesting. I wonder how much variation you'd find on like
Jacoby Walter from Baylor is the 4th pick.
Yeah.
Ron Holland from Duncanville's the 5th pick.
I like it. So I understand your point though. I'll be really curious because this seems to be, at least at this stage, an NBA draft where there's not a clear number 1 pick. So I'll be fascinated how that plays out. All right. Prop bets. I told you the longest touchdown. What's your over-under for the shortest touchdown?
1 yard.
Yeah.
It's 1.5. Will you take the over or the under?
That a under 1.5 yard touchdown happens?
Yes.
I'll take the under.
Okay, you too?
I'd take the over. That somehow it won't be from the 1, it'll be from like the 2, and I'll be okay. But I feel like you'll get better odds because you literally, I have 98.5% of the field.
Yeah, and that's where I'm looking at this. It always happens. They get to the goal line, somebody runs, gets right out of bounds at just the half-yard line, and then or a receiver catches the ball at the half-yard line.
I would love somebody to watch that game with you, not knowing what you're gambling on, and it gets stopped at like the half foot, and you're like, no! You're like, oh, you're really rooting for that team? You're like, no, I just needed that touchdown and not be less than 1.5 yards. That's amazing. Longest made field goal. Over under
48.5 will be the over under. Am I right about that? I'm guessing.
You're not.
52.5.
Longest made field goal 42.5.
You were close. I didn't want to give that hint though. 46.5.
Okay.
The longest made field goal.
I'll take the under.
I'll take the over. In your face, Corey.
In your face, Mike.
Wow. What will either team score 40 or more points?
No.
5-1 on your money if you think that could happen.
I think both teams are in the 30s.
Wow.
Yeah. I think it's going to be a very fun offensive game.
Ooh, that might not be a bad. More than 5-1 on your money. That might not be a bad bet.
I'm not 100% sure. I think the over under is 47.5. So you're saying that's going to be at least 60?
I'll take the over. Yeah, I'll take the over.
There's a prop bet for you.
Absolutely. And
nobody knows about those prop bets. The over under.
That's. Will any of these records fall? Any player to score 4 or more touchdowns?
No, it doesn't count for passing, correct?
Correct.
No.
15-1 on your money if you think it could happen.
Man, that's tough. Because I could see McCaffrey's the person that can do it. He can have two on the ground, one in the air. or 2 in the air.
I was going to say, then you lose.
Yeah, I can totally see that. So, but no, that's a very tough, because they're gonna try and stop. Nah, nobody can. I guess Travis Kelce probably could have 4.
Yeah.
Nah.
That diamond ring in his pocket's going to need to go somewhere afterwards. Any player will have 205 yards rushing or more.
No.
30-1 on your money if you think that will happen.
30-1?
30-1.
Mike, that's where we got to put our bet.
Ooh. No, we're not.
Which one do you like more?
Hold on. You said to go over. I don't think
hit it or go over.
I don't think anybody can. What's the under on that?
No, this is not an over-under scenario.
My bad.
All right.
You have to bet. If you bet $10, you get $300.
Yeah.
Never mind. Not betting on that one. Sounds dumb.
216 or more receiving yards. 30-1.
Rashee Rice. Here we go.
No.
Okay. I feel like you're not going to support these last two, but I'm going to give it a shot nonetheless. Will any player throw 7 or more touchdown passes? 75-1 on your money.
No. These are two, I guess it's tough to be a bad defense and be in the Super Bowl. I just don't see either defense giving up. I mean, even to Corey, I know Corey feels more confident about this. I don't see either team giving up 5 touchdowns.
Well, you're probably going to be no on this next one then. Last one I got for you. Any player to have 506 or more passing yards, 150-1 on your money.
If the Cowboys were in it and they were down 35-0 at halftime, I would bet on Dak to do this.
If Pacheco didn't exist and the way the balance of San Francisco didn't exist, then I'd be like, yeah, I'm one of these. But no, they have too many good options. There will be too many numbers going to the running backs.
All right, I couldn't convince you to invest in any of those record-breaking prop bets for the Super Bowl, but hopefully I can get you to invest in Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Hey guys, happy Friday.
Hey,
What's up, Chris Strong?
I'm feeling fantastic.
Hello, Chris.
We have Wada wings at our disposal.
I'm full.
Where are they from?
Whataburger, just like you like it.
You can't say Wada and it's not from Whataburger.
It was just a chance to plug them.
Yeah, what do you think?
I say water, you think.
What are you thinking? Water? It's not Waterburger, bro.
The hell it's not.
It's not Waterburger.
If you grew up in Texas, it's Waterburger.
I kind of say it like Waterburger, but I know it's what a burger.
I realize what it's supposed to be called. I grew up in Texas, all right?
Well, guys, this is Masterpiece of the Week. It's a segment we do every week in which we revisit some of the funny, stupid, odd things that y'all said. You say a lot of them sometimes.
Hey.
Oh,
sorry.
I'm going to write these down so I know the votes.
But it's valid.
Who do we want to pick on first?
I'll take it. Well.
Oh. Well, there's one there.
There's contestant number 1, Kevin, right there.
Say it a different way next time, man.
You can start with me.
Kevin takes it first.
Oh, my God.
Give it to Kevin first.
That's my fault.
Here, I'm giving it to Kevin.
And so whenever you put it in there, it was a gamble. Okay. Not you, Mike. But I'd be willing to bet a lot of people in life, play that one more time. I'm willing to bet a lot of people in their life have felt this way. And so whenever you put it in there, it was a gamble. Come on. You know what don't you dare.
What are you talking about?
I don't remember. That's the shame of it. In my mind, it's already about something different now. I really don't remember.
On the front of gamble though, Kevin, in the where it is in your mind is because what are you gambling on?
The future of your test results.
And what test results is that going to be?
Oh, it could be a variety of test results. It could be that 18 years, or it could be a life sentence.
So I put it down for my first one to remember.
Oh my God. He has perhaps different names for things than you have introduced them as, Chris.
All right. Gambling.
Well, I can't blame you guys for already thinking about gambling in Vegas. Yeah. So, Corey, you said some pretty crazy things earlier this week.
Now, you can stick your finger into the hole, all right? And then once you get your finger in the hole, you don't even have to get a latch, and it pulls open. I will shoot a video if I have to prove to you. Once you get your finger in there, you pull, and then it opens, and you can have yummy, yummy foods. Yes. Avery broke the handle off of our microwave.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And so our microwave, you have to, there's where the handle was, there's a hole at the top and the hole at the bottom. And if you put your finger in there, you can pull the door open. And so I don't have to replace it yet.
Does Avery think these things are funny, or is he sorry for doing these things?
When he broke it, he's like...
It seems like he does a lot of things that you're like, hey, do you feel any type of remorse here?
He's like, hey, I can glue it back together. So he's like, he does feel bad, but man, that kid has broken a lot of my stuff over his life.
Sure.
And Carter too. Carter's broken a lot of stuff over his life.
Believe.
Lucy, she's just great. So yeah, man, I don't know. But yeah. So my biggest concern about the microwave right now, and the whole I can do that, is microwave waves. Are microwave waves coming out of it? Am I getting radiation from the microwave, like where the hole is?
If you're standing like right next to it for a prolonged period of time,
on
maybe.
My phone.
Yeah. Well, look, that information is going to hit us hard in the next 10 to 20 years. Mike, you're not even on microphone, and people can't see you.
That looks right.
I wrote it down.
Corey, you were able to provide context for that one. Can you provide context here?
Are you serious?
Yes.
This is as soft as it can get. This is regarding the BYU situation.
Oh, I thought it was the Cowboys defense in the playoffs.
Get some of that tea.
I thought it was Micah Parsons leaving the stadium.
Wow. Holy cow. Excellent. Next.
Guys, we have a theme of hooking up with people for some reason this year. Mike, you're next on the list.
Hook up with Rob Gronkowski.
Oh, is that your goal this weekend?
That was from...
this week?
No, I don't want to. The 80-year-olds do, though.
I have a follow-up question. Patrick Mahomes shows up on Radio Row and says he'll give you $1 million to sleep with you. Would you do it?
You don't want to be Demi Moore?
Yeah.
Can we just sleep together? Because I've slept with like Kavanaugh in a bed, but we slept.
That's why I had to go.
So if you're telling me, will I sleep in a bed with Patrick Mahomes for $1 million all the time?
But
both of you have to sleep naked.
I'm okay with that for $1 million.
All right.
Fantastic.
Well, you don't know what's going to happen. You could wake up in the middle of the night and all of a sudden he's closer than you thought. And you're like, what happened? Well, I was asleep. You don't know.
What?
He's not drugging me. I'm not doing it.
You still need consent, you jerk.
But he's asleep. I'm agreed. I agree. You need consent. But, I'm saying he might be a little closer.
Yeah, I got what you're saying. Sorry, Chris. Sometimes we get off on our own tangents.
It's all good. I mean, Kevin, you were pretty sick for saying this right here.
I need you to mail me your hair.
Okay. That
is it.
That was the Paige Van Zandt when Corey was like, I am optimistic yet skeptical that you could just cut your hair for $50,000. And then you found out the reveal of what that guy really wanted.
He wanted her hair.
That's a tough one for me. That one stinks.
I wasn't listening because I was writing down something. Was that one a good one? Like votable?
That was
play
a
it
good
again.
one.
Play it again.
I need you to mail me your hair.
That's pretty good. Like, that's creepy.
Yeah, I feel like you are creepy like that.
Oh my God, that's so hurtful.
But a nice guy about it.
Thanks.
I think you'll say please and thank you afterwards.
There's this part of me that can totally see you with like a robe on, and you take the hair and you kind of put it over your head like this, and it's just hanging over your eyes, and you split it away, and you're like, I have the hair.
Mike's bullet points for these are really tough.
The thing about Kevin, too, is that you really like complimenting people.
It's pretty big.
That's nice of you.
Hey, compliment is a compliment, okay? So, you're welcome, whoever I was complimenting at the time.
If you say it's average, is that a compliment?
No, I feel like that means it's average. What? Is your question?
If somebody's like, well,
hold on, it's your question. If you say it's average, is that a compliment?
Okay. That is above average. Is that a compliment?
Yes.
Okay, above average, but average, you didn't say small.
Yeah, it's not bad. It's not a compliment, though.
Gotcha.
It's a neutral statement.
It's a neutral statement. All right.
Unless you think it's small, and then it is a compliment.
Corey, let me give you one last one.
All right.
Here, Corey.
Jack it up.
That's what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Your car for the girl you wanted to sleep with? That was like
the older gal at the... On the border,
April,
right?
yeah. I wonder what she's up to.
Probably about October right now. You know what I'm saying?
56 or something. Right? You said she was older.
I like mine better. I like mine better.
She's like 5 years older than me.
Oh, okay.
She's like 47.
Like August.
Yeah. All right, is that it?
Well, let me fit one more in for Mike. I completely
Go
forgot.
ahead and mark yourself with what you just said right there.
No.
Oh,
all right. But Mike, I completely forgot what this audio is, but I'll play it right here just in case.
Let's really stick to this Derek Jones Jr. guy. He might start getting off here. Oops.
Okay, I'm changing.
Going off, right?
My vote. That's like the T ad that you did. That is my most. It's one of my 1-2 in terms of rankings, because the other one was a car commercial when you go, whatever, I'm starting it over. Like live on air, you're just like, I'm starting over. But that one, they'll like get you in, and he goes, well, not that, but
right. Yeah. I'm voting for hair doll. I'm voting for Kevin and the hair doll.
I need you to mail me your hair.
That is so weird.
Pretty depraved.
That does sound really, really bad. I will go with what Mike just said about the upside of Derek Jones Jr.
Let's really stick to this Derek Jones Jr. guy. He might start getting off here.
Oh my god! Every time you play it.
I just wrote down 2 words to describe this one. Corey's fingers.
That was my vote until the last one.
That's what I wrote down too to describe it.
Here we go for Corey's fingers.
Now you can stick your finger into the hole, all right? And then once you get your finger in the hole, you don't even have to get a latch, and it pulls open. I will shoot a video if I have to prove to you. And once you get your finger in there, you pull, and then it opens, and you can have yummy, yummy foods.
Come on.
You like yummy, yummy foods?
I do.
I know people that don't have microwaves.
That was the end of the statement?
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for the info.
I want to ask questions.
It's great.
Like, do they just heat their food up in the oven then? They got a toaster oven?
Yeah.
I think the in-laws didn't have a microwave for years. They just had a toaster oven because they didn't like the microwave.
We're still on the air right now.
We voted.
Chris, what do you say? It's tied.
I'm going to break the tie because Carter told me to mark this one in the moment. I'll give this win to Carter with mail me your hair.
I need you to mail me your hair.
Is it the slight Southern Deliverance accent that I throw on there that makes it really terrible as well?
Oh, yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece. You're welcome. Right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Show up early.
They've got the goods, more new Silverados than anyone with incredible savings, so why go anywhere else? Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Find new roads.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a shout-out Friday from the 512. Shout-out to my beautiful wife, Sandra. Our 3-year anniversary is this weekend from Trucker Rick. Congratulations to you guys. And from the 817, I'm 64 years old. I'm celebrating my first ever hole-in-one. Congratulations to you for getting it done.
That putt.
Putt is a difficult game.
That's all drinks on you, isn't it?
Yeah, that's all drinks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, you heard them, you love them. It's time for our chit chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Awesome, Heggie. How are you?
I was doing a lot better until a couple minutes ago when we found out Carl Weathers died.
He's no longer with us.
Apparently on Tuesday, his manager said.
This is weird because we just saw this like during the break.
Yes,
we were talking about this, and now he's been passed since Tuesday. What is going on?
Probably wanted to delay the announcement till they had a chance to inform everybody that needed to be informed.
I get that.
3 days.
Do you think of him? I said Apollo Creed. Broadus, you said Chubbs.
They send letters out.
I think of him as Apollo Creed.
Carrier pigeon.
Okay. Do you guys think of him more for Apollo Creed, Chubbs, maybe Predator, Mandalorian? I don't know.
Yeah,
Apollo.
Chubbs.
Yeah, it's Creed. For me, I guess, before that, now I was 7 or 8 years old when the Apollo Creed character came out, so it was larger than life to me. But apparently before that, Action Jackson was really a breakout and like what some people say is his greatest movie character.
Oh, interesting.
And then Predator's top 5.
I could see that.
Yeah.
I could definitely see that. Well, at the time, I'm pretty sure when he fought Rocky, he was like 46-0 with 46 knockouts. And so, I know it's a movie.
Ain't gonna be no rematch.
I like that they gave him such an